you realized by now that we have shut the server down for the entirety of this meeting so that everyone who wants to join the meeting can do so without having to choose between being on the server and being here. So we are going to go over a list of topics. We only have a few predominant topics that we're going to talk about. And then at the end of the topic that we are speaking on, we will have a period of time where we will allow people to raise their hands, come up to share their concerns, opinions, suggestions about that specific topic, right? And so due to like time restraints, because we're not trying to be here all day, trying to let you guys have a life today too, um, we'll consider having an open floor at the end. But we're only going to invite people up during these topics to speak about that topic. And so anything over that, we're just going to have to move on from and talk about at a later time. So in order to volunteer to speak on a topic, you have to raise your hands. There is a system in place for that. It's part of your little Discord settings. You'll see it down there. We'll bring you on stage to discuss whatever it is, and then we'll remove you back to the audience after you're done with your discussion. And to be a little bit more clear on each of these things, each topic that we talk about, we're just going to give like a dedicated length of time so that we have a hard stop time and we can move on. Because I know that people will have a lot of opinions about some topics, and we do a lot in this community where we agree with each other and we feel the need to, like let each other know, like, I agree with what Aaron just said, and I agree with what Killa just said, and we're just gonna keep extrapolating the same point over and over just to save time.
Stop like that,
We're gonna
you
have
pay
like a hard
attention.
stop time at a certain point when we've heard enough, and then we'll just ask you guys to move that into the feedback section instead. So like I said, we just want you to be respectful of everybody else's time, and you don't absorb all of the time that we're going to dedicate to like the open floor per topic to yourself, right? So just again to remind you, the server is down, so we're keeping people from being able to roleplay the longer this meeting goes on. Okay. Also, the feedback section, I kind of like already mentioned it. It is still open. If you have permissions to use those channels, then you can obviously do that if you're not comfortable talking on stage. I anticipate the chat's going to move pretty quick, so I'll try to keep my eyes on it for as long as I can, but I am also trying to like take track of what you guys are saying for us so that we can review it later. So if you think it's really important and it doesn't get discussed here, try to bring it up. And if if it doesn't get discussed, move it to suggestions, back reports, or general feedback. Okay. So the chat for this channel is obviously open. And you guys are obviously already using it. People will be utilizing it at the other meeting. We just want to remind you that when you're doing this, do so respectfully. Okay. We recognize that tone can come across quite harshly in text. So just try to be mindful of what you're saying, how you're saying it, be respectful, not just to like us, like the staff team up here, but also to any community members that are volunteering to speak or those people that are also using the chats. This meeting is not an invitation to just issue complaints or to ask pointed questions or to have an emotionally charged discussion. Okay. We're mostly interested in gauging your interest in what changes that we, as like a team, need to focus on for the enjoyment of our community, like as a whole. Okay. So everyone here has a right to your opinion, but remember that your access to this meeting is a privilege. And if you're not capable of approaching the meeting with like respect and positivity, then you might get timed out or otherwise just removed from being able to participate in the meeting. And we don't want to do that. This meeting is for you. Does everybody kind of get that? Are we all on the same page? Love it. Perfect. Okay. So first things that we are going to discuss today are just some like recent updates and releases. For instance, recently launched the spring update and the Beyond the Sand kind of update, which is like all of the MLOs we brought in, new health system, the new UI, pretty big significant changes there. There were some changes to, how do I say this? We released that update and those MLOs, and then we went through and we did a lot of bug fixes and suggestions and tweaks to those things quite recently. Is there anything specific on the spring update you'd like to talk about, Flaws?
No, they all got it.
Okay.
I hope they all enjoyed it.
Yeah, we do hope you guys liked it. There was a lot put in there. The camera is huge for photographers, I know. There's so many
Yeah, that
things
was a
that
lot of
came
fun
out.
to work on.
Yeah, it's really hard to remember everything that came out in that update. But there was a lot of things, a lot of changes. It's been nice to see, like Sophie said, it's been nice to see so much activity up in Sandy Shores. Great. And then also recently we had our car handling update. We got the new classification system. We know a couple of our devs worked really hard on that. I know that we're still going through some tweaks, some suggestions on those. I think as of this meeting, you guys are now able to start really relaying your feedback for those cards, because we did ask you guys to wait to just get some time to like settle into how all the new acceleration and everything is working. So I think as of this meeting, it's official that you are now able to start releasing that information, that feedback to the devs as respectfully as you can. But I am glad that some of you are enjoying it. I know that it is hard to get used to any change, and that was a pretty significant one across the board, you know? Now we're just in the adjustment phase of that, which is huge. Okay. Some other changes that we've made recently is to the allow list application. Obviously, most of you here are allow listed, I think. I would assume. Some of you were in before we actually had people pay to apply. We still do have that system in place. We've just adjusted the price down. We are no longer offering the priority application queue. So there were 2 separate queues, just like you had one if you paid for a priority application or your normal one. We've done away with the priority queue. Everyone's in the same queue. We do still have our reasons for why we have people pay to apply. We have a whole announcement just gauging on that. But still, as of course, for those of you who have been in good standing on Echo for a year, you get 2 vouchers per year if you want to bring your friends in who, you know, can't afford the application fee, or they would just like to,
Well, outro is addictive.
you know, skip it. So remember
Look,
that
I
process
figured I
still
just need
exists, but
something
that is a
to
recent change
occupy
that
part of
we've
my
removed
screen.
the priority application queue. You do have friends. I know you do. You're okay. Real OGs remember when there was a Google form and a interview that came along with it, to be honest. Yeah, the voice interviews. Okay. Something else recent. You guys know Scarlett Ray. She has recently taken over the editing for our TikTok channel. So she's been going through the clip submission channel that you guys can put your clips in from your roleplay. And then she edits them, puts them on our TikTok
You're getting
page.
bad hands,
She's been
team.
doing that pretty recently. So if you have any interest in, well, sorry. First of all, welcome, Scarlett. Thank you for doing that for us. There's the TikTok if you guys are interested. If you would like to have your clips featured, please make sure that you're utilizing that clip submission channel. It is winter on TikTok.
Am I gonna fail
Okay.
my first small
Anything
blind?
else? Recent update, recent releases, changes that you'd like to talk about, Flaws? Anything specific there?
No.
No? Okay. Well then, if you have anything to
No.
discuss about the things that we just talked about, then I suppose you can raise your hands and we can start fielding some of those questions.
We're gonna lose round 1, team.
We do have other things to talk about, so we're gonna give you guys a few minutes on this one. If there's anything, and if not, we'll just move on to the next topic.
Right, meeting's over.
Cool, we might be able to just move on. Oh, just kidding. Did somebody raise their hand? I don't know. No? Maybe took it away. I don't know. Are you fielding these questions in chat? Flaws? Should we just not ask them then?
What'd you say?
I said, are you fielding, like, are you going over these questions in chat and answering them, or do you want...
If they want to raise their hand, they can do.
Right.
I don't see any questions that come through though.
Okay, if you guys are gonna... Okay. Hold on.
Need a 10.
It opens in a different tab for me. Harper, I sent you an invitation to speak, so you can... Okay, keep
Dude.
it brief, dog.
Dude.
All right.
Oh
What's
my
up,
god,
guys?
loud.
Pretty much. I don't know.
Hi.
Like it's been nice to see, like the feedback is from the communities like being like worked on, but I don't know. I feel like it's been expressed to me that like with some of these recent updates, it feels like one step forward is being made and then like 2 steps back kind of get made, and then we have to scramble for adjustments.
Be specific.
Yeah,
I mean, the vehicle update, like really, cop numbers were super hurt, and I feel like the server's been kind of hurting from it for at least the whole week. Like
that's more of a
I don't
mentality
know, we
issue.
were going from like 35 cops on consistently to, I mean, after meetings, it's been like 20. First shift's been completely dead recently, unfortunately. I know a lot of people were not happy with like the health system where like your vision would go blurry, which I mean it's nice that it got fixed and it's good. So like I mean we're being listened to, but it just feels like every new update it's like one step forward, two steps back. I don't know. I've seen a lot of complaints about airdrops where like
We're not talking about airdrops. We're not talking about
yeah,
skip
I mean,
airdrops.
yeah, that's an issue in itself. But I don't know. I feel like there's been a lot of work and like obviously it's being worked on, but
Right.
I don't know. It just seems like it's a pattern that's emerging, and overall server numbers are going
How so?
downward as well.
How
How
so
so?
is it a pattern?
Well, I mean, like, just all these recent updates, like, it feels like a couple things are, like, being implemented that the community is, like, really pushing back against, and, like, they eventually get made, but then it's, like, when those kind of updates keep happening, it just seems like it's becoming a pattern. I don't know how to describe it better than that, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I don't know. I feel like there used to be a queue at second shift. There's not anymore. It's just like it's disappointing to see a little bit. So obviously, I want this server to flourish.
I guess I'm just confused. Because you're talking about like the health update. You said there was a blurry vision thing. That was fixed. There's no longer
Family
blurry
Guy
vision when you get
clips.
shot in the head.
You're right.
And there's no more blacking out as well. So that was an adjustment that was made.
Yeah, no. So I mean, like all these, they're being adjusted, but I think it's
Right.
the initial thing where when it comes out, there's an issue, and then they linger for weeks, and it has to be like scrambled on to like be fixed. And
I don't think scrambled on is an appropriate way to say that's
well,
what's happening. To be fair to the devs that we have,
yeah, I mean,
you have
maybe
to
not,
understand
like,
too that
no,
like whenever an update is pushed, like the people that we have, just like for disclosure, like transparency, right? Whenever we release something to the community, we have people who test these things. Like we have devs that have tests. We do like staff members that do like testing, but obviously like those things are kind of like different when you release those live, like largely. Do you know what I mean? So it's kind of it's difficult to see how those things will impact the larger people. We can't just, you know, there's not a lot of options available to how we do mass testing at once. You know what I mean? So obviously we seek input from people as they come in and then we make adjustments when we can. But our dev team is quite small, but they are very engaged in the suggestions when they are fleshed out and people are putting them in or the feedback.
No,
so the changes get made. It's just kind of like we have to know what those things are. And a lot of times feedback is just, I don't like it. Well, I don't know how to fix what you don't like because I don't understand what you don't like. You know what I mean?
No, I mean, I understand that.
Right. So I don't understand the two steps back. I think I understand what you're getting at is that it feels like a rough start when an update comes out, but it's more like the changes once we're aware of like what the discomfort is with it, it gets changed, which I think is ultimately the goal for us.
I mean, yeah, I understand that perspective, but I feel like this like opinion has just been voiced to me from like so many people in the community that it's like I don't even the recoil thing, like the new recoil dropped, like then
what about it?
It gets changed right away. Like it doesn't seem like there's like consistency. And then obviously, I mean, I think the biggest one that's like really like hurt numbers, especially is I mean the cop car update. Like I think the SCX is actually very drivable now, and it's getting a lot better. But like I don't know the past week, like I don't know, as someone that plays cop a lot, it's like I log onto the server and there's 5 cops, and then it's like, what's the point? You know what I mean? And it just feels like morale is kind of, I mean, dipping a little bit in those areas.
So do you think like smaller updates would help?
Yeah, I guess I'm asking, what is your solution then, Harper?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know.
Why is there no spell check in threads, dude?
With such a big group, I feel like I know a decent amount of people that like would be interested in testing, but obviously, I mean, I don't think it's really a secret. Like the people that live test have to sign like an NDA, so like they can't talk about like what's going on.
Well, we can test after the trailer drops.
I mean, a lot of people get like turned away by that, so I feel like it's just limiting like the testing size, I guess. I don't know. Other than that, I don't really know a perfect solution. It's kind of a sticky situation. Like obviously, like you guys are just trying to improve the server and like give us new shit to do, but then I mean on the back end, like when it kind of gets received in that way. It's like a difficult thing. I don't know. I feel like for now, at least, maybe instead of pushing new stuff, like I doubt you guys are even working on new stuff. Just seems like a better solution to maybe just like fix underlying issues, all the bugs. I mean, even small shit like, oh, I'll log off
It's like
comp
he
and
is
I'll have
saying
like
morale
my
is
AR on my back.
dropping, but not
And then
much
with the
out.
new
Yeah, that's
way that like the guns
he
load in, like
he
people will
has
see
some valid
like my MK on my
points,
crim.
but
Stuff like
he's
that
kind of saying
overall,
them in a
just
way
kind of
that
quality of
isn't
life updates. I
receptive to
feel like
hear.
would be
If
really
that makes
nice. Just
sense.
like straighten out the bugs in the server, and then less bugs. I feel like would incline more people to play.
Have you reported that bug? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've
I mean,
seen a
yeah,
report. It's
personally
fine.
not, but I mean, I feel like
Okay.
everyone's
We can
seen it,
try
I guess.
and have a testing team though, and see what we can do
Yeah.
on that
So I
part.
mean, I feel like bringing more people, because I don't know. I feel like the NDA is really scary. Like a lot of people online just don't really want to
We're not gonna put anyone under an NDA.
give out their like personal information, right? So I feel like that's why I don't know, the people that play test is so limited, because like
I mean,
at
I've
least for
tested
me,
stuff and
like, I
I'm not
wouldn't
on
feel
an
comfortable
NDA.
giving a roleplay server like all my details and sign a contract like that.
Alrighty. So I guess the only thing that I can say from this point is like appreciate your feedback. I think that I understand where the concern is coming from, because like a lot of changes come in at once and it can be hard to adjust to changes, and then all we can do is just fix things when we're aware of them. So just keep utilizing the feedback when it comes in, you know what I mean? Whenever you notice something, make us aware of it. It's hard for us to catch everything, even with a small test group. Even if we create a test group, not everybody's gonna catch everything that happens. That's the point of our feedback channels, you know what I mean? So it's important for us to be made aware of it so that we can fix the changes. But we're obviously very devoted to fixing those because that's what we do. We just want people to be happy here. So, all right. Anything else?
No, I mean, obviously, like
Cool.
when the changes drop, like there's noticeable like listening and improvement. So I mean,
Right.
as long as that remains consistent, which it seems like it is, like I don't know, I feel like the kind of rough patch that I feel like the server's in can be recovered from. So we appreciate the work you guys put in.
Alrighty. Thanks, Harper. Anybody else on the first topic? Okay, we have some hands. Let me see. Looks like we sent an invitation to somebody to speak. No, we just have to accept it. The first topic was about recent updates and releases, to be fair. Hello, welcome.
Hi. Thanks for having me. In regards to the topic, I'm gonna be specific and concise. You're talking about the general feedback about cars. Can I mention cars right now as well, right? With the recent changes, or in general, like the spring update?
Oh boy.
Are you asking me to write down your feedback about a specific car? Because I would put that in the vehicle feedback, because I don't have any understanding of. I'm not like the car dev.
No,
you know what I mean?
Just wondering. Yeah, no, I get that. I was just wondering, given like the recent changes and now that we can speak of it, how volatile will because I know when you guys make changes to vehicles, right? Especially during this week, I'm expecting it's not going to be set in stone. There's always going to be consistent changes, but I was wondering how volatile are these changes going to be, and how impactful are they going to be? Because I did notice a lot of players are getting affected by when they bought the vehicles. Let's say some vehicles lost a lot of value and price, and it played a huge role in the economy. So is there any safety margins that a player should, maybe have in mind, or as developers, what would you recommend players who don't really want to lose that value because of out of character changes such as tuning and vehicle handling, to players to not affect their progress and ultimately lose morale when it comes to vehicle changes? If you want me to be specific, like the MF1, like in the MF1, for example, being around 850,000 or 900,000. I'm sorry if I'm not correct, and then it just spiked down to 650.
Yeah, the thing he wants to say is people should be able to get their taxes adjusted if their car changes price.
And I'm feeling like with every change that is happening to a vehicle, or if there are going to be any more changes happening to any vehicle, it can either significantly spike or drop the price in character. That's, I feel like, is a little bit of a problem that I noticed.
I think I understand your question. So, this is my understanding of the vehicle update, is that all of the vehicles were done at once. So all of these changes happened this one time, and then a lot of the cars were adjusted down in price. In my understanding, I was not aware that any of the cars were going to be adjusted in price. And so because of that, we did not put forward any like effort to change the asset fee price that you're paying on those cars. So I understand what you're saying is like somebody paid 900,000 or something for an MF1 or whatever car you said. And then other people now when they buy it are paying 650,000. My understanding is we did not know that car prices were going to be adjusted down. So we had nothing in it, in our planning to adjust those prices. It's also not easy for us to tell that. We would have to go through and add some more changes to the database to change that, because we didn't know that was going to happen. So I understand, like you're saying, the MSRP update changed.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, the MSRP. And I'm not one to dwell on the past. What's happened is happened. I like to adapt. I don't like to dwell. So my main actual question is,
yeah,
can we expect any more significant or impactful changes that might cause such a shift in the economy where one player has to be
because the ones who bought the car way over should pay the higher taxes? No,
Especially
taxes
if that
should just
person
be
is
MSRP.
really caring
period.
about his let's say like, as someone who really cares about
If
not
taxes
having
don't
depreciating
change when you
assets.
sell a car secondhand, they should just always be MSRP. That is my opinion.
Like, are we
No.
gonna expect more of that? No.
We didn't expect it the first time.
Yeah,
what
like
I'm saying.
think about Sophie, who's paying
I wasn't anticipating it to
450K
happen.
more taxes a
No,
week.
and we don't have any updates or any plans to have big shifts like that.
They shouldn't be
again, no.
changing
So
secondhand.
I would say no, that wouldn't be the case. Yeah, I think that's if the answer, if your question is just simply, can we expect any more like drastic changes like this? I would say no, because this was the big change, the big push, and everything else is going to be like minor.
Yeah, I pay
changes.
like 7 point some for my
and
RH7.
I anticipate if any adjustments are being made to prices, then we would know that moving forward. Like I said,
if it sells for higher than
okay. So now it's like a variable that you would account for. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I love that. And
I could
very lastly specific.
Even if it's selling for higher, I feel like it should still just be MSRP on taxes.
Are there any expected changes for that, or is it non-disclosable, or?
Personally, I don't know the answer.
You know,
which off-road are you talking about?
Off-road vehicles.
In general, like
in general,
Hell and Back, and like for let's say the Hell and Back, I feel like it's such a it's so good. I was worried, like. Personally, I really wanted to buy one.
No, if it's a one owner and you still have, yeah, exactly. That's the one thing I said. If you are the only person who's ever owned that car from Empire and its price got dropped, the taxes should be adjusted to MSRP no matter what. I said that day one.
Any expected changes happening to that or no? And is it a good idea? Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I've heard like the acceleration and off-road is like pretty nuts, so it's getting changed right now as we speak. But is it just only that, or it's just like there's other off-roads that's doing that? So I can know.
I've only really tested the Hellenbach and the Bison HF1, I believe, and they're pretty good. I wasn't really trying to. Like I was speaking in general, not just acceleration. So I was like wondering, like when you say you're gonna change that,
I won't sell it, even though
talking about the acceleration.
I would never sell my RH7. Maybe the RH4 one day, but I don't know.
Off-roads.
Mostly the acceleration and the traction off-road.
Oh, that's it.
I don't want to change too much of it, you know.
Okay, no, absolutely. And I guess
I got my Rexan for less than MSRP, but I got taxed for the
I'm just gonna say the title.
That's what I'm saying. Is I think no matter what,
the Middle Eastern hours,
the taxes on cars, no matter what, should just be MSRP.
We'll wait for another topic.
Even if you sell it higher, even if you sell it lower, because we just end up in these weird situations, right? Like literally, part of the reason why the taxes didn't get adjusted when you sold it lower anymore is because I literally was talking about the idea of selling my RH7 and buying it back every 2 weeks until I had negative taxes.
Right, Bella, I'll invite you up. You just have to accept the invitation, I think, and...
Bonjour.
Hi.
What the?
So I was just wondering, so since the newer updates, like all the spring stuff,
Oh my.
my computer can't
Activating you.
handle running Echo without crashing every 15 to 20 minutes.
How?
And I was wondering if there was going to be anything done for possibly optimizing to make it easier on the people that have potatoes for computers, or if I'm just going to have to upgrade my computers if I still want to play here.
Hey, really quick, I think you have an Echo like voice changer on or something.
Oh, sorry.
Like yeah, there you go.
I accidentally pushed my minus key, I guess.
Okay. I Flaws, if you can provide an answer to this question. I know there's been, I guess, when was the last time that you've tried? There have been some optimizations that have been put in that were really helpful to a lot of people.
The last time I was on was for the EMS funeral that we had for Brendan, and I was able to stay connected, but I was still like really chonking. Like I was like finding it, like I was having a hard time because every time I would move
Especially
in a certain
when
area,
people
I
sell
would,
them
like,
for crazy money, people are
stutter.
forced to pay way more taxes.
Oh, wow.
So
yeah,
I can't be in town on Echo at all. If I go up into
yeah,
like,
I mean, like
Toledo
straight up,
whatever,
like the RH7 is one of the cars
bees
you could
or
probably
any
sell
of
for $1
that,
million.
I'm fine.
Like
but
straight
the
up.
moment I get in town, I barely function. I'm crashing everywhere.
What are you watching? Community meeting over here.
I wasn't
Velatro on
logging
this
off
side,
as
but I'm
much
not
during the funeral.
playing
Like,
it very
I didn't log
well.
off at all during the funeral, but every like few steps I would freeze for a second, and it's like I wanted to be there for the funeral. I wasn't gonna miss that, but
was that like I don't know when the funeral was. Like in the last week or something.
Recently. Yeah.
Okay.
Last week, I believe.
I just wanted something to have a little attention going on over here.
Like I'm EMS, and I tried to log in.
You're watching a painful lack of Subway Surfers.
But like the last few times I've logged on to work, like I was crashing on. Like I would take an ambulance to go pick somebody up, and then crash there, and the person I was taking care of had to wait for me to log back in so I could finish his treatment. And then I tried to stay online, and then I crashed like I tried it. I crashed 5 times altogether that day, and I was like, you know what, 6th time, I think I'm logging off. I'm just gonna go clock out, and that's it for me. And then I came on for the funeral, but I haven't really been on much since, because even at the funeral I was really glitchy. So I'm wondering if I'm gonna have to like buy a bunch of new computer parts just to be able to keep playing, or if I should, you know, or if there's going to be something possibly, because there was a lot added, and like the trees alone would cause lag, and I've been having such a hard time.
Here you go, team.
I've been having such a hard time in game.
Yeah. I'm looking if you. Yeah, I mean, we could try to help you specifically. I don't know. I'm really not like the person to help out with specs, to be honest. I don't know. But if you have crash logs when you're crashing and you can put them in the crash logs, we could start there, because I don't see any, but you may have put them and I just can't find them. But we can look at those things. I mean, we optimize as much as we can. Flaws, like in our updates recently, you maybe have seen that he went through and he did do optimizations on the trees. He did optimizations on a lot of just clothing things that we have. Cars have been optimized. Like there's a lot. There was some changes that were pushed that were helping a lot of people when they were pretty bad recently. So we really have optimized quite a bit recently. So it is concerning.
Lower the fines for PD guns is crazy.
But this game is really old. It's really hard to optimize it completely, because it is.
Yeah.
It's a
my computer's pretty old, and like I keep making the joke that my brain's potato.
Yeah.
But now my brain is not functioning. So and like I've gone to other servers and it's run smoothly, but then I come to Echo and it's like really chunky, or like I can't even stay logged on.
Yeah, I'm really not sure. I would just say that maybe you can like reach out in our support channels and give us your crash logs when you have them, because then we can look at those.
All of my graphics stuff set to the lowest possible.
Yeah.
And I'm still crashing, so like that's been my issue.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. I don't really know what else we could do. We'd have to
You can
look
open
more
a ticket. I can try
specific for
helping
you.
you out.
Yeah, I'll also give it a
Alright.
shot. Cool.
Okay,
Did
that's all
you
I
have any
needed
other
to know.
questions? Okay.
No.
Thank you. Cool. Let me see who's next.
Bro is snitching on casino
All
projectors.
right. Welcome.
Yo, hello.
What's up?
Yo, what's
Hello.
going on? So I only have one question.
All
I
right.
have one question. Where the trains go, man?
Oh, they were disabled.
I missed the
Are
train.
they coming back?
You want them back?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. They
Yeah, we're gonna
added
try
like
and bring them back.
an extra layer of
Mhm.
immersion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they were cool. I like them as well.
I mean,
We are
yeah,
gonna
they
try.
were a
Yeah.
little buggy, but I mean, that's nothing. Like so there was one time where um it like threw me up into outer space because I was driving my bike down the railroad track.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. I feel like them being back would just add like an extra layer of immersion for me. That's all I wanted to say.
No, that's cool. I appreciate it. I'll write down looking into bringing trains back. Thank you.
All right.
I like
Goodbye.
trains.
Thank you. Bye. All right, Luke, we've sent you an invitation.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Hey, so I had two things, and I'll try to be brief so I don't take up
Thank
everybody's
you.
time. So first one, I just wanted to get some input from Pat on the philosophy behind the latest update. And firstly, update feels good.
Loud.
Obviously, we can't get all the fucking cars exactly to where everybody wants them to be, and people will be upset about that. But it is what it is. I wanted to get kind of an idea on where we wanted to go, what the direction is for this. From my perspective, it seems as though classed cars are meant to be very close in terms of performance in order to, keep the competition.
It's just because
closer, keep races
Discord's
closer.
loud at
And I
100%.
just
Like
wanted to know
literally,
if
I
that
have
is
SAS at
kind
like
of the
60.
idea behind
Flaw.
where we
Oh,
wanna go with
Flaws
this,
is actually
making
quiet,
more
but
informed decisions when we're trying to provide feedback.
like
and
Pat's already turned down. Brogan is at like 60. Miller's at like 60.
Yes and no. I try to keep. I mean, I've been watching a lot of
Actually,
races
turn her to
recently, and it's
0.
been,
Don't need to hear
like,
her at
very,
all.
very,
Anyway.
like equal. I could say like better than I've ever seen in my life, which is really good. So yeah, I'm just trying to like just keep everything the same between the class. So like obviously B class is going to be lower acceleration, top speed, all that, etc. So, the only thing that'll be different obviously is the handling, but yeah, I'm trying to just keep it the same so everything is fair across the board.
Yeah, they're trying to keep like the straight line performance in line with everything else, and then everything else should just be preferential on how the car behaves. Okay, yeah, awesome. Yeah, I just wanted to get some clarification on that because I know a lot of people are probably already putting in vehicle feedback, and I don't want to be the guy that's just like, oh, make this car faster, make this car slower. So as long as everything can be close, I think that's great for competition. That'll keep a lot.
Of real Chads just block the staff.
We basically kept like
they can't ticket
all the
you
car
if you can't
suspension
respond
and,
to
like,
them.
stuff the same, and that's kind of worked out because obviously like there were certain
The
cars
Coco
back
Melon,
then that were like gaining a bunch of speed from bumps, but now that's not really the case. Every car gets the same amount of speed per bump. So
I think that's a really good direction to move because like before I'm sure you were aware, like we were in the era of like if you didn't have $800,000 to spend on an import, it was over. Like you were not gonna finish in the top 5.
Yeah, everything is bounced across the board. I know a lot of people are upset about that, but I mean, it's just honestly for the server health. It's for the better. Everything needs to be toned down anyway. So,
I definitely agree with you. I think that in the situation that we were in, like some old racers didn't want to, keep up with following the meta of cars and setups and whatnot, and then new racers were intimidated to get in because they didn't have the money to afford the best cars, and so like if they couldn't perform in that regard, like they would just.
That's a fast many pluses.
So yeah, I think that we're in a good spot. And the only other one.
Oh, sorry, the Subway Surfers went away. My bad team.
Is there any confirmation that we could receive on like the setups? And
yeah, I
whatnot?
lost
'Cause I know
karma.
that, like you've seen hella people buy.
Oh no, people who
$1 million
like curb
throw off
boosting
those
are
tires
sad
and,
that
like,
curb
body
boosting might be
down.
gone.
Like, that's supposed to make the best handling for that car. I'd heard rumors that this was going to be negated. Is that still something that we plan on working on for the foreseeable future?
that's really hard to like, because basically that's gonna have to require me like editing every single vehicle, even vehicles that's like base GTA. So like any like doesn't add downforce, you know what I mean, or just doesn't affect it, and that's a lot.
It's
like
worth it
thousands,
though.
so
It's
like,
worth it though.
I don't really know, to be honest. It's difficult. I'd have to look into it, but it would take a long time. Like,
Yeah, I
to
understand
even
that.
do that. Yeah, I'd have to look into it for sure.
All good. All right,
Yeah, for sure.
That's all I had for the cars, and I just had like one for floss. I was just gonna say, for this one, like the performance updates have been great. I've gotten a lot of my FPS back. A lot of my friends are a lot happier.
Oh, I'm happy
Way
for you,
less
man.
stuttering. Yeah, it's awesome. And
There's
forgot his name,
many
sorry, but the
many
guy
places
from
have gotten rid
Phoenix,
of curb
I was
boosting
gonna follow up on that.
successfully.
Do we intend to like remove unused features in the servers in order to promote like better performance? Because I noticed that the trains were gone, and I assume that that would be affecting some degree of performance. Like, do we intend moving forward to remove things that the player base isn't necessarily using much?
Yeah, we can. I don't mind.
Okay, cool. I'll just keep an eye out for it. That's all I had regarding the updates. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Sorry, I was scribbling a lot. I'm handwriting notes for myself, so wrote down a lot there. Thank you. That was very useful and helpful. Mikey, like it's weird. I've got on one monitor the chat, and on another monitor is where the hands go. For some reason, Discord is like that. So.
Hey, how are you guys?
Hello.
Our ping of locals is great.
Yeah. So
removing
I know you guys
locals
mentioned
is
obviously
insanely
the dev
bad
team
take.
is definitely smaller. Are there plans to expand the dev team in regards to scripting and stuff like that?
Okay, so in like another topic, we actually discussed the fact that we just brought on a bunch of new devs. So yes, there is a plan, and we have done.
Got it.
Yippee!
And are there future plans to bring in more mid-tier crime? Obviously, the switch out of a couple of the bigger jobs was, was well received. Are there going to be more mid-tier? Because I feel like right now, obviously everyone just hits houses. That's kind of the way to make money. Is there going to be more mid-tier stuff that will kind of allow people to do more stuff instead of just the usual thing? Because I feel like it is getting a bit stale in that regard. Hitting the bigger jobs is always fun, but a lot of the mid-tier stuff, especially for the newer people to the community, are there plans for that?
I guess.
Yeah, we always are trying.
Yeah, we always look at adding new like activities.
Why did those
for
cards
crime
just
and
get
stuff
this?
like that. But
whoops.
Usually
I
the best
understand now.
suggestions for those come from you guys, because if it's hard
I
for us
lost
to
the
come
run
up with
because I
what
wasn't paying
people are
attention,
actually
team.
looking to do as far as crime goes. But for instance, like when we reworked Angelico's, we made that so
yeah. Let's remove graphics.
We should like in 3 different tiers.
We should RP text based.
It is like a high tier job because
text based
all the
RP
stuff
only
that comes with it and what you have to do to utilize it. So we look into changing existing ones just because we're not really sure what people want to do or what would classify as a mid-tier crime for people even. But we take suggestions on what you guys would like to do, and then we try to like flesh those out as best as we can. So yeah, absolutely.
You have any
we did
ideas?
add some, but if you have ideas, we'll take them.
I can definitely think about some stuff.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Right,
Yeah, I mean, you can just send me a DM if you
really
want.
all I had.
Yeah, we'll look into it. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, Jax.
Hello, first time
Hi.
caller, long time listener. Our promise is to be short and sweet.
Okay, thank you.
So there were discussion of the MSRP of the vehicles that have gotten tanked in price.
What you're saying is that Red Dead RP
So
is
I'm
inherently
now paying
superior. No, because Red Dead Redemption RP
10,336,
is just people
but
sitting
that's
around
at
a
the
table
MSRP of
for
900,
7
to which
hours.
Now the MSRP of certain vehicles is 750. Is
Right.
there any looks into lessening the price of people who have already bought the car and just can't sell it?
Oh, I see. Like you
Or
can't sell it
obviously-
to Tom's, or you can't, or sell to other places.
Yeah.
Yeah. We are actively looking
As
into
opposed to
making more
sitting
changes to the
at CNC
asset
for 7
fees,
hours.
including like potential.
Look, man,
like,
I don't
cap on the
participate
amount
in
of
that.
fees you can have on any car over a certain price, instead of it being based on the actual price of the car, things like that. We're talking about like I mentioned before, we did not know necessarily that there were going to be adjustments like that in the pricing.
Get rid of
cars.
taxes. I
And
mean,
that's why I'm asking if there's gonna be now that you guys know, you're probably gonna look into
Right.
that.
Yeah, that's something that we are looking into.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. That's all I had.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm writing that down.
Just get rid of cars.
Okay. Next person is Tyler. I've sent you the invite. You just have to accept it, and you can come on stage.
Hello.
Welcome.
So I think it was not the last guy, but the guy before kind of talked about some performance kind of things, and then a while back,
You know what, team? We're swapping off of
talked
Belatra
about their computer not being
because
great
I
and
can't
stuff.
pay enough attention to it.
My thing has to do more with like some events, like you know, to kind of help like frame rate and stuff. Like the VU. I know they do big events sometimes, and I don't have the best computer either.
Give me a moment.
Being 100% honest, and I guess what my question is there any chance those things can be moved to
where are the
less
settings?
populated areas, I guess is the best way to put it.
Oh.
So just because we don't want to go down, I can't think of the highway or that area, but you go by the VU and your frames is 30 frames or something like that. So I was just curious. I guess what I'm trying to say is there any way to
how do I make this windowed?
Kind of move that more events, I
How do I
guess,
make this?
to
Oh,
other
here we go.
places that you know don't get some love, and also keeps like the more city area a little higher frame rate, I guess. I don't know.
Look, we have room for Subway Surfers now.
That.
So I think your question is just, would we consider telling the VU to move their? Look, here's the problem, right? So the VU, they open like twice a week, I think, and so when they do that, the VU is obviously located in the south
like
side,
this?
so people go to their establishment to, you know, have the event. So I know that it can get a little dicey when it comes to frame rate because they have a lot of people that go to that event since they're only open twice. Well, they're open more than twice a week. You know what I mean? Like the events are happening twice a week.
PCs.
So I know that it's kind of tricky.
There's a balance that needs to exist because it's a 13-year-old game and people want to play a 13-year-old game because of the graphical things,
a different
right?
system to enter, or perhaps the moving. But it's difficult to do. It's really that way with any event. That's just kind of my understanding. Flaws, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Is just in general when there's more than a certain number of players in an area, that 5M will behave that way. So even if we do move them up to Polito for events or whatever. For any event, not even, we're talking about concerts, we're talking about everything. The casino throws poker night, it's going to be that way because there's just a number of players in that area. It's not it's not against the VU for them having a successful event. You know what I mean? It's just the fact that people want to go to the event. But that's my understanding. Flaws. It's really a lot of that is just 5M things. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, sometimes the VPD has more people. Same with Benny's.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Often at VPD, especially in that area.
And I think. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. We're always trying.
Yeah.
To optimize, even with clothes and cars and whatnot.
And then I guess I think some people in like the chat have talked about it too, and I've kind of been thinking about it as well. Is like maybe, you know, spreading some things out. I know like grapeseed, you know, doesn't get any necessarily love, and I'm not saying that's on you guys. Just like just an idea, like spread it out more for Polito. Maybe get something up that Great Ocean way. Just kind of spreading things out. I'm not sure if so many MLOs in one area can cause lag. Not, you know, very intelligent in that.
When you're saying spreading things out, are you talking about like moving businesses, or are you talking about?
I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean like moving businesses. I mean, that's an option, yes, but like maybe like to help with performance, as well as maybe, you know, just adding to those
get a restaurant or something in
that
Polito.
don't really see
Man.
much. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, we have had businesses like we have Blackwoods that's up there. We used to have Pops that was up in Polito. There's like a mechanic shop in Polito. There's like some things that are up there. It's just a little dissatisfying for those businesses because not a lot of players go up in that area. There are a couple, we'll talk about some pending player businesses, like player-owned businesses that are coming that are also going up into Polito. But it is really difficult. Like the people at Pops will tell you, they actually moved down to Sandy. Like when this all happened, they're in Harmony, technically, I think. But because there was a big population shift where people are now in Sandy because we put more up there. And I think they're doing better, but Pops was a business that existed, and people weren't going all the way up to Polito to go to Pops.
They're
They did
struggling, but they are
deliveries,
also
and they were
never
still
open.
getting their
Yeah.
roleplay, but it's really hard to, get people to move up there. So, the the COC handles the player-owned businesses. A lot of them have the opportunity to move, and they would be welcomed. We've even instituted in character, like, I don't like tax breaks for if you are up in Polito or a less populated area because there is so much going on in the city. But I think just the nature of our community is we spend a lot of time in the city. That's where a lot of things are. But we're always looking to change things up, even moving more criminal activities up north, just so that there's more presence up north, more like police presence, even crime, just all kinds of things. Like moving, there are some crime things that happen up north, but more, things like that. So we're always trying to push people more that way, but not if it's going to make those businesses suffer. Like I'm not going to make Pops go back to Polito if they're doing much better in Harmony. Do you know what I mean?
Bringing businesses to the north is to get more people to
We
travel.
can
Yep.
look into
Illegal
adding
fishing.
more things for sure.
Fishing and hunting being actually viable would be huge
time.
for Polito.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. How much more time do we have left on this one, Flaws? Do we have time for a couple more, maybe?
Not been time, to be honest.
Hunting is ass, yeah.
All right, Mooper, I've sent you an invitation.
Okay, hello.
Hello,
Hi. I'm very excited to talk about this topic. I heard somebody talk about crime, so I wanted to bring it here. I think this topic is extremely important to talk about. So, like, should I talk about it now or?
Is it about like crime that came in at the recent updates? Because the overall topic is like our recent updates.
It is crime overall. And I think it might include the new.
No one's gonna move somewhere or be somewhere where nothing goes on. Business up there, complain that people aren't there,
we'll see
and
if it fits in.
then
If
they
not, we
don't
can
make
talk
an
about it
effort to
later.
attract people.
Okay, sure, go
I agree.
Something
I
wanted
agree.
to talk about. I've written this down and got prepared. I written down here this topic is called crime and accessibility. Some of the hacks in the server can be impossible to certain disabilities. The two I can think of are ADHD and dyslexia. I personally have ADHD-I, which affects the brain's working memory, which makes it almost impossible for me to do any hack or mini game that requires using memory. Two examples are the tier 3 houses and thermite hack. I feel I'm left out, and
I mean, as someone who has both those things, I feel like it's
of the server.
unfortunate that some things are just not going to be for everyone, right?
It's with like boosting hacks or like the second tier house hacks. But every time I do the boosting hack, I cannot help but think, how does that look to someone who has dyslexia? I just feel sad to think that some people cannot enjoy, I don't know, any crime or boosting, especially when they don't like driving like me. I believe that everyone should be able to enjoy all aspects of crime without feeling that they can't because of their disability. That's it.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. We just recently have had like a lot of discussions too about not even just like ADHD and like dyslexia and the effect on of the ability to do hacks based on those, but also color blindness, which
color blindness is a huge
is something
one.
that I honestly did not consider as a person that doesn't have color blindness. You know what I mean? But there's a lot of different kinds of color blindness.
What the hell's this balloon?
And it's something that we honestly don't even consider because it doesn't even occur to us.
I don't know what
can
short of making new hacks that are just like
do with those is just to let us know what about the hacks make it difficult. Like I would take a suggestion thread about the hacks that are hard. And because those can be adjusted to maybe be easier or maybe options even would be fine. But what a lot of people do in my experience with crime is if they can't do the hack, then it allows them the opportunity to roleplay and get hackers that are more experienced. But I can understand how it's not satisfying to not be able to do some of the things yourself for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, actually remind me, I did write down here some of the solutions I thought, and I really like your answer about having EchoRP. That's a really good point I didn't think about. But the solutions I wrote down is like for houses, it would be awesome to at least have the option to pick which house tier you want to do. I think this would help me and many others who struggle with the same condition.
Because the hack is different between tiers? Is that
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
yeah, because
Okay.
like tier 3 is like a memory, and then the second
Oh.
tier is like math hack.
Oh, okay, okay. Let me write that down.
Yeah, so I think the first solution I propose works perfectly for houses, but what about like boosting or thermite? The second solution I thought about is offering different methods of hacking, maybe using different equipments that would offer another type of hack. I think this way is not only good to provide accessibility to those who need it, but this would be a fun and refreshing way to do things.
It's kind of interesting. I like that idea.
If I struggle with something, then I try to get to know someone or
No, I
meet.
like
Yeah,
this. I wrote
exactly.
this down.
That's kind of
Thank
where
you.
I'm at as well. Oh, I
Did you have
lost.
anything else, Mubra?
No, that's all for crime.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. If you have anything else later, just let us know. Cool. All right. Then we have one more. Looks like, and then we'll move on to the next topic after Sage. I've sent you an invitation, Sage. You just have to. Yeah, there you go.
I did want to talk about some car stuff, but I think I'm gonna save it for more crime related
so
discussion.
I just kind of caught the end of the conversation earlier about things kind of going up north.
Yes.
I know. So kind of like Jimenez and Angel and them, they own Culture Shock. That's the mechanic shop up north. And I know when they originally had gotten it, there was kind of something that was told to them that, like, Polito was somewhere that, there would hopefully be strives to kind of expand. Because as
Yeah.
someone was saying, because like we all know, like events in the city can be really rough, and that's usually why people try to look elsewhere. And I know there's been efforts to kind of like spread out stuff. I know there's been people who've been trying to like get businesses up there and stuff, but I know some people don't like to travel up north to, for different things, but there's so much potential for the server because, like, kind of going along with the update aspect, like what was done in Sandy was so fucking cool. Like it was just amazing. And I just would love to see kind of that same love given to Polito because, like, there just doesn't feel like there really has been. Not like Culture Shock, because I'm not an older owner of Culture Shock, I just work there, but I love like seeing the revamp it had and like the effort you guys took to, like, make it looks like personally to that business.
I
It was
disagree with
so
this
cool, and
guy.
it's just like a great experience for
I
everyone to
think
come up there and
I think a
stuff.
bank should be more
But there's
determined
not
by
really now
RP
with
than
cops
whether
like
or not
moving
you
out,
can
like
do a
there's really
mechanical
no
thing.
drive for some people to even come up that way. For like us, we have to like hunt people for food, and
The
if there's
problem is
no
that
food in
most
the city
people
or
don't
somewhere, it's just like a
actually
whole
like do
hassle now to
RP
like
during
be
it.
up in
They just
Polito and get
silently hold
food.
a
And I would
hostage
love
and
to
then do
see
the
like
hacks.
a food business come up there, because if there's more effort, like we were told that like Bikes R Us is up there as well. Yeah, like but there's no food up there. We were told that like a gym hopefully was going to be coming up there. I think a gym in Polito would be so cool because that would drive so many more people up there.
Superstation
Like
has a
if there
gym.
was just kind of more effort to kind of make it more worth going up there, because obviously like Culture Shock's up there, Bikes R Us is up there, but people tend to only usually come up if it's like to obviously to get a stance, or if like we're doing like stuff with new releases and everything, and people do show up for those things. It's just outside of that, it just doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of love to Polito. So I feel like if there could be more effort to maybe, bring some businesses up there, hold more stuff up there, like just Polito has so much potential. I remember when like there was like a golden age of MCs and stuff, and Polito was so alive. People were doing events up there. There was crime going on. There was entire communities up there, several MCs, like all sorts of stuff. The beekeepers up there too and stuff. But I just feel like that same, because like, people obviously weren't getting the same traffic as other businesses, but I just think if there is that effort to make Polito more alive, it could really help push that shift of maybe lagging in the city and people just always staying in the city because
There's
that's where the
stuff to
crime
get
is
people up
centered and
north
everything. I feel
occasionally, but
like
there's nothing that
that
keeps them
all
there.
could
Yeah.
really
I
help
think
people,
truly part of it is that
just
there's
spread
no
out more.
one
I would
who
love to
wants
see,
to make
troopers
being
more
up
up
north like
and Polito and BCSO
they're
up more north, and then just everyone kind of
no
spreading
one
out a
no
bit
one
more
wants
instead
to
of just
like live
concentrating
up there,
everything
right?
so
Because you
much in the
can't.
city. More crime in Polito, more just different things to just spread things out. Like we really need a food business back in Polito. We really do. And just more effort just to have stuff up there, because it's really isolating when there's a group of us that do hang up there like actively almost every single day. There's a good group and there's people that come up, but that's the only real business
It's
that's really open. That and Bikes R Us, like, and I feel
it's almost like it's not even a build it and they will come
but I
situation.
appreciate
It's
you guys,
just
what you guys
like
are doing. Like,
people just
absolutely,
won't
it's
come.
amazing. The server looks beautiful. Like, I have a good computer, so I don't really have an issue. But I feel like that could really help a lot of people. Just spreading things out more up there and everything.
Yeah. And then we haven't really gotten there yet, but like in a topic that
Bring
we have
back
upcoming,
Mecca,
we are talking
no.
about changes that are coming.
People live in
But
no
I'll just
man's land outside of
say,
cities
just because
IRL
you brought
because
it
it's
up and I don't
cheaper
want
primarily.
to forget,
Yeah.
and I want you to hear
Like
it. That
if I could get a house
there
in
are businesses
Polito
that are
for
approved that
like
are going to move up there. I
$9
don't just include about the
tax,
food businesses, but
actually
um,
make
yeah,
free housing in
yeah, well,
Sandy
something
and
coming
Polito.
closer.
That's it.
We were definitely
Period.
looking at that. Definitely like a gym, because we want people to go back up
Yes.
there. We were
I want to
sad
work
to
out
see
now
Pops
that we
come
can
down.
work out. Yeah, like if
Yeah,
even work
yeah,
out stuff up there, like people would hang out now that you have to work out to keep it up. Like we'll be hanging at the gym, having gym culture up there.
yeah. That's
I
true.
love that RP outside of crime. Like my
Yeah,
character kind of is this left crime and stuff. So like with
yeah,
music and everything, like I just would love to see more reasons to just have even non-crime RP, just that pure RP of hanging out with your friends and going to the gym up there, going to the restaurant up there, getting your car fixed down the road, and having that like
yeah,
life of just even calm life up there with everyone and stuff. So it's not just too isolated. Because I mean, all the houses are pretty much bought up. People live up there, but we just all
yeah.
travel to the city.
No, you're totally right. Yeah, I wrote down a couple of things that you said about potential. And like I said, like the businesses, like food businesses that exist, you have the opportunity to talk to the COC about
Mhm.
moving up there. We are always trying to offer that, but it is hard because you want to have a base of
Yeah.
people to actually want to go up there. But hopefully more people take advantage of it. We do have some ideas cooking though.
Yeah,
I would
for
like to see
sure.
Polito get fleshed out for sure.
Oh my gosh, it used to be so busy with the MCs and everything. Like just seeing so many
Yeah,
people that would party up there and have a good time. Like I just would love to see Polito come alive again. Thank you.
me too. Yeah. Do you have anything else?
Just that I appreciate what you guys are doing. I have a lot of fun with the stuff going on, the updates and stuff. So just hope there's more stuff for Polito soon. But appreciate you guys.
Yeah. Thank you, Sage. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Weasel News on top.
Weasel. That's the wrong thing. I bought the wrong thing.
Okay.
Where's
So
my
that's all the
sniper?
time we're gonna allot for the recent update and releases. Um, let's see. What was our next topic? Let me look. I kind of want to combine this with another topic, but we'll just go with it. We've okay, there's been a lot that's happened since the last meeting, right? But here recently, Blas and I have taken a lot more how do I want to say this? Thinking, sorry. We've taken a lot of steps to try to get ourselves more engaged with some of the complaints that are had about things that are happening in character. So we it is not uncommon for like myself or Aaron to kind of get blasted in character whenever we're around because people have questions, they have concerns about things with their player-owned business or the EMS or the PD or who knows what, right? All of the things that are happening in character that we don't really have a method of talking about. Flaws and I have taken a more proactive stance on these things. In the past couple of months, I would say there's been the most significant changes would be to, I guess, the COC and to EMS. The COC went through some changes. Kind of, this is more like an out of character thing, I would say. If you have a player owned business or you work for a player owned business, it can. I mean, you'll have the experience of knowing that it has been pretty rough to get some changes pushed for your
Yeah.
business. Like we're pretty good about setting up times for like our specific food items to go through for like Halloween or Pride Month is coming up, right? So everyone has submitted their Pride items for their business changes. So, but we identified that there was like kind of an issue of disconnect between other requests, not so much those little like temporary ones being made. And sometimes they're requested to get made and then they would go stagnant until there was a developer who took it on. Sometimes a developer would take on a task and then, or they'd volunteer to take on a huge project, but then they wouldn't be able to see it through. Some things would come up. We'd be working on bigger updates, those kinds of things. So to kind of combat those issues, we've put in some changes to the structure to make it so that Flaws specifically is more involved in the requests that are being made to the player-owned businesses as a developer because if he has like a clear outline of what the business needs are, it's really easy for him
We
to
have
sit down
tried to
and
open a
knock those
food
out. And this
business
way
in
he has like
Polito,
a
and
more
we were
direct line
told
of
no,
communication with the people making the
no,
requests.
no
Stuff like
right
that.
at construction part because the current ones are
This
struggling and
direct
don't
line
want
with
to be added
the businesses that
competition.
are upcoming has helped, and we're kind of like fleshing out those ideas. So there are some businesses coming to Polito for instance.
I do kind of
and
agree that
otherwise.
we kind of are
So
at like
that's some changes that were made.
we're kind of at
And then
capacity when it
also
comes
there's been changes to
to
EMS, obviously.
food establishments, like just pure
That
food
came
establishments. We're
more with like
kind
the spring
of
update when we had like the whole health system kind of get moved. That was a complete change, but I feel like in every single feedback form that we released, or anytime we would get feedback, there was always a lot of opinion. Let's say there's a lot of opinion that people have about EMS and the fear that some people had with like the me role play system that was in place for like the past 5 years. Um, and those kinds of things. So with the spring update, it moved more to a mechanic type system. There's like a health system that they can use items on to do the healing. It's less reliant upon slash me this, slash me that. It's a lot less intensive on the player who may not have medical knowledge.
Yeah,
But it
the
still
new
leaves
medical
that
system is
opportunity for you
so
to
good.
continue with that if you want to, if you enjoy that kind of role play and stuff like that. Um, so there's like a whole leadership change that happened there that was overseen by us. And we've seen and we've heard really good things from this, to be honest. There's about 55
Hey,
members
team.
in the
Thank you
EMS
for the
now. There's
follows, by the way.
basically always EMS on duty. And it's been huge. It's been like really nice to see. And we're very happy about it. So there's some like nice things that have come
Holy,
from
I have
some
a billion
structural changes,
DMs.
I would say. Yeah. There have been EMS on duty. And pharmacists now too. Yeah, of course. DOC made their own changes. That wasn't really, but yeah, there have been changes, of course, in DOC and also SASP structures, of course. But we're mostly excited about there being a lot of EMS around now. Yes, LSPD on top, we know. Okay. Let me scroll down here to something else. Does anybody have anything that they want to discuss about? I mean, there's not really much to discuss there because all we did was talk about the structural changes of EMS and COC. Anyone have anything that they'd like to add on that? Sure. I've invited you, Simba.
Yeah, no,
What's up?
The fact that people think that you can't still slash
I just came up
me
here to say that I'm in a petition to remove taxes.
That has nothing to do with the topic that
I know. I'm sorry.
we're talking
I just
about.
wanted to say that.
And can you just do it after?
Yeah.
When we go to open floor.
All right. I appreciate you guys and have a good one.
Okay.
That's
right. And if
all
you're
right.
Okay. Taxes are an in-character thing, you guys. Come on. Are we serious? Oh my gosh.
I mean, I'm just gonna be honest. The people who prefer to take Nancy will always prefer to take Nancy because they don't want to role play. Change my mind.
Thank you. So this is actually because EMS has discussed it. I've heard things, just not just small discussions. And since it's on the topic of EMS, we have PD dogs. Like I heard a discussion about like search and rescue, maybe therapy with the dog. Is there any way we can look into that?
That's like something that the EMS can come up with in character and kind of like flesh out the ideas for that. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong
it's
with
already being talked about and discussed. There's already certain plans for certain things that we are talking about possibility of stuff. So
oh, that's
Thank
fun.
You, Piper.
All right. Do you have any other?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Cool. Thank you, Jack.
Another way to clean money would be great. Echo Rides has never used cleaning money currently. True. Cleaning money through legal jobs would be really nice.
There we go.
Hello. Welcome.
Hi. Just because new businesses were mentioned.
Sure.
Oh boy.
I was wondering if there's any things that I could do as like an individual to help with trying to get at least not necessarily speed up the process, but help get things to move along. I know on my end I have a business that's currently being worked on. I have an idea as to what I want, but obviously because there's no actual thing for it, it would need dev work to be done on it. So is there anything that I could do to assist in trying to get businesses and such to kind of get put on the server a little bit sooner, or is it just a sort of try and be patient and good things will happen?
So you're with Nature's Haven stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I think the best thing that we can do, because I'm at least aware of the business. I specifically don't know what the development requirements are for your business to get implemented, if it's like an MLO or we're waiting for like the business system or what kind of changes. So if what we can do is in your channel in the Discord for the COC or your ticket, I guess is the best way, just to kind of outline the things that we need. I think that we went through and asked, but it's probably been a while since we've checked. There's been other things we've been working on. And that's a lot on us. It's not a lot on you. It's not like you're holding us up. It's like we are held up. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So if
that makes sense.
yeah. So if you can just tell us like the rundown of where you really need to start from, and probably Letty can help with that because I know that she's also involved in the Nature Haven business. Um, then it's as long as it's like packaged in a way that is very easy for us to understand, like I need an MLO and this is the MLO that we need and this is where it goes and these are the functions that my business is going to have, like not to like air out your business so someone steals it or whatever, but you know the things that your business offers, the easiest simplest way to have that lined out, what you need the script to do, those kinds of things.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you just outline, but there's no like fast track way to really say. It's really hard to tell. I have to. It's hard to map out what the dev work looks like for the day. We sit down and we look at like things that are like we try to prioritize, but we are setting time aside to specifically look at the player owned businesses that are pending because we're trying to get those open. You guys have been pending for a while before we even looked into how long you were there. You know what I mean? So
yeah, like I said, I'm not trying to sound
Yeah.
like I'm complaining or anything. I'm just seeing what
you're
I
Oh,
can
I
do to
lost the
help
game
and,
because I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
you know,
Lamau.
release some stress off of you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, we can probably just look specifically at Nature
Thanks,
Haven
Key. I
and
just
see
want to let
what
you
it is that
know
we
it's
need
also
to
my business.
do.
Okay.
And
There's
we're
a
ready to
reason I'm
start, and
being
then
quiet
I'll
about
let
this
you know.
one.
We can like work through that together.
Okay.
Cool.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Have any other questions?
Lane
nothing else comes to mind.
Lane was
Okay.
one of the
Well, thank you.
main
Appreciate
like
it.
idea men behind
you.
it. I'm the co-owner of it.
I thought I
Whenever it
saw that
actually
again. Let me-
exists.
Okay, Taco. I've invited you. In relation to the COC or EMS changes, Taco, you have something to talk about?
I heard just quickly mentioned about the gym. I had a suggestion real fast. You know how you will start working out and you see like yourself getting fatigued over time. I was thinking, what if when you start to get blurry vision, what if it was based off of how fatigued you are? That makes sense.
This
and I just thought that would be
feels like a
a
nothing
way of
burger.
people who
I'm
work
not gonna
out
lie,
can
team.
get a sense to how fatigued they are without having to check every now and then, and it'll also be a little more immersive and things. I just heard Jem mentioned earlier, like Polito and stuff.
I guess I'm confused. Sorry. So you're talking about when you get fatigued from using the gym, you would like there to be like a visual indicator that you're
Well,
fatigued by
yeah,
having
there
blurry
like
vision?
already is one currently, but it's just kind of random. So it's like as soon as you start working out for like less than a second, you just start blacking out practically. And I'm like, I'm already like this intense. You know, if somebody in real life was having a workout and they already felt real bad or whatever that quick, I'd be like, probably need to see a doctor or something. And so it's just like
Gotcha.
a way of implementing it for immersion, but also for people who do work out, then you can kind of see it as well. That makes sense.
Yeah,
Visually.
I think I get what you're getting at. Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
just a quick suggestion. That's all.
No, I get it. All right. Anything else?
No, that was legitimately it.
I would say have more of
Alright,
an
well, thank you.
animation over visual screen effect. Yeah, that's I
Fujimura, is this about the COC or EMS? I invited you to have to
What's
accept
good?
it. Yeah, what's
No, it's
good?
not about like EMS or anything.
What's
I
it
mean,
about?
I was kind of like, was gonna talk about like petty crime.
What?
Like petty crime.
Can you wait until we get to open floor?
Sorry, what?
Can you wait until we get to the open floor afterwards?
No, nah. You chill about that. Yeah, go on.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll come back up afterwards, okay?
Fuji.
All right. Petty crime later. All right. Any DJ Stone. All right, come on up.
Okay, I just wanted to ask a question real quick. Is there
Right.
any chance in the future that criminals could be able to own like small businesses?
No. Probably not. Maybe if you suggest it, but
Because I got a really good idea I wanted to put in feedback, so I just wanted to ask beforehand.
Okay. Why don't you suggest it? I don't want to say no for sure because
bring up the EMS taking the train to work. You're gonna get it back.
can
It
outline.
wouldn't be like it wouldn't be a sort of business where the criminal could just make like an exponential amount of money and just like be a felon and only or like make a ton of legal money. You know what I'm saying? Like it would be something small.
Yeah. It depends on what it is and what it would be. I think that there's always been some discussion about
Nothing is
implementing
ever small, yeah.
criminal elements into player businesses.
It
for that
does
aspect,
it does
obviously.
seem like a character
Right,
development
like money
moment.
laundering. Yeah, people have asked for that, but it is one of those things for civs that we have the player-owned businesses. So it really would depend because if you could be a criminal and own a business, then what's the point of being a civilian? You know?
Right. Yeah, that
Yeah.
makes sense. Alrighty, yeah, that was pretty much all I needed to ask.
All right, no worries. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you.
All right. Looks like that's everybody on the recent structural changes, COCE. Okay. All right, I lied because someone just raised their hand. Is this about COC and EMS?
Yeah. So it's
Alright,
kind of about overall.
Oh Lord,
and
they're
it's kind
always
of like
so
a
loud.
solution type point of view. Would it be
Sorry.
possible to, for example, in Polito, to get more people to go up, and even to create a demand for EMS in Polito, to have it so
How?
like that hospital only sells special items, kind of like the mechanic shops
Okay.
and food joints around the city?
So you mean like the Polito Bay hospital would sell specific items? So you have to go to that one to get it?
Yeah, it's where then it creates a demand for more of a population flow up north.
It's definitely something that we can discuss.
Wonderful. All right.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm writing it down. Have unique items. Thank you.
Of course.
All right. Okay, I think we're officially done. EMS, COC, structural changes.
Polito only sells burn kits, Lamau.
Only burn kits. Okay, write that down, Zeke, because you just got a customer. Clearly. All right. So this topic is mostly going to be about rule updates, role expectations. Sorry, I said that weird. Rule updates and role play expectations. Just something that we kind of need to go over slightly. So I'm not sure how much people will want to add to this topic, but we'll see. So since the last meeting, basically, we have done quite a bit of rule changes. Obviously, the rules are always visible, EchoRP.net/rules. We try to clarify those as much as we can to have there not be too many gray areas. However, like
Moving
a lot of our
locations
rules
every
have
so
to
many
operate in that
days would be
gray
good
area.
too.
So there's no feasible way for us to
Yeah.
outline every single specific example that we can think of low quality roleplay because people are really creative and we see new examples of that every day. And they'll do something that we never would have thought of, but it's just really not something that should be encouraged in roleplay. Do you know what I mean? So it's really hard to outline what you can't do, more so to make the rules as covering as possible to maybe you try to focus on not doing these things. But just to kind of like do a slight rundown of some things that have changed, there's been if not everyone here does gang roleplay, but there's been quite a few changes to gang roleplay in regards to like block pushes and recordings and things like that. So you'll be familiar with those. And we've included more thorough explanations on the 5-man rule. We've made adjustments to which jobs are affected by which cooldown lengths. There's been adjustments to taxing objectives, limitations to taxing objectives, or removal of some of those rules. And we did some adjustments to the paranormal characters, which I think also included like our serial killer characters and those kinds of things.
No Tinder,
so there's been some
please.
changes
Jesus.
there. I don't think we really need to go into that too much. But like I said, the rules are always visible on our website, and we are as thorough as we can be on without limiting ourselves to exact expectations for rule breaks. That's just not feasible. It's not realistic.
No, I don't want to join this.
However, something that I wanted to mention in case you're new here, or maybe you just forgot, is if the rules are ever not clear, we also do have a bulletin board channel under the EchoRP section. And in there, we have covered a couple of topics more specifically, including like how hostages should behave, how hostage takers should behave, even things like speeding, just like basic roleplay expectations for a normal person in the server. Those are in the bulletin board channel. If you read through there and you're confused by some rules, it's perfectly okay to open a ticket and to ask us questions. Like, ask us if we can explain the expectation better than it is there, and maybe we'll update the rules as well. Give me just a second here. Okay. So that's just something that I wanted to discuss with you guys. Was a reminder about the bulletin board channel and the rules. Something else I'd like to move into here is the expectation that we have
People
of
break up and
just
already dating 1 week or
in
less
general
later.
role
Yeah.
playing. I'm not sure if we have a lot of very new players here, or people maybe you've invited some of your friends to come here recently. We have been spending a considerable amount of time here in the past couple of weeks trying to look at the new, like brand new players experience.
I'll
It's been a
remove the
long
negative
time
one, but I
since I've
agree
been
with
a
that
new
negative
player.
one.
Like Scarlett and other people who have spoken here today, it's been a long time since we've logged into the server and had to figure everything out. Like, we understand the meta, we understand, like where food businesses are and those kinds of things. But it's really hard for me to pull myself out of all the things that I've learned over my 5 years here and be like, what is it actually like if you have never
I don't
played
think
Echo
Honeydew
before? You log
understands
in
how the Terry
and you
Frisk
have bread
works.
and water in your pocket, and now what do? You know what I mean? So we've been spending a lot of time trying to figure out what that new player experience is like and how underwhelming or overwhelming it is and how hard it is to get started. So we've been engaging with in conversation rather with a couple of people who have gone through this experience pretty recently, with no friends, right? Like, these are people who didn't get invited here by anyone. They're literally starting brand new, fresh. And a lot of feedback that we've received from them is that it's actually hard to just get an interaction. Like, it's
Yes.
hard for them to get anyone to just actually engage with them. And then it's really kind of like frustrating and demoralizing to just get people to respond to you even sometimes. And it's hard to get people to teach you how to do anything that isn't crime related. There's been clicky is a word that people have used. Yeah. It's really frustrating and it's really like disheartening to hear. There are situations that have been described to us where they're asking for help on how to do like a civilian job, right? And they're like, no, you shouldn't do that. You should just come do crime,
Yeah, for real. It's kind of
It's
crazy.
really hard for people here. So I guess this is just kind of a reminder for everybody here that I understand that some of us have been in this community for a very long time, and that we know the ins and outs. But remember what it was like to be a brand new player and knowing nothing, not having anyone to talk to. It is a very basic rule and expectation on our server that you provide roleplay to every player that you run into. Every single person.
There's 2 people in city who
I
really
mean,
come
there should
around.
be
Getting
no manner
interactions
of
is
refusing to
insanely
roleplay with
difficult.
somebody
People don't
that
want to
you
talk to you
just
unless
met.
you need a
That doesn't
hostage.
make sense.
Real.
So this is kind of like a reminder to everyone that you're here to roleplay. You are established in your roleplay. This person is not. You should be wanting to help them. You should want to, engage with these people no matter what's happening. If they're asking you a question or if they're like, it doesn't matter. This is we have a bulletin board post about this yes and mentality, right?
Yep.
Just roleplay, you guys. So it's just something I'm sure that other people will raise their hand and extrapolate upon this point, but it's something that we specifically have been looking into. And this is something that we're going to have to probably start punishing or at least having conversations with people. If we're getting reports that a person came up to you and you're literally just airing them out because you don't want to engage with them because they're new, that's not roleplay, you guys. Do you know what I mean? We shouldn't be gatekeeping any experience or any roleplay or interaction from other people. It's just not fun. It's a very basic expectation. You're here, you're role playing, period. Okay. So we're going to move on from that, but we can discuss. This is still part of the big topic. Okay. I just have other things. Help our new people. Yes. Thank you. Also wanted to talk about not providing role play to two specific entities. Okay. We're talking about EMS and we're talking about DOC. Because for whatever reason, role play seems to die for some people when they're injured or when they get jailed. This is really hard for EMS right now because we have
Any
so
chance
many
Flaw's
EMS
ever
people.
gonna speak up and wondering what is?
Yeah,
he spoke at the beginning. He's a man of few
really
words.
well. There's a lot of them active on duty and things.
if you're asking what his voice
So
sounds
it's
like,
really
I
disheartening
believe
when there are
he is
multiple
Indian.
EMS
I
in
don't
the
want to.
lobby
I
of
don't
EMS
want to
or
like
of pillbox.
imply
Multiple people in the
anything,
lobby,
but I
and then
believe
you're choosing to not interact with the 3 or 4 people that are there and go to Nancy. It doesn't make sense, you guys. And so you have to think about it from a staff perspective that
And by
you're here
Indian,
to
I
role
mean
play,
from
you're here to
India.
engage in role play. So there's ways that we could handle that from our perspective, right? If you're choosing not to role play, that could just be like a talking to, a warning, a punishment of some kind. We could punish the player in character by increasing the bill that you have to pay if you go to Nancy versus
Clauses,
seeing an
I
EMS.
believe so.
Or you could just take the
I
initiative
do
to
not know
actually just roleplay
100%. I do
when you're
not
on the
wish
server.
to
You know what I mean?
imply, infer,
So this is like
whatever,
the
right?
conversation.
But I
This is
believe.
the opportunity where you guys should just not be utilizing Nancy instead of role playing with the active EMS in the room. That doesn't even make sense. But we'll look into other options if we have to, you know? And when it comes to Bolingbroke, like being in the prison when you're jailed, we get reports often, unfortunately, about just low quality interactions happening. And I know people are going to say that I'm frustrated. My character is frustrated because they were sent to prison. Like, why would I want to behave? That's fine. There's a difference between misbehaving in prison and providing role play, or not providing role play. So there are some people who will be jailed and they will refuse to interact with any of the DOC or other inmates or short timers that are there. Okay. Like they're just doing the jobs and not speaking because they're trying to get out as, as quickly as possible. And that's not really fair to the people who are choosing to spend their role play time in prison as DOC or as lifers or other short timers that are there. You know what I mean? Your role play expectation does not stop because your character has been jailed. I hope that that makes sense. And other low quality situations, like just running up to a DOC to punch them and then go run for the clipboard to sign out. That doesn't make sense. You know, like it's a little bit expected for your character to be frustrated at the system, but you can't be engaging in roleplay that doesn't make sense or is so poor that it's unenjoyable for everybody else around you. You can still roleplay in the prison while you're doing dishes, while you're like delivering clothes. Okay. Stuff like that. So there's those. Something else that I wanted to talk about, and then I'll open up for hands, is this is a staff change. I'm not gonna get like too crazy in depth with this, but just something that I'd like to
they come
share
from both
with you all is that
ways?
internally we have staff meetings every month. So we've had a lot of discussions with our team about like punishment guidelines and when like how we're handling tickets and report tickets that come in or things that we're seeing because staff members have an expectation to a certain degree that when you see something happening in character you're either reporting it or you're taking care of it, right? Because we want people here to engage in high quality role
There's
play
2
for
million
everyone to
food
enjoy and
places,
have a
restaurants,
good
and
time.
bars around city, places
So
get meal, but there's never anyone there. True.
we have made some adjustments on our end.
It would be fun to go to Soul City one day.
Adjust our guidelines, I would say, is the
You
best
guys
way to
always
say this.
come
We
out
have
and
like
show
a
support. I'm a big
guideline
fan of
of
that.
what kind of rule breaks are worth what kind of ban lengths, I guess, or warnings or conversations or whatever. So we have made some adjustments on our end to be a little bit more forgiving of context, to be a little bit more willing to engage in discussion about why something shouldn't be done versus just banning you for it. Because a lot of times, to a player's credit, when they are punished for something, whether I'm pulling you into a ticket and telling you, hey, don't do that, or I'm removing your ability to join the server for a week, the impact is the same. You know that you shouldn't do it. And so you probably won't do it again. And you may not need to be removed from the server for a period of time to do that. And so that is discussions that are happening within my team, our team, sorry. And so we are taking those things to heart. Now, to be clear, those discussions are happening internally with the staff team. It's not up to you as a player who has broken a rule to tell us that you will not do it again. So don't ban this. It depends on the situation, right? But what I'm saying is they have different criteria. We're being a lot more forgiving and understanding of context and impact of what a actual like ban will do versus what a warning would do. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's that is some changes that we've made on our end. So we're looking forward to see the impact of that as well. Because ultimately, we just want people to be here to abide the rules, yes, but to have fun and to be able to engage in the server without, um, breaking rules and being
Bracelet with a
removed for
curfew.
prolonged periods of time.
What the hell? They took away my pool for a second.
Okay. So those are a couple of things we talked about. We talked about some roleplay expectations with EMS, DOC, new players, punishment guidelines, and rule updates and changes. I'll start accepting hands, unless, Flaws, you have anything else you'd like to add to this topic?
No, I think you got it all.
Perfect. Okay. I'll accept hands. Let me look. Okay. Let me start my stopwatch so we're not here for too long.
Right.
So sorry, guys. 1 second. Okay, go ahead. Hi. Welcome.
Oh, hi, yes.
Hi.
God. Sorry, I keep getting a phone call. Okay, so I wanted to ask is, in terms of roleplay expectations, when it comes to giving out information and helping out new players, I'm all for that. I'm always down to help. But and I know a lot of people might have a mixed feeling regarding what information to give out to somebody, especially when it's criminally related, right? Some people say, "Oh, I don't know you," and role play that seriousness of being in a gang, and you need to be really tight and have the connection to give out that information. And then some other people hands out a shit ton of information, let's say, like it's candy. At what point do
Yeah.
we draw that line? And because like personally, I'd like to get to know somebody to see like if my character trusts this person, and then develop a relationship with that person before really giving out the location of how to do, let's say, coke or
Yeah.
any type of deep kind of crime, right? So
Right.
at what point do we draw the line where it becomes low quality and it just negatively impacts? Because like at that point, I'll be very honest. I'm not really an old player here. I've been here for about less than a month,
Yeah.
and I already managed to know how to do quite a bit of things that would normally I'd expect that would take me at least like 2 months to do.
Yeah.
Um,
That definitely happens for sure. But we typically leave this up to the criminal role players to control. So realistically, hopefully, we would expect people to not give away everything. When I played my crim character, what I would do is I would sell the information, or I would allow them to give it to me, and I would charge them for me to do the criminal element for them before I taught them how to do it, before I showed them how to do it. That's just me. I'm not like a huge criminal player, to be fair.
right.
But
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, we
Yep.
kinda leave that up to people. You weren't here for it necessarily, but, there was a period of time where we had to keep resetting cargo because we do allow police to do investigations, we do allow people to snitch to the PD, so if you're giving out the information to everybody who asks for it, it's gonna get found out by PD, it will get shut down and moved eventually. So for a while there was a lot of, there was a lot more, involved with the criminal minds keeping things to themselves. Um,
Absolutely.
but yeah, so we really leave it up to them. But if, genuinely, if it is like a specific person who's just like giving it out to everybody for no reason and we think it's low quality, you can report it and we could discuss it or with them of like why this maybe isn't a good thing to do. It's hard for us to control 350 people at once because they're gonna
Of
tell
course.
whoever they want.
No,
Yeah.
100%, 100%.
Yeah.
Thank you for that answer. It gave me like a better clarity of like, because like I don't want to be, I just didn't want the idea to
Yeah.
be like, oh, I'm gatekeeping and I don't want to help anybody and want to keep things tight. But at the same time, it's like, what
Yeah.
classifies as giving it out like
There's a
candy to
huge
a point where
grinder
it's like low
mentality in the
quality, and
city.
what gives it to a point where it's
100%.
actually like decently balanced. And I guess the answer is like control it, use your best discretion.
Yeah.
As a okay, perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what you should do. It makes sense for you to want to safeguard something that you need to use, right? If we're talking about money laundering, you want to be able to run your notes and your rolls and your stacks and everything. So why would you give that to someone who could jeopardize that for you? So it makes sense
Absolutely.
for you to be guarded.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Another one last point related to this topic is the ticketing, or like when we file a report.
Yeah.
So when it comes to that, what is your opinion about maybe a little bit more I wouldn't say transparency, but a little bit more information of what happens to, let's say, reported member or reported party given to the player who is reporting a certain person, right? Because like, for example, I've, let's say, reported somebody and I was told that it was being dealt with, but I don't expect to know like all the details of what happens, but I'd like maybe a glimpse of what actually like happened or what to expect moving on from that person or from that reported party would be a nicer idea. Maybe like anything really, except then leaving me out of the water. Like, okay, like this is being dealt with. What can I expect from this? Like, is my report valid? Is my report invalid? Do I continue making? Because like, don't get me wrong, I don't know if my last, let's say, report was actually impactful or meaningful, and I don't want to maybe waste staff resources by continually reporting somebody for, let's say, X reason if it's not really uh meaningful or valid, right? So is there a possibility that we can get more information or more feedback to when we actually file a report on somebody?
I think that's a very valid question, and I can understand the want for that. It's a little concerning from our end. Okay, let me explain why. So let's say that I report a person for what I consider to be a rule break, and then the staff looks into it, and there's a whole lot of context. There's a whole lot of like information going into it. They've had like a huge, thorough, like educational discussion with them about why this wasn't acceptable. But the staff doesn't feel like that person should be banned. But I feel I was wrong. That person should be banned. I reported this person. That person needs to be gone for 30 days, you know? So it's really hard for us to like to tell me, "Hey, we looked into this situation, but we decided not to issue a ban." Usually what the staff will say is, "We're looking at this issue. Thanks for reporting it. It's been dealt with," or "We have taken the appropriate or the action that we felt was appropriate." Um, to try to mitigate exactly what happened because some people, unfortunately, will go out and be like, "I got this person banned." Like, they'll brag about it. It becomes like a point of pride that they got somebody in trouble. So usually we tend to keep it as brief as possible of like, "Hey, thanks for reporting it. We took the appropriate action that we thought was good." But we always do our diligence on the other end to let them know, "This is the rule that you broke," or we should be, I guess, rather, "This is the rule that you broke. This is how we expect the situation to go if there was one," or this could have been a rule break if it went further. We try to be thorough in our discussions. That is the expectation that we have. I'm not gonna say it happens 100% of the time, but, it's hard. It's a little bit I can understand the desire for it. I do have concerns about giving specific information, but we could honestly probably do better to let you know that the information that you gave us was valid and it was helpful, and it led us to the conclusion of whatever we did, you know? Is that kind
Absolutely.
of okay.
And no, absolutely, and I totally understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, like I think you hit the nail on the cross. Like, just like letting know whether or not the report was valid, because
Yeah.
like I'm trying to, especially if if it's a server where people feel like it is genuinely like their second home and they
Yeah.
really enjoy it and want to keep the server going the right direction, they want to feel like they're making a difference, right? And that's how I
Yeah.
think of it, at least.
No,
But
that's very
that's
valid.
pretty. No, thank you for your response again and transparency. I'll be waiting for the topic to bring up the degen stuff,
Perfect,
or
thank
about
you.
the degen hours. Thank
That's
you.
great. You're welcome. Alright. We have sorry, I tabbed out to Spotify. Sage, come back up.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
I wasn't sure if I was able to skirt back around to one of the earlier comments made about like the group stuff and people like RP in the city and stuff like that.
Okay, sure.
So I definitely can agree with like kind of the comments or like stuff in the actually uh the comments about kind of like feeling like it's hard for new players also to kind of meet new people and stuff in the city. I
Yeah.
definitely, even as someone who's been here since like 2020, it wasn't always like this, but I know recently it seems like it's been like this where, unless you're really with your certain friend groups, it can even be hard to like find anyone to hang out with. Even if I'm like,
True.
if my friends aren't around and I'll be going around to look to hang out with people, I'll go to
True.
different places. And sometimes it can be really hard to kind of like find people to vibe with or
Yeah.
people that are kind of wanting to hang out with you and stuff like that. And sometimes like I feel like unless my friends are around, I just might have to log out. because there's really no one hanging out. There's nobody hanging out at Legion anymore. There's no people really hanging out unless they're out at like a mech shop or something, or they're on the block. And I feel like the RP in the server has really gone away from
True.
RP, and it's really kind of turned into gang stuff, crime stuff. What's the best way to make bank? What's the best way to do, this? And I won't lie, there's issues where like even gangs, some gangs don't even have their members show up unless they're like fighting, and people don't even care to show up unless they're making sure that they get their guns, that they if their people are banned, they just don't show up and they get all iffy about it. And that I feel like there's such a huge issue with like people constantly getting banned, because I feel like the demographic is really starting to get more people that are coming in just wanting to shoot. And I remember when I came in back, like even before like you owned the server, Astrid, like back in like 2020, like we used to have like, now obviously the server was smaller, but the community stuff in city, right? There was just more, I feel like there was more sense of a protection of the idea of RP, but now it's really turned into, what can I do for petty crime? What can I do for the biggest crime? I've done every single crime in the city. What else can you guys add to the server to keep it lively? And it's like, there's something so special about Echo, because you see sometimes when people leave, a lot of people end up coming back because they really like the community that we have here. I just feel like the community has definitely gotten away from the RP, because people are so ready to report each other. People are so ready to just like be toxic with each other, and it just really tore, I feel like, at the seams of what RP is for the community, because you shouldn't have to tell people constantly like, well, find out an RP, or people are like, well, wait, I want to, get the best thing about this stuff from this gang, or, people are doxing each other for stuff on the server. And it's just like, it used to never be like that. And it's really crazy that people are even talking about, let's do a point system for being banned and da 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 da. Like, being banned from a server should not be like, okay, I'll just come back and do it again anyways. Like, it's just so weird. And I feel like it's creating this low key, like toxic situation where like staff kind of get thrown into having to do all these different jobs of like babysitting everyone for like the drama that's going on in the server. And you guys shouldn't have to do that. You guys aren't getting paid to do that. But like at the same time, we're like just trying to come enjoy stuff on the server. And as someone who's been here for almost
Before I
5
left, and even
years,
then it was so much.
literally,
True,
like,
I agree.
I don't know what's going on with it, because I would love to just go hang out with people again at different places. I don't want to go to the gym and constantly know that like I'm gonna, get kidnapped for something constantly, or people are just gonna treat me like trash. Like, even people used to have more respect for like, you know, the idea of like how you treat your hostages and everything like that.
Dude.
So it's just like, if you're really focusing on RP, you're likely not going to get banned. If you focus on like communication, like you're not going to get banned. Like, people don't talk to each other anymore, and people are just ready to shoot and everything. And it's just like, yeah, like someone noted the concept of fly in five. Like, literally, people just have people in their groups just to fly in. People are inviting their friends to the server just to fight, just to be better than each other, and just to make money. And so when people like, and I feel like those people are causing the server to, or everyone else who comes here to RP, to be penalized. And that's what pushes out some of our best role players. And it has kind of over time. And I hate seeing that, because like, I've literally sat here and watched this server change and stuff. And I love it. I love RPing here. I play her actively. Like,
I
and I
know,
still want to see us lose like that community, because people just don't want, they just want to fight each other. They just want to shoot, like, and it's just gang stuff, crime stuff related. And crime's great. Like, my character used to do crime, but I got tired of it because people started gatekeeping stuff, like, and people don't want to talk to unless you're super popular with this, or you're in this certain group, or you work these certain jobs. Like,
Yeah.
it
It's a
just
lot of
seems like
ego
it's,
stuff.
yeah. And I just feel like people really need to like, instead of asking what's the next thing for crime going to be added, it's like, what are you going to do to hang out with people on the server? Because that's what it
Right.
should be about.
No, I
Sorry, that was
think
a lot of
everything you're
yapping, but
saying, no, no, I don't think any of what you said was yapping. I think everything you said was very valid. I
like,
think
that's
that
the
resonates a
reason we don't
lot.
have streamers too. Like, I feel like, because people don't want to stream on the server if like, and I'm not saying like that, like maybe, but that's just my like interpretation, is because like, why would I want to RP on the server when there's people who are going to dox me, or go report me in server, or go take everything in character, what they're learning from my stuff, because that's just
Yeah.
kind of the mentality that's starting to build with a lot of people. And I just think like that toxicity is what's like, it resonates in so many aspects. And I just feel like that's something that should really be addressed. Like, with RP, the quality, like, you should come here to wanna RP, not shoot people and then dip and onto like, arena.
No, no, I completely agree with everything that you're saying, Sage. I think that it resonates with a lot of people here, especially some of us who have been here for a long time. Like, I joined Echo in 2020 as well.
Mhm.
And it has changed a lot. the climate has changed. Like the majorities of people have changed. Like there was a while where
that's
we didn't have
crazy how
this
many
many gangs.
likes
We had
this
like 3
got.
gangs on the
Holy
server back in the
shit.
day, you know?
Yeah.
So things have changed a lot for sure. And I think that we try to cater to all the different groups that we have, but it does make other groups
Literally getting
suffer.
beefed
And
and
what
jumped
you
out by
said
thugs over
completely
friends trying to
about
talk. Exactly,
I
dude.
completely agree with you with what you said about if you're focusing on the role play that you're providing, you're not gonna be breaking rules. You know,
Right, yeah.
I think that's very real.
The communication before you shoot people and stuff, just different
Right.
stuff. I feel like it can really go back to like don't have that mentality of just you have to be in a gang to shoot and have all that. Like just have fun with it. Have fun with getting to know people. And like so many of the new people coming into the server really need that, like need that support to know like how to get in with these different groups. But I even as someone who's like try to talk to people, if Sage flat straightens her hair and goes somewhere, sometimes people won't recognize her and like they treat me like trash
Yeah.
too. And I'm like, that's so weird. Like, what do you like? I'm just trying to be nice or talk to you guys, but yeah.
Yeah. Wow. No, I think that what you're saying is right and very true. And I'd like for us to have a shift to where we're
Mhm.
focusing more on the quality of the role play that's being
Yeah.
given.
Even the
I
EMS and stuff too.
Oh, 100%. EMS, DSC. I have a nasty habit sometimes of pulling people in on tickets. People who are in gangs will know that a lot of times tickets wars will happen after gang wars. But a lot of the questions that stem from there are like, so what kind of role play are you guys engaging in? Where did
Yeah.
this start? Where did this come from? And I think that those things are very important.
And that's
Um,
what's impacted even like Weasel News RP because I feel like some people in the server don't even want to interact with us because they're so caught up even in like their own stuff and everything and even their like hostility sometimes toward the RP that like the news can even provide for like my
yeah.
other character Scarlet and stuff and I just feel like there's it's not even it just comes out of a place of like people are very in their groups. That's that. And I feel like even for Weasel to expand, we just want people to just be open to the fun of catching up with someone on the street or whatever. Just it's not real life. We're just here to have fun, have the goofiness, let the goofiness in, let the fun in, because that's what's going to create a positive environment. Like I said, there's no server
Mm,
like Echo. Flat
yeah.
out. No development the way that we have. The community is amazing. We have a huge music scene. Like there's so
Yeah.
much positive about this community. Just got to focus on the quality of the RP. But
No, I totally agree with you.
yeah.
Anything else you want to add? Anything else you want to spit?
Um, that's it right now. Yeah, that's all for me.
Okay. That's right. If you have
Thank
anything else,
you.
let us know. Thank you.
For
I
sure.
appreciate you. Okay. We have a lot of people who are raising their hands. Just to remind you, because people are asking, I know we've extrapolated on this topic for a bit. We've been at it for like at least 15 minutes already. But the topic that we're discussing is the rule updates and changes and the roleplay expectations of the server. Okay. So Aaron, since I'm gonna let you up, if that's the topic that you're willing to talk on, go ahead and accept the invitation to speak. Hello, welcome.
Are we not? I thought we were talking about the DOJ and like EMS. Are we not on that anymore?
We aren't, but
Oh, okay.
if it's brief, we can.
Yeah, it's super quick.
Sure.
It's just turning into
the only
customers
thing I was
robbed
gonna
to servers,
say was,
few civs get
bringing
caught
up,
in the
like, when you
crossfire.
said
True.
People aren't role playing with the EMS and they're going straight to Nancy or whatever.
Yes.
Talking about, you also like something about increasing the punishment by like maybe increasing the charge. Would
Yeah.
there be a way where like if EMS or if there's a certain amount of EMS personnel clocked in, Nancy could just be like not available for use or something like that, so that way we wouldn't have to ban people or not ban but punish people more for using Nancy.
Yes, I think it is possible to disable Nancy if there's EMS on duty. There are other options, right? It doesn't necessarily need to be that we're charging more money. It could be that Nancy takes longer. It could be that, also there are times where there's, what do they call these? I'm thinking mass casualty events, right? Like where there's a big shootout or something. And so sometimes the EMS are overwhelmed and they'll tell you, go ahead and take Nancy. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
just for your benefit.
Even if you could add in like if EMS themselves could deactivate her or activate her at a certain time.
Could be.
I think that would be better rather than because if we up the price on it, then it would still be punishing.
Nancy should
people
rob
even if
them like
EMS doesn't come, if that
grandma.
makes sense.
That's
that was
true.
the only thing I had.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
Thank you guys.
Oh, appreciate that. Thank you. There's some options that we can discuss with the EMS team for sure. Sorry, I'm just writing that down. I am doing handwritten notes. So, James Johnson. Yeah, we were talking about Grim as well, Lane. I saw that you mentioned that. We are in discussions with Grandma. Don't worry. James, can you unmute yourself?
Grandma.
If you're talking. Oh, he left. Okay, sorry. Maybe he'll fix it and come back. All right, next person is Slick.
Season.
You just have to accept the invitation, and then it'll let you on stage. For Jay. Okay, we'll skip him. Maybe he's not there. All right, Harper. You just have to accept the invitation. Hey, there you are.
Hey, thanks for that. Long time listener, first time talker. Just
Classic.
going to the new players.
Yes.
I had a couple of suggestions. Any chance we can do like a just to get more interaction down at Legion, like a monthly government-funded job fair where all the businesses show up, big interaction, free food and stuff like that, just so everyone can start mingling again, bringing more people down at Legion. Because even with my crim, it is very dead there. That was one suggestion I had. Second one, any chance to make the theory test for the driving easier? Because the main thing I came across when I was working as a lawyer, new players would come up to me and say, "We don't know how to pass it." I'd go there.
The theory
I'm
test
terrible
is
at it. I failed
actually
8 times.
crazy.
And it's like getting 12 people to show up just to pass it. So not even easier, just like a white paper so everyone can reference, hey, go to the government website, read the rules on the law, and it kind of tells us the answers so long as we do the research ourselves. Those are the
Yeah.
main two things for new players that
Yeah.
I was thinking about, especially the job fair.
No, I like that idea about the job fair. I know that happens like sporadically, and it's usually I think like Just Chillin', I think organized the last one. But I like the idea of it being more regular. I
Yeah,
think
if you
that's a
sit
good
in
point.
Legion, you'll just get taken hostage.
I wrote that one down. Also, we have heard complaints about the theory test. I saw someone. Yeah, it's quite hard. I remember like going with people and reading them out loud and trying to like lead the person to the right answer without just outright telling them what it was because it can be difficult. Maybe we can look into that again.
Right. Next time I'm
Yeah.
reaching out. Okay, great. Those were really my two suggestions. The third
Yeah.
one would be, bringing back private lawyer firms, but we'll talk about that another time.
Yeah, another time. I
Thanks so
appreciate
much.
it. Thank
No
you.
worries. Bye.
All right. And this one is JJ. I don't hate that idea of giving an indication of what they get wrong. I wrote that down.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. First off, it's great being back. I know I was gone for a while, but it's really important for everybody to take, time for themselves. We all are having fun in a community. It's super immersive.
Yeah.
In that time, I've been enjoying coming back. You were talking about new players, and we've been here since 2020.
3 to 5 different businesses get the same person working there on call.
That
True.
being said, I was gone for a year. There was a major update. There's been a lot of changes in the server. So when I came back, man, I'm gonna be honest. I could barely pull my phone out.
I don't think you should be limited the job, but you should be limited. You shouldn't be able to be a manager at 9 different businesses.
New experience feel. And I want to say the thing that I feel like would help a lot of new players.
Yeah, on-call businesses are just legal paycheck farming.
Is if we could get something on
the only exception is like maybe LA
for things in the city are static
or like Empire.
I feel like it would be very beneficial for the community if things like mechanic shops, food businesses, car dealerships, the bike shop.
I agree.
Would have
on call would make sense for like bursars because they can work from anywhere, right?
Into that job.
I see.
And when they're not anybody clocked into that job, it wouldn't be there. Now, some places like record labels, PD, the hospital, those need to stay static because they're very important. But I just feel like
businesses are
you
usually
just
filled with their friend group.
either you
I mean,
don't know to go to
I'll
the
be honest with
directory
you.
or the
Taco
new
Hut straight up
services
has a
app,
Nepo role that
or
just
the
pays people
yellow
like
pages.
900 a tick.
As a new player, I feel like most new players just open their map to see where to go.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be very beneficial.
Yeah,
Just
that's
because you're gonna go to a mechanic shop to try to meet people. That's what a lot of new players do in servers, and you go to 4 before you find one open.
Taco Hut won't
So
fire
it's
anyone
just-
as they
I
want.
feel like that'd
Yeah,
be a
they
really
literally
simple
want you to
fix
quit.
to just kind of help that. ease in.
It doesn't help that Ollie's not really
And
around right
also,
now.
like, how many
But that's
times
not
have you been
super
around
his
and you're like,
fault.
what's open? And you go there and they had an ad up, but then they're gone. So it would
Yeah.
also help a little bit because some people forget to disable those ads, you know? So that's just a little
true.
suggestion from me.
Okay, I like that.
I
What
don't
else
know.
you got?
I don't know if 2 per person is
Oh, that's
good
it.
because for
Okay,
for
I appreciate
instance,
it, JP.
let's
Thank you.
say
I wrote those
2
down.
let's say 2 maximum,
I mean,
right?
I'm always down for more weed, but that's
That
not the
means that
topic, so.
Lane,
Okay.
as a racing host, can only have
Fair.
one other job,
All
All
right, you
right,
can
thank
kick me
you.
out of here now.
All right, bye.
which would be the
Key.
casino, and then I can do nothing
We're
else,
still on
right?
rule updates and roleplay expectations.
2 per character. Yeah, but
Hello?
that's what I'm saying.
Hi, Key. What's up?
Hello,
Let's
hello.
let's say
So
your
first thing I want to say is like before I even get into my
legal
first
jobs.
point
Okay.
is hey Rebirth.
Okay,
Mainly
dude.
like the lazy RP wise, like even myself can be a victim of it sometimes, and I try to better myself, and it's kind of nice hearing it from like other people in this community meeting. But I guess my first point would be like the gang strikes.
I don't know.
Is there
A lot of
any
people
way
could
we're
do
able to talk
racing
about that?
host. It's just
Not
a
right now.
mentality thing that stops a lot of them.
All right, then that's it then. Never mind.
That's all you want to talk about was gang strikes.
Well,
That's
I was
it.
gonna do the EMS, but someone else already like literally stole my idea.
Dude.
So
Okay, we'll save it for open floor, dude. Come back.
fine.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you. All right, Leviticus.
Leviticus.
I sent you an invitation. Okay, you got it. Hey, Leviticus, what's up? I don't hear you if you're talking. Oh, this is Colin. I lied. It's not Leviticus. What happened to Leviticus? Okay, Colin can come. Hello, Colin. Welcome.
Damn.
Hello, hello. I kind of mentioned
God,
it
he's so loud.
actually
Oh my God,
passing
he's
in
so loud.
chat,
He's so
but
loud. Oh my
new
God.
player experience is something that I'm always really interested in here and everywhere else that I join communities in. And I was thinking for RP,
I'll be
having
honest,
some
when I
kind of
hire people
tourist
at the casino,
information, some
I
kind of
take into
focal
account
point that
how
can
many other
funnel
jobs they
new
have
people
as a factor
into
for me.
a specific area. And then you could either get that department or those people to have an idea of who's hiring, give them tours or, take them to places where there might be player activity going on. So it kind of gives people more of a pathway than just, I don't know, let's go for a dumpster dive or something like that. And kind of, and it's hand holding to a point, but I think there is a sort of a compromise that could be made, if that makes sense.
So you're talking about like a physical place people could go to get information on like jobs and like places they can go? That kind of like what would it do? Like is it like a booth? Is like a kiosk or it's like a building? Like help me flesh out the understanding.
Yeah. Okay. So a physical location that is player ran. It brings in the element for RP too because you can have your characters there. You can build. You can bring your character as workers there, and kind of adapt and work with new players and kind of get a sense of what they're like if you can read people. But yeah, a very physical location that is prominent for people to find.
Gotcha. Okay. So it would be like a player-owned business it's like they're a tour guide business, but yes, is that what you were saying? Because you said player ran.
A business or a server, business or service, whichever way you want to look at it. I mean, I would guess it would be non-profit really to a point, unless it was like government ran or like a government paycheck for it, for example.
Ooh, maybe we could do this as an expungement. I've got an idea brewing. Okay, something to think about.
Multiple jobs in
Yeah,
multiple
I've
locations
wrote some
are
things
also
down and I'll
managers.
probably
Exactly.
submit it at some point, so it's like more
Oh,
details.
I would
But
love
anyway,
that. Yeah, that'd be great.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. I don't know why I thought it was Leviticus raising his hand. I don't know. Sorry, Leviticus. I don't know. Okay. Taco, I've sent you your request. Let me grab a pen.
Loves cars and engines, and that's their
Hello.
passion. Would it make
Welcome
sense
back.
for them to work in
So
different
on
mechanic
the
shop and
last
also 4 different
speaker's,
restaurants? Yeah.
comment, I actually had a similar idea for it, but actually, since business mentionings of things, I was thinking, what if for legal jobs, I play more criminal characters and things, so I wouldn't be able to own a business. But what if to like cross over more, we had like electronics, so like people search dumpsters, people do their jobs. electronic parts, and so a lot of crime activity, like boosting banks and stuff, you use a lot of electronics, but you just buy them sometimes, or you find them. What if there was like maybe a job or something where you take broken parts and then you take it to a electronic store
I did
and
not mean to
stuff, and
level that
then
up.
you're able to
Whoopsie.
turn them more and reuse some of those electronics and things, just so like there's a little more crossover for legal and crim jobs, because I know there used to be some, but I don't know how many more there is nowadays. And so, because I don't do all the crime activities, I just do like my favorites and then just stick to those or socialize other than that. But I know there was like the newspaper you had to get at one point. Mining used to be really big, and you'd have to like know some legal people who are down to just do that, and so you'd see that a lot more often. People trying to sell the mining stuff that you get from there. But lately, it just seems more like people will go grab what they need from the mines and then put them on the ground, and then just not even bother with it anymore. So it doesn't feel like there's as much legal activity to illegal activity crossover as much as I remember it being like, I don't
You
know,
mean like
3.
for like thermite stuff? You want
Yeah, that
more
was just
things
one
like
example.
building thermite.
Yeah,
So
dude,
like
people who
criminals,
have
like people who've
have
already
9
established,
ads
they
up
have
on
a
the
little bit
service
more of
app
a reason
grind my
to try to
gears.
get legal people who are down to do that
Yeah.
and show them how to do it more. And then they could be like their grinder or whatever, their person to supply the stuff that they don't want to do. It could just help encourage it, I think, if there was maybe a little more crossover from illegal jobs to legal jobs and stuff.
Got you.
Makes
Okay.
any sense. And
It
just an
does. It
electronic
does.
store is kind of an idea of that. I
Sure.
know somebody mentioned it earlier about the little blips for like what people who are open on the map. I did think for EMS, one good thing could be like just the sign is lit, so it could be like a medical X or whatever, and just so when EMS is locked in, it could just like light up or whatever,
Okay.
just so you know who is maybe on duty and stuff. Um,
Yeah.
and then ATM pooling, I haven't done too many. I've done maybe like, okay, I
They
guess
ruined
over
ATM
time I've
pooling
done a
by
lot.
adding crime
But I've
progression to
noticed
it.
if cops pull up to you, it's talk with them, you give them a story, and I try to like really do a great story for it each time. Like one time I think I was pretending with my friend that we were getting married and we're using them as streamers. We're gonna have like this whole Bonnie and Clyde theme to it, and that's why we bought this fake one. I don't know.
Yeah.
And the cop was just obvious like, well, there's a tracker on it. I'm like, oh well, and I don't know what to tell you, kind of thing. I
Report
bought
that
it. I
then.
think the pawn shop that we bought it from maybe didn't take that part out or whatever. And so I tried to give them a story, but they were just like, okay, well, no. And it didn't seem like there was a lot there. I think if there was a way to at least um pull out the cash or whatever, because then at that point you're just doing a chase with something that's like pulling you all over the place, which it is what it is. But if you're able to get the cash out before, like even if you give them a great story like, oh, I need to break the ATM off of it, so let me just break this off of there, it just feels like there's like no way of really having more of a role play besides how
It
hard I
sounds like
try
there's
to like
all
make a story
Southside gang
around it. They're
members and
just like,
PD who
well,
don't
there's
want to
an
interact
ATM
and
on
just
you,
want to
you can't
shoot.
really
Exactly.
tell them more than that, and it's just instant chase, or you just get nothing for still a chase kind of thing. And so I remember there was the ATM hacking, and then there was a moment when there was ATM pooling and hacking, but it seems more like we're just pooling, and then after that there's just not much of a
I
a
forgot to
leeway
upgrade my
for
shop.
cops on prims who pull ATMs and stuff. It's just you got it, you wasted your $800, or if you paid more for the rope, then that's it. And then it's a chase. They do kind of let you go, to be fair, if you just unhitch it or whatever. But yeah.
I definitely do. I definitely will trade the sled for you just getting away. Me personally as a cop, but
Yeah.
it is hard. I think I saw Rivera mention something.
Mhm.
It's one of those things where it's hard because you have an ATM attached to your car. It's like
Yeah,
if we pulled up to
I
a
get
bank and you're
that.
like, "Yes, we have hostages in this bank, but just let us go."
Yeah,
Like,
and
how far are we
I'm
supposed to go?
exactly, and I'm totally fine with like, hey, let's get a chase after I get the stacks, and then you can take the stacks and me to jail or whatever, or you at least get both. But from the point of view as a criminal, it's
Mm.
like you get the ATM, you spend the 800, you talk to the cop, give them a story, say it's not that good, say it's great. They say, well, clearly ATM back there. No matter how good your story is, unhitch it. You unhitch it, you just lose minus $800. They let you go. Then that's the end of it. It's not like,
I see what
hey,
you're
let
saying.
me take the stacks, and then we get a chase, and then I fuck up or something happens, you arrest me, you keep the stacks, and then also you arrest me, you know? So it just feels like
Yeah.
ATMs are a little lacking in that sense of role play, besides just sitting there talking for a while and then minus $800, which isn't a lot or whatever. It's just I wish there was
Not the
a
most
Maybe
more
wrong.
when you
a thing
pull it,
for that.
it maybe has an option to give you some of the reward and then to get the full reward. Because then at least it feels a little rewarding. You got something out of it. You're not just out the money for the rope and the whatever. Something
Mhm.
to look into there.
And
Okay.
I also don't
I
mind
might use
like a
some notes.
chase with the thing on the back. It's just very difficult to like do any racing lines or anything like speeding through when you're only going 90 and it's pulling you whichever
Point where
direction
you pull it
regardless.
to a
So it's kind
spot
of,
and
in
end
my
up meeting
opinion,
with
I
someone
feel
who has a
very
hostage.
useless to do a chase with the ATM, which makes sense, but I don't know. Maybe you could just break it off and
Yeah,
stash it
ATMs
somewhere
were
and then come back for it.
so
I don't
they
know. I
were
feel like
designed
maybe
to be
that's
like some of
about
the
it.
most pure, like
Yeah.
petty, silly crime, and they've just
Also with
like
medical
they've
a
been
bit.
getting
I
like
know obviously
ugh.
GSWs make sense to like go to pillbox to remove them because you can't remove them yourself and things. But what if
Right.
like body armor? If you're like depending on how much body armor you have on, it's less likely you'll actually take the bullet. You know what I mean? So like
It
if you
already
have
is that
100,
way.
it is. Oh,
It
okay.
is that way.
I feel like I
It
get
does
shot
account for
once
the
and then
fact you're wearing
instantly.
it. Yeah,
Okay. Well
it
then
does.
never mind to that part. People who
Clown
have
costumes.
or
Yes,
fences now, like
exactly. ATMs were meant to be
what is it?
silly and fun, and they've turned into too much.
Trying to think of the word. If you have a ticket on you and then say you have like OOC comment or whatever. I've been around for like a while now, and my last ticket that was brought up against me, it was like a comment that was from I think at least over 2 years ago, and yet it was still like, oh, you've had past actions in the past or whatever, so it's gonna be like a week. And I know obviously I already mentioned that trying to implement whatever, but I just wanted to like bring attention that people who've been around for a long time might have things that had happened a long time ago, and so if maybe there was like a
Oh,
grace
Maybe if you remove
period,
the
you
rope
know,
before a
because
certain amount of time,
obviously,
like the
say you have
tracker,
like
you get it
5
back or something.
or whatever, but then you've been around for like 4 years or
Maybe,
whatever. It's like,
but
yeah, but
my
that was 2 years
problem
ago, you know?
is people
Yeah, I think that
people shouldn't be
we
removing
do,
the
like,
ATM and
recently have
going,
had that
"Hey cop, I
conversation
removed
where,
the ATM, let me go free."
you
It should
know,
be
some
the
of us have been
cop
here since
saying,
2020. So
"Remove
if I got
that
banned
and
in
you get the
2021
ATM
for
back,"
something
right?
and it's
And if
like a minor
you
something, I don't know.
hold on.
There's tiers, right? So maybe if I was like raging and doing low quality role play and combat logging a situation that's pretty bad, and maybe they
Hold
should
on,
just
I'm
be
sorry,
aware that I'm a
Sass.
little
I'm gonna mute for a
but
moment.
small, that I
All right. If you give them the rope back, what will happen is every single time they will just release the ATM and go, "Please let me go free now." And they will only pull the ATM if they don't get a chase. I can guarantee it.
the same thing, you know. Those are the
Yeah.
things.
All right, and then last quick comment was just like people who
Mhm.
put up the Yellow Pages ad. I feel like it should maybe go away after if they're like AFK for like or the out of city for like 30 minutes or whatever. And I know people like
I
heads
agree
pop or
with you.
whatever, so like
ATMs
5,
used to be
10
my
minutes
favorite
grace
crime.
period, but some people like put up
Both
their
the
ads because
chase
I know
and the
somebody
do.
mentioned it earlier about
Hmm.
how you go to the business. Say I go to Blackwoods. I try to mix up where I go for food and stuff. I go to Blackwoods and they put an ad up like 20, 30 minutes ago. I get there and then I'm like, okay, well, never mind. And just like if they've been out of the city for I don't know 20 minutes, 30 minutes, that the ad just instantly goes away. Yeah.
Flaws, are you here? Are you like near your button?
Yeah, what's up?
In Yellow Pages, does it not automatically remove
No, it doesn't.
their posts? I thought we put that in the services app because it was like that in the Yellow Page. Is it not like a period of time at all?
Probably not according to these lot.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna circle this so we can. That should be a pretty easy fix. It
Yeah.
doesn't. So service app does, but the Yellow Page doesn't, unless. But they're saying unless you fly out. So now I'm confused. So if they
So like if
crash, it
you
doesn't.
call them, they won't be in the city anymore. But
Yeah.
I mean, it may be like I said, maybe there's a grace period of like 10 minutes or whatever. But
Oh,
maybe
got you. Okay, we can
I
look
don't know.
into it. Thank you. I thought
And
that it
that's
was
it.
different. That makes sense. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Okay. We have like 11 hands still, and we've already been at this topic for 38 minutes. Let's try to condense a little bit, guys. Luke, I've sent you an invitation. We're still on rule updates, roleplay expectations, those conversations.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
Luke,
just wanted
welcome
to
back.
touch on like gang roleplay expectations, and I'll try to just like speed run this shit because I know y'all are probably tired.
No, you're good. Take your time.
Yeah, caveat, I'm not really involved in a lot of criminal roleplay. I haven't done that shit for like many months.
You know, I'm putting my hand back down. It's been too long since the conversation I wanted to jump in on. I'm just putting my hand down.
If it is, then please interrupt. So like an overview, like for me, like I enjoyed being a part of a gang, like doing gang roleplay and like hanging out with my friends in that way. It was cool, but one of the pain points that kind of like broke up that gang and the reason like our original criminal group that just was kind of informal split off was like gang conflict was just a huge pain point. Like we just hated it. And I want to specifically tie it to gang involved conflict, given that, in order to gain full potential for a lot of criminal RP, a gang is kind of seen as necessary. So, like, getting from a gang to criminal role play, like, making that connection is like a lot of us wanted to formalize our group into a gang for, a few reasons. But, the general ones for why anybody would want to do it is, obviously the most glamorous one is Gunplug and Job Squad. Not to say that you can't get access to everything you need for guns and jobs outside of being in a gang. It just makes it so much easier. Like you get regular deliveries of whatever you need. It makes your life a lot less, hellish trying to go and pay huge markups to other gangs for this stuff. And so the other things are, you get a claim to location, you get flags, clothing, whatever. Those are all awesome as well. But like now that we've kind of like established a connection, like we wanted to go move forward. Our group merged into a gang, and then after a while, like we started to get the idea that your things are just kind of up for grabs to whoever has the best ability to navigate a shootout. Like admittedly shootouts are going to happen. That's a common path for criminal conflict. Like it's just going to happen. We can't get rid of it, and I think it would be terrible if we did. Like I like having shootouts, but I feel like that was just the common denominator for your success as a gang. And the gangs that stay focused on performing well in wars and shootouts, in my opinion, kind of have the ability to take whatever they want. They can tax whatever they want. They can go
Not wrong.
data beef with another gang, put up money for a war, make money off that, and then get the apology for whatever that does for them. And then that's what leads to the stuff that Sage was touching on like flying fives, where people will intentionally go to other communities, say like arena or deathmatch servers or similar, and just get specific people that are good at shooting, fly them in, and they're only awake for the duration of a conflict. They don't really provide any other role play outside of that. And what I've seen on some other communities that I've been a part of that's worked decently well for them is a general touch of just more moderation towards gangs and being a little harsher on making sure that they provide a more like role play focused culture. So like one of the other communities I'm a part of, the general thing is like you have to dress and approach other people in a way that seems to be like at least like a little realistic. Like I can't take anybody seriously that rolls up with like cat ears and a bowl cut and goggles. It's just like I'm not going to take the situation seriously. And there's a lot of other things, but like the general sentiment is like anything that disrupts another player's experience by just being crazy and obnoxious, nobody on the other side is going to have any fun. And so like that community and other communities I've been in have
this man is based
moderation and sense of like making sure that every gang on both sides takes a lot of steps before an actual conflict breaks out where there is shots flying. Like there's a lot of stuff that builds up to that, and I just feel like the stuff that we were getting into just seemed so menial. Like I wasn't involved in it that much because like there wasn't stuff on the line. Like there wasn't any reason for
no
me to really
objectives to
care
fight
about it.
over.
Yeah, like there wasn't like like there was no objectives to fight over. It was usually just like words got exchanged at one point, and somebody got super mad about it, and now
wearing
we're
of
in
slides
this
during war
3-week
jobs
long thing, and I'm just like I don't care. Like there's nothing on the line for me here. Everybody's just gonna, if we lose, we put in some money and then it's done. Like
it's true. They do
feel
all
like
act
if
and
we were to
dress the
get,
same.
a little bit harsher moderation, make sure that gangs are enforcing the way that they carry themselves, they approach people, and making sure that we have like thorough RP before any sort of conflict could bring a lot better culture.
Gotcha.
That's I joke about this a lot that both of my characters are meant to be like abnormal, like goobers that are like that are like weird and strange and abnormal, right? But like what ends up happening is everyone ends up being like them. So then my weird abnormal characters end up having to like have responsibility.
Just to briefly touching it, I guess we've heard a lot from people who are in gangs that it seems like there's nothing to fight over. So a lot of the things that get fought over, I guess, that lead to war is things like comments. You said something mean about my girlfriend. You called me ugly on Twitter. You disrespected me through some various way, and now we get to shoot you for the next 3 weeks. So I get that. I think that we are coming up with some solutions to that, which we'll talk about later. But I think that those are all very valid points, and I do agree that there is a lot of benefit to creating a gang, and that's why a lot of people do it. A lot of like small prim groups, like just groups of people who like to commit crime, they will create gangs so that they get access to the gun plug and easier access to jobs and stuff. So I totally get that, and I think that we're aware of those things. Plus, territory and clothing and stuff. I think we're aware of that, and I think there's nothing wrong with more moderation. We have a gang team on the staff that specifically tries to deal with gang issues, and they always try to like moderate over those things as much as they can. But not to say that it's a
Alrighty.
perfect system as it lies, for sure.
Yeah, I just think that like a little bit of shift on the culture would be good, and like not to
Yeah.
like come through and seem like I'm shitting on a lot of the people that do enjoy shootouts. Like I don't blame anybody for enjoying that. They're great, but at the end of the day, like I don't
Yeah.
know, I would kill off my main character. Like I'd perma any of my characters if it was good enough beef. But I feel like a lot of the beefs just don't like have substance. Like I'll lose
Mhm.
whatever. It doesn't matter. Like I can take the loss, but I just want to feel like okay, like there was stuff on the line. Like this was a good story. Right? If
Yeah.
I'm the guy that doesn't come out on top, that's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes sense to me.
Yeah. All good. Well, that's all I had.
Cool. Thank you. That was a lot to write down, but I think I got the bulk of it. All right. Kayak. Get my other pen. We're still on rule updates and role play expectations.
The kayak. But okay, this is gonna be going back a little bit to the things that Sage said before about people like engaging in role play and all that kind of
Yeah,
stuff. I feel
that's
like
this
there
topic.
is
That's good.
people who are too scared to role play, which is why they don't interact with people, like the people outside of the people that they know, because they're too scared, because it feels like sometimes there is more rule play over role play. So you could have a
At
great
times,
idea
I
for something,
mean,
you could execute it, but then you could still get pulled into a ticket because they're like, well, you did this wrong. But it's like, but it's giving role play for people. Does that make sense?
Could you like give me an example? I'm trying to understand. I understand the concept of like role play over role play, but because I think what Sage's point was is that if you're
pretty
just
impossible
focusing
to
on
limit what
providing
people
role
wear and how
play,
they choose to dress themselves, but
then you're not
sometimes feels a little too
probably
goofy when
okay.
someone in a
She said it in
position
the
of
sense of
power gang
like
member rolls up in
before
a
a
pink
conflict,
Crocs
so
and
you're
milk stash.
engaging, you're
Yeah.
initiating, you're having a conversation, and then that's not leading to a rule break of lack of initiation or RDM or
Yeah.
those kinds of things.
So like that I understand and everything, but it's like
Yeah.
more of a so this is the best way that I can explain it is that like if somebody acted like strange towards me or weird, like I could get in trouble for simply saying that that's weird. What that person did was weird because it can be perceived as me like calling their roleplay weird when I'm finding it as my character weird that they're doing this thing.
Like the word, like saying the word weird, you think
Yeah,
you're
because I'm
afraid that
pretty
you'll
sure
get reported for saying it?
I'm pretty sure somewhere in the rules. It's been a minute since I actually went and read through the rules like properly. I like go back and look at specific things, but I'm pretty sure somewhere in the rules it says like to refrain from using these kind of words to describe certain things because people can take it the wrong way.
Yeah, when you're talking about the manner of their role play in a derogatory way, I think it's a delicate situation. I think this would have to be like contextually discussed. I can understand why there would be fear of
Yeah.
like saying the word if that's how you're perceiving the rule. I think it's just contextually what you're doing. Like if you're this situation happens with cops, right? So let's say that a criminal has they're pulling an ATM behind their car and a cop pulls up and they turn their lights and sirens and like, "Hey, you need
Oh
to pull
yeah,
over."
they're gonna be
And the
like,
criminal
"Oh,
says,
are
"You're
you
weird.
bored?
Are you bored?"
Oh,
Those
are
kinds
you
of things.
bored?" Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So the
That's
thing is,
like
I get
yeah,
those.
right. That's
But
what the
it's like
intention is,
I
you
feel
know?
like so many people have the fear to do certain things because they're too scared that they're gonna get pulled in a ticket because
Gotcha.
they know how like people can get pulled into tickets for like what they would consider silly things. Whereas
Got
they're
you.
like just like I'm just trying to role play, but I'm getting pulled into a ticket for it.
Yeah. I think that I understand what you're saying, but there are circumstances where just using the words I don't think is the rule break. It is when you are purposefully telling them that their role play is derogatory. Like, you're using it in a derogatory sense. Like, you're talking about them, not the situation. Obviously, if someone is acting weird, you can call them weird. You can say that they're being strange, but the context completely matters. And I think the staff team, we try to be really sensitive to the fact of what is the person's goal of what they're doing in their role play. Some people are trying to be weird for the sake of having people have a laughing character, and some people are breaking the rules, right? And doing things that are not role play. I guess is the way I can say that. But contextually, the staff team would take into our thought process, what were they trying to do with this character? Like, and so it shouldn't. I don't want you to be afraid to be weird on a character.
I feel like
Yeah.
people are afraid to do it because like
Yeah, exactly.
I'm trying to say
Spooky
this
bits,
out.
you
It's
are
sounding
correct.
mean to the large majority of the people who play Echo, but I feel like there is a lot of people, because I think this is going back to people saying about how people are getting doxxed and they're taking things IC, OC. There's a lot of
Yeah.
people who are basically just playing themselves.
Yeah.
As a character, and I feel like people find that more comfortable to do than actually play a character without feeling like they're going to get in trouble.
You know what? I'm raising my hand
the one
again.
that I like, I'm pretty sure he's not here anymore, but the one that I can think about the most is I forgot what his name is, but he would wear the fat suit and he kind of spoke a bit funny. Abdul, sorry, I just got told it was Abdul. But to me, he was role playing a character, and albeit it was eccentric as anything character.
Right.
And I don't know why he wouldn't be here or anything like that. But it's one of those things of like he was actually playing a character, and I could feel like he would get punished for the things he did. Does that make sense?
Kind of. Are you saying that if a person wanted to play a character like that, who's a bit obscure, a little bit abstract,
yeah,
you think that they're not doing that because they're afraid of getting in trouble? I don't want to talk about
no.
a specific player, but I would say that
I'm not trying to talk about him as a specific player. I'm just trying to talk about like more abstract characters, ones more that are more eccentric, and they are played away because that's what that character is, versus the majority of people who basically play themselves as an extension of themselves.
Yeah, I
And
understand
I
what
feel
you're
like
saying.
people are too
Yeah.
scared to play eccentric characters because they're too scared that what they're going to do would be perceived as bad, or you're not following the rules, so get in trouble.
Yeah. I think that sucks. It's very sad. If that's the interpretation of that rule,
Yeah.
I think
she's
the
just
point of that
worried.
rule is just not to punish people for being abstract or odd in character. It's just the way that people are using those phrases to depict someone else's role play because they don't want to engage with it. So we would handle that situation differently. If that is the perception of that role, maybe we can look into rewording it or whatever. But I think it is highly important that people detach from their characters. We give you 10 character slots. You can't play 10 versions of the same character. So I would encourage people to not play themselves in character because it tends to lead to you getting your feelings hurt or you getting triggered or your ego is bruised if it's you. So I would always say don't do that if you can help it, but of course I can't really control that. I don't know you. So it's a hard one to kind of to fix that solution other than just encouraging people to engage in some different kinds of role play. We have some really strong role players in our community who will do eccentric, weird characters. I don't want to keep saying weird. Some eccentric, kind of out there characters with goals that are just obscure, just things I've never thought of. But I want to encourage those kind of people to be able to engage in that. Interesting point, though. Yeah.
That's basically everything that I have.
Oh no, that's very good. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Let's try to make these as quick as we can. Tommy, I've sent you your invitation. What's good? I can't hear you if you're talking, Tommy. You're muted. You have to like unmute yourself because you're not server muted. I can't unmute.
Oh, am I here now?
There you are.
Oh,
Yep.
they're
hi,
always
people.
so loud. Why is everyone always so loud?
I just have one thing I wanted to mention briefly.
All right.
But don't say oh no, that's mean. I on the topic of like inactive people. I'm not inactive people. Inactive, like inactive in the sense of people struggling to find roleplay and struggling to find people to speak to.
Okay.
I've been on Echo for 3 years now, just past 3 years this month. And I've, against my better judgment, applied for the server after I had just turned 18 and I just left college and I was unemployed and had nothing to do. I just turned 21 a month ago, so I've been here for a while and I kind of grew up on Echo essentially. My formative adult years were on Echo. And I noticed as time has gone on that I have had probably considerably less fun as I've gotten older, which I feel like is just a thing that happens as you grow up. You stop playing games as much, yada yada. But like, I was in countless gangs, and I've gained a little bit of a reputation as a gang hopper, jokingly or not. And the gang I was in for the longest was from April of 23 to November of 23, which was FSM. And I love everybody, and it broke my heart when I saw that it disbanded. And I noticed a lot of my time in FSM. I mean, I'm mainly a criminal. I think everybody knows that. It's quite literally all I do. And I noticed when I was in FSM, I had like literally everything I did was a bank. Like we had access to banks all the time, 24/7, and it was kind of the benefit of being in FSM. And I noticed after I left FSM that I'd kind of just didn't do anything because I didn't have as easy access to Fleekers. I didn't have as easy access to Politos and stuff like that. And my entire like social base completely stopped. And I think a lot of the things that happen, especially if you've just left a gang you've been in for a while, you've just left a group you've been in for a while, or you just leave the server in general, is you kind of lose your way. And as I've come back recently, like I've been on a bit of a hiatus. That's my name. That's why my name in here says part-time because I don't play as often as I used to.
Yeah.
I noticed that as I came back, a lot of the people I used to hang out with don't really speak to me as often, and I don't do as much crime as often, and it's hard to find things to do, and it kind of sucks. And I can sympathize with everybody who's been here for a while because of that sense, and that is kind of shameful. And I know it's like obviously difficult to bring in new stuff, at least on a crime perspective, especially because it's so hard to code. And I do appreciate the newer stuff, like obviously the edited Fleekers and the new art gallery and the new Evangelicos.
We're getting more
And
brain rot, team.
I know for a fact it's not easy to bring through. And I've jokingly over time asked for the casino heist, which will probably never happen, but I think it would be really funny. I'm gonna wrap it up here, and I'm gonna kind of just give like a basic, conclusion of I think when you leave a gang or when you stop doing something that you did for so long, for so often, you kind of lose your way. And I think that's happened to a lot of people. Essentially what I'm trying to put into words is it's a lot more difficult to kind of find a way and find what you're doing after you do it for so long. And I know a lot of people are doing the same thing. People have been civs here and they do the same thing for so long and then they get
part-time player,
they lose their
full-time
way.
yapper.
And I just wanted to tell everybody essentially that if you do leave and then come back, like, bro, everybody's giving me so much shit. I will wrap it up, I promise. If you do leave and come back, or you stop doing so much so often, and then you try and bring that back and it doesn't work, you just need to give it time because I've been slowly getting back into the swing of things.
He may be giving his life story, but he's giving context as to why he feels the way he does, and I think that's important.
I think everybody just needs to remember that it is a video game, and you're not going to be able to do the same thing every single day. And everybody just needs to know that. It's a roleplay server at the end of the day, and I think a lot of people treat it as real life.
Yeah.
I think that's basically all I have to say.
So, you mentioned that like after you leave a group, that it's difficult for you to have access to jobs and stuff. Similar
Not
to what I
necessarily
think
difficult to
earlier.
have access to jobs. I think it was purely just because I was in FSM, which had the biggest benefit. But I do think it's a lot more difficult for people.
We're gonna lose
because you see, you leave a group or you leave a gang, anything
Yeah.
like that. I'm gonna start a podcast after this, by the way, guys. If you do leave a group or you leave a gang or you just stop playing and you come back, a lot of the people who you hung out with prior will sometimes, and I don't think in a toxic way necessarily, will just slowly like
you
stop
get
speaking
iced
to you or etc etc etc, which isn't a bad thing. But I
don't worry, I got the soap
that,
cutting now.
Over time, people either get burnt out or people leave and then they come back, and it's just sometimes difficult to kind of get back into the swing of things. And I think as I've been gone, that I've realized a lot of people do kind of treat this too seriously.
Yeah. So you're saying that you
We're about to lose,
recognize
team.
maybe I'm trying to like summarize. So you're trying to
Mhm.
say that it can be difficult if you're not in a gang, or if you're just like you're leaving for a while, you're starting fresh maybe, or you've come back and you're trying to start again. It can be difficult to do
Yeah.
so.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense. That's kind of echoing what like people like Luke and Sage were saying, I think, and others.
It's also hard to find the motivation to do stuff when you've already done it countless times. But that's also not your guys' problem. That's just for people like me who have been here for a while.
True. I mean, you've done things the same way.
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense.
Thanks,
Anything
guys.
else you'd like to say?
No, I think that's it. I will get absolutely obliterated by everybody if I stay for any longer.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Okay, LJ, I've sent you a invitation.
Thank you. Okay. So I wanted to provide a solution. Obviously, roleplay quality is a huge thing that people think about a lot. It's really hard to actually like make that happen sometimes. The best thing I think you can do is maybe incentivize it in a way that'd be really cool for the actual environment that we're in. I think that I've seen other servers before do a sort of
The
like
water went down
game
the wrong
master
pipe.
type thing, or
Oh my God.
they put certain mechanics within the game behind the knowledge of a specific person. And so it'd be really cool if there was like a handful of people whose characters are there to essentially kind of be that integral piece that people need in order to do something. And just have like a few things that are like really fun, like where like people that like do really great characters or something like that, people who want to do that, and have them be like, the only way you're going to get this thing that you need to make this product, you have to talk to this person, you have to know this person, they have to tell you. There can even be consequences, like if you tell anybody else what I'm going to tell you, we will find you, we will hunt you down. Like, give them the incentivize them to actually operate the way an actual criminal would do.
Team, if they call on me, someone let them know that I am coughing to death and also peeing. I will be back
you're
in
new, you want to go rob houses, I'm going to teach you how to do everything, and you're going to be able to do it after an hour. So I think this would just allow like a little bit of just like a more creative way to get into things. I do also think in order to incentivize people to spend more time like actually focusing on role play and conversations and talking to people, is maybe if there was a way, like an in-game sort of buff or something. Like, let's say the longer you don't commit a crime, the more money you might get in your UBI paycheck. Or like there's something that builds up, like maybe you get even luckier. Like, it's been like a full 24 hours since you've robbed a house. Now you're really lucky, you're going to get more things because you waited so long to do another house. So that will incentivize people to do something other than the crime stuff and be like, well, maybe I'll go talk to people. And I am going to make more money because I am doing that, which is, I think, part of why some people spend so much time doing things. Like, it feels like you have to keep making money to keep up with everything. So I think that'd be like another really cool kind of organic way to encourage that.
No one look at my face. I have a booger on it.
The visitor center could be like a job that people do. It could be like community service for some people to get back certain things and like get their felonies like taken off their records or something. But that would just be like a fun way to be like, let's tour the city, let's get you like into like checking out some of the restaurants and some of the cool spots and the events going on. But that, I think all those would really help with adding more of like a sense of roleplay into it. If you incentivize it, I think people would be more willing to do it. Also, with there could also just be some people, not necessarily game masters, that are hoarding information, but they just put people on like a silly goose chase, and they might get in-game rewards, like maybe they'll get 20K or like a really unique item that is like super rare or made specifically for that.
I do kind of agree. It does kind of sound like people don't want consequences, which is the whole point of RP.
Like some really cool like achievement for it. That'd be another cool way of just having those random people in there. But yeah, that's it.
Oh, that makes sense. I wrote down those ideas.
Cool. That's all I have.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, put you back in the audience. Okay, We're about an
All right.
hour into this topic, so we can't go too much longer. But rule updates, roleplay expectations still. I'm gonna bring Nate in.
Hey guys.
Howdy.
Just super quick on the whole new player experience.
Yes.
Was just like kind of touching on it from a few different perspectives. I think majority of the time when people kind of come into the server, it's just like people are looking to kind of get on their feet. So it's like, oh, okay, go like set up bees, right? Like that's kind of the common like consensus. And then from there, I think majority of people just like gravitate into crime. So I think the bee idea is really good. And I think there just needs to be kind of more of that. I know that there's been like conversation in the chat about like, farming and things of that nature. But I think like more of that stuff. And I think from the crime side, it always kind of just like turns to house robberies because that's the easiest thing to get into. But I think that entry level stuff, like if someone was say growing weed and then selling it to people who are trying to get into crime, for them to just like actually go and do the pushing of it,
My auto
it's
shotgun.
kind of like the same thing as like cleaning money in the current state. I feel like for a lot of people, it's just not a real fun experience. It's kind of just like, okay, hop in a van and spend my time, kind of doing those things. So I think if there was more kind of stuff around that side, criminal wise, like just small stuff for, you know, whether it's like gangs that have like an overabundant amount of like weed or coke or whatever it could be, just like getting it to pushers and pushers actually being able to like make a little bit of money doing it, and also like not spending an overabundant amount of hours to make say $1,000 or whatever it may be. That's just a random number, but
When you're saying pushers, you're gonna mean
um
like an NPC type system, or like you're giving it, but you're not actively doing it. It's like it's a passive thing that they're doing. Is that what you mean?
yeah, I think like for example like the
Sounds
old
like a
Vicodin runs, which obviously there's been conversation about that as well, but um just like stuff like that where like people could go and like run for Vicodin and then sell Vicodin on the street, but also then people learn that like, oh, you can clean money that way. So then it's
passive
something
income is
where
really dangerous
like you
for the
can kind of
server.
turn it into a business. Like right now you can't really make a business out of laundering money. It's a very difficult thing unless you want to
You
like
can
run
absolutely
cargo
make
all
a
day long.
business out of
But I think
cleaning
just like more
money.
stuff like that, if that makes sense. And like I said, civilian wise, I think the beekeeping idea is great. I think it's just like continuing to expand on
I
more
called
of
out
that.
bees from day
Like
one.
just,
That's all I'll say.
whether it's farming or whether it's, other jobs of that
My
nature,
opinions
just
on bees
having,
have been well known for a
stuff like
long
that to do
time.
for new players. I think is good. I think any of those types of things that people can kind of like draw people in that direction rather than it just kind of being, the typical, looking for more people to do house robberies with type situation. But yeah, that's kind of just like the quick. I don't want to take too long because I know that there's we've already spent a
Yeah.
bunch of time on it.
The effects
I'm
of
trying to
bees
write
will
down
be
everything you're
seen for
saying,
a
so that's
long
okay.
time.
Yeah.
So basically, summarize it for me. Like, you want more passive opportunities, or more, maybe not passive opportunities, but more things for them to do at a lower scale, or the ability to expand upon things they already have if they want to. Is that
I think civilian wise, it's more passive things, but from a criminal standpoint, it's how can a big gang I don't want to say be forced to communicate with new players, but it gives them that opportunity, right? So say it was something along the lines of like um Coke, we'll just use Coke for example. So say it was like something where they could sell Coke to pushers, which pushers could be new players, and they
But
could
that's
go
a thing that
and
already
they could do that
happens,
for them,
and
and
it's
then
just
they
Ponzi
paid
scheming.
the bigger group that's already doing it. So like a way to do it in like larger scale to kind of like bridge that gap. So it's not like yeah, okay, you have your clique that is your gang, but there is this opportunity of communicating with new players that come in. I guess if that makes sense. Like kind of bridging the gap between the two, not forcing that communication, but giving there a reason for that communication.
Gotcha. Okay. I totally like misunderstood. I thought you were trying to like give Crim something like bees that was like passive. So you were I was thinking of pushers like not being people, but you're saying bridging the gap to the new player experience where they would have interactions with these gangs to like build I don't know, role play, I guess, an opportunity
Yeah,
with
that's the
them.
thing.
Yeah.
The
And it doesn't
people
just have to be
pushing onto
drugs. I
new
mean, it could
people is
be anything.
actually just a
You know,
pyramid
it,
scheme.
it could legitimately be any opportunity. Like it doesn't have to be specifically just in that system.
That makes sense. It doesn't have to be necessarily even illegal.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Cool.
All right.
Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
All right. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Let's try to keep it concise because we got like, I don't know, like 9 more people, I think. I moved, Brad.
I'll
Welcome
make
back.
it quick. Hi, thank you, Sass. I'll make it really quick. So I'm gonna bring it back to the EMS thing. And I was thinking maybe like instead of expecting people to RP things, maybe we kind of like should force them into it, if that makes sense. Like, for example, if there's no EMS, Nancy's like 1 minute, but like for like I don't know how development work or whatever, but like maybe for each EMS that's clocked in, you add 3 minutes to like Nancy, or you can set a time, like I don't know, like
I
7 minutes or whatever.
I
think
like
that's
the base
much
idea. I
better.
don't like the way they want to do it.
That's the only thing I wanted to say. But I also have one question.
Mhm.
There's a topic, and I'm not sure how much time we have to address it, but I think it's a necessity to be addressed. But I don't know if it's like on topic.
Just say what it is.
I'll say it. What it is just about imports, and I think this really, really needs to be addressed. So I don't know if I can address it here now. I don't think it will take long.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I've written it down, so I'm prepared.
Crim culture is tiring
Right now.
right
The
now.
current
It's
states of import. The way that imports are being sold needs to be addressed. As of now, the way that imports are sold is first come, first served, and this way of selling them has many issues. When you have such a limited amount of a certain car that you can sell, how do you make it so it's fair for everyone to get an equal chance at obtaining them? This is just me guessing how many people play on the server consistently. And I guess it's like about 1,000. That's just a guess. I'm going to use the sunrise as an example. About like 1 year ago, when the sunrise got added for the first time, there were only 6 of them, which means that sunrise can only go for like 0.6% of the player base. And last week, 10 more got added, and that's only like 1% of the player base. The restock happened like last week at 6 p.m., like Sunday 6 p.m. A lot of the cars that were added got sold out in under 1 hour. Some
I agree
even
with you,
less than
Spooky
30,
Bits,
40, or 40
but
minutes.
I'm gonna let
They
them
were
yap.
added
You know?
without any prior announcement or an official announcement, and I'm not trying to put blame. I'm just saying it. So if you live in a different time zone, or you just happen to spend your weekend with your family or your partner, or you just wanted to do something else with your time, then you really didn't have a chance at getting any of the cars that you wanted, or maybe have waited months to
I
get.
will say wave
So
drops
is selling them
reward
as first
players
come,
that have
first
time
serve truly the best way to sell imports?
and
Is this the
punish people
fairest
who
way
don't.
for them to be
That is a fair
distributed
argument,
so that everyone can have an
but
equal
that's more
chance
of
to
an
obtain
issue
the
of
car that
Empire,
they
not a
want?
like server issue.
The second major issue of the way that they're being sold
Yeah.
is supply and demand. When
We're
you
going
have
we're going
such
full
low
brain rot.
supply and such high demand, the price of those cars immediately
I mean, I was one of
becomes
those people that got a car for
inaccurate.
someone else.
In the
I'll just
real
be
world
honest.
economy, when the demand surpasses the supply,
Pat literally
the
banned me
price
from
will
buying
increase
cars for a
till the
wave
supply
because I
meets
was
the
doing it so
demand.
often.
And I believe this goes in alignment with Echo's vision of having a realistic economy. The solution that I propose, which I believe would solve this problem immediately, is a silent auction. This method of selling them would be the fairest way to sell imports. as it will go to the people
Silent
who want it
auction's
the
kind of a good
most.
idea.
How much is one willing to pay for the card that they want? Additionally to the silent auction, I think they should be sold 2 or 1 at a time, every 24 hour like bid auction, and then after the 24 hour, 2 or 1 more gets added for others to bid on them. When people see the price of the first or 2 cars that won
Remember
the
when they
bid,
said this was going to be
people will see
quick?
the true price of these cars, and whether if the price is worth getting that specific car or not. I think this way, 100% of the player base would get an equal chance to get the car that they want, while first come, first serve
Wait, is there
only
echo?
has a 1%
Oh, because
or
just
lower
mute
chance
Discord.
of getting those cars.
Just mute
However,
Discord.
there's a problem if like the bidding system gets added, which
Just
is
hit the deafen
how
button,
you
brother.
calculate the tax for a car. This is just optional. You can decide how you want to do it. But I think the bid
It's
should
fine. You'll
start
join
from
one of the
stock
several
price,
people who are
and
DMing me,
then
even though we're
and
not
so
even
is
in
the
server.
tax. The bid should only indicate who wants it the most. I think a system that allows players to all have an equal chance of getting the card that they want would be better than first come, first serve. I will leave you with this. At the current state of how imports are sold, if you're living in the United States, the chances of you becoming a millionaire is 7.29%. So you're more likely to become a millionaire than obtaining a sunrise in EchoRP, just to show how ridiculous 0.6 and 1% are, and how insane that these cars are being sold as first come, first served. Yeah, that's all. Thank you so much for listening.
Wow, that's a
I'm
lot.
very passionate about this. Sorry, yeah.
That's okay. I got
took
that.
time to write it.
No, I literally just wrote so much about imports and percentages.
I have a document about like all of this, so if you need me to send it to you, just let me know. I took
I
time
appreciate
to write this.
Yeah. Hey, you did your
Very
research and your
passionate
homework.
about it. Yeah.
I appreciate that. You can send me if it's ready. I'm gonna take it, but I did write a lot of notes about it. I
Okay,
think
cool,
we
cool.
can see. I think that Pat's never, like I said, nothing here is ever set in stone. So
Yeah.
there could be adjustments made.
Yes. Oh,
Cool.
somebody said somebody get
Anything.
this person. That's all right. Yes, please. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. All right, I'm done.
Thank you. All right. All right. How many do we have, guys? We have 8 more. We've been doing this topic for 1 hour and 15 minutes, guys. So let's try to make it quick. Alex, I sent you an invitation.
Okay, so I'm gonna
Hi.
make this quick. This is generalizing for more new players, because I've only been on the server for 2 weeks. Okay, so I've noticed a lot of
Welcome.
things for being here as a new player.
Mhm.
So I've noticed that getting around as a new player is also harder because there's not really many people doing public transportation.
True.
So getting around is a lot harder, and there's less car rentals and all that.
Okay.
And then also role playing has been getting kind of harder for it too, because you try to sit around somewhere to role play, and then you're just always getting taken hostage. I know that's part of also role play, but it kind of weighs more into we can't really role play much when we're getting taken hostage so much that we're just forced into
Yeah,
hostage
it was
role
auction
play all
cars,
the
which
time.
sets the baseline to whoever
I
has the
got
most
that, yeah.
money and makes the number of cars. Yeah, it just encourages more grinding.
It's hard.
More money simulator stuff. It's.
I'm trying to write this down.
I'm reading the chat here also. Yes, hostage roleplay does lead into roleplay, but it's just that they're getting forced more into hostage roleplay than actual roleplay with people. That it makes it hard for them to want to actually roleplay as a new player.
Got you. Yeah, that can be really frustrating. When you say that there's no oh, you said transportation. Like you think there should be more like car rental?
Yes, I think there should be some more car rental spots because right now down in the city, there's only one car rental spot.
Oh.
And it's very far away from anything that could actually be helpful to a new player.
Got you.
That's
I
that's
feel
kind of
like
decent
a car rental
feedback.
spot, near City Hall would help them out a lot because they don't join the city with enough money to buy a car off the bat.
That's true.
So having a car rental where they need it the most would help them for getting around.
That makes sense.
I think more car rentals is a very good idea.
And I saw that Sophie mentioned something about the hostage loop, which is very real. Because even like in cop roleplay, we'll see the same hostages for all the same jobs in a row. Oh, yeah, maybe we're just open to take it. I'll grab it from there if you don't mind. Or I can. Oh, here I see it. Never mind. I can do it. I just didn't see it pop up for me. I got you. There you go. No, but I totally can understand. There, yes, like Lane said, frequent hostage flyers, and it's frustrating and it is hard. Especially if you're not getting a lot in the hostage role play. Or even from the PD when you get cleared for being a hostage and stuff like that. Yeah, I can understand that.
Oh,
I've written some notes
hey,
here
my
about
power just went out.
looking into some improvements here. Is there anything else?
No, that was just generally my 2 cents on being a new player.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've recently
Power's
experienced,
back.
being new player. So
Yeah, yeah. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Someone asked how many more topics are left. There is one topic after this one. So we just have to get through the hands on this one and then the next topic. Okay. Does that answer the question? We have 7 more to go. All right. I invited you back, James. Hopefully we got you this time.
I do apologize about earlier.
That's okay. That's all right. It happens. Hi, welcome.
My point is, I've started to notice, not often, but there's a trend where if, let's say, a group gets arrested, we'll have maybe one person say they'll need to go to sleep, so we do a local transport for them. But once they're at prison, they'll go to the kitchen, work, and they will be waiting in the lobby for their friends when they get out.
So you mean like there's like a group, like a 5 getting arrested, and then 4 of them will do like the DOC transport. One will say that they're going to sleep or something, and so you'll transport them locally, but they actually just are doing prison jobs?
Yes, and once they get out, they'll just wait for their friends in the lobby. As I've seen like one person happen twice in the same evening. And like, the thing is, like majority of times when people say they're going away or they need to go, majority of the time they'll get to prison, go to sleep, and like we're all human, it happens. But it's like when it has happened, when I've seen it happen multiple times in the evening, it does get a bit annoying for RP.
Yeah, I would say in that situation, that is definitely something that you should report. That's just very
James is on to
because it seems like they're
y'all.
just trying to skip the role play of the transport and everything else. Also, they're not reporting role playing with you. So they're just it's 0 role play, it's fail role play. That's definitely worth the report. So I would, especially if it's like a late night. I know that somebody wants to talk about DJ hours. We can do that after. So it's really just gross to do that. We mentioned another DOC situation earlier where their time will be up in prison and somebody will like, I don't know, like run up and like punch a DOC and then like run through the clipboard. That's also a rule break that doesn't make any sense. You're just using a mechanic to get away from the consequence of what you've just done. Just definitely, James, I would say in that situation to report it because it's just gross. And you can see everybody's reaction to that is just kind of like, wow, nobody would want that to happen to them. Did you have another topic?
Oh, no, that was just the main one I wanted to bring up.
Oh, no, that's great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. Leviticus, let's try again. I sent you the invite. You just have to accept it. And then, are you good?
I think we're good. Yep.
We're
yeah,
good.
honestly, just immediately charge them for battery. But the problem is then they get stuck in prison. They bolt,
Hello.
right?
All right. So I promise this will be
Oh my
short.
God,
I know
Corbin.
this is like a fucking meme at this point. But I promise this will be short.
Okay.
So I've noticed from the Leo side of things, we briefly touched on this with Sage and Luke, as far as people being like, "Hey, there's just so much gun violence and shit going on." It seems like there's been a huge uptick in criminals just choosing to shoot rather than coming up with a plan, rather than actually, taking that time, coming with a proper, constructive, well thought out plan.
Yeah.
Even like the most mundane calls from the PD side are just turning overwhelmingly violent. It's kind of creating this whole cops versus robbers vibe.
Yeah.
I think it's probably impacting server health. I think it's impacting numbers. I can't say for certain, but it's just I've noticed a lower cop count. I've noticed a lot lower of that officer presence around. And I was wondering if anything was maybe being come up to like curb that kind of behavior from staff, or if it's even come up before, or if this is just solely going to be in the hands of players of just reporting this sort of thing.
I would say it definitely is. There are some situations that just come off very low quality. I mean, I myself have been ambushed on a ATM of all things. An ATM that led to a shootout ambush is crazy, but sometimes that happens.
Yeah, I've been shot off of like D boost and D boost recently. It's actually like 5 autos rooftop ambush, and I'm like, okay, buddy, here we
Yeah.
go. Like,
Yeah. It's crazy. So those
but
things
like,
kind of happen, but I would say,
like
yeah, those things can be reported and talked to. Like we can, if nothing, even if it's not gonna end in a ban for them, just to talk to the 5 on the job to let them know that it was really dissatisfying or it's having a negative impact because it does. I mean, if anyone plays a cop in the server, you'll notice after some random alpha, like random ambush calls, the numbers will just go down because it's just really like demotivating.
Yeah.
Um, to get wiped on a call for something that you didn't have any engagement in. There was nothing for the cops to interact or role play with. It just a deboost ambush, you know? I don't know. I would say that yeah, it's something that we can talk to. I do think it has been mentioned quite recently that people are feeling that there is an overwhelming amount of violence on calls. And it's starting to feel very like cop v crime, like cops and robbers, rather than any kind of engagement or role play. Obviously, we understand both perspectives, right? Cops are there responding to a robbery. The criminals are doing a robbery. They obviously want to get away. Um, but that doesn't mean that there's no role play that can happen in between, and there's no expectation of a plan. There is always an expectation for you to have a plan. You know.
yeah, I gotcha.
So
It's just recently it's
yeah.
been like, if we're lucky, maybe we'll see one block and maybe one swap, and they'll be like, oh well, that didn't work. I guess it's time to go to the hills and do a 5 autos rooftop ambush. Sounds great.
Yeah. It really depends. Sometimes this is happening with the same group multiple times, and that can definitely be looked into. But I would say any situation where you're like, well, that just doesn't feel right, we can always look into it. And like I said, there may be no punishment, but it could just be a conversation of like, we need it to be a little bit better next time, you know?
Gotcha. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's literally it though.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you, Leviticus. All right. Move you down. And then we have Robbie. Oh, I got it. Hold on. Wait. I have to like flip my page here. Run out of room. Okay.
Hello?
Hi, Robbie. Welcome.
Hi. I just wanted to ask if it would be possible, like, as a new player, because I mean, I started like 2-ish months ago,
Mhm.
but if like, I mean, I don't know if there's something for
I
it
thought that was
already, but
Maxi
like
for a
main
second.
bank, if it had like a different color or something else on the map, because when I first started, I tried to find where main bank was because I was seeing like, oh, I'm getting these payments. I don't know where to get it. I'm just looking for any bank and
It's just
walking to it. I literally walked to every bank, like when I was brand new, like to try to find a way to get it. Um, but I guess just to like save time and like, you know, if people do ask, hey, where do you get this or where do you cash it out from? Like if main bank had like a different color or a different like I don't know. I guess the symbol is good, but just something to make it so they can find it easier. Because it was rough for
You
me out there.
Are you talking about like the Pacific Standard? Because there's more than one. I feel bad telling you this, I
he
guess,
did
but
sound
there's
so
more than one
happy.
bank you can get your paycheck from, which I think is what you're referring to as the main bank, right?
Oh my god. Is that true?
That is true.
I know there was one in I think it's in Toledo or something because I went for the bees and like I just happened to see, oh my god, you can get your check here. But like I wasn't sure if there was
Yeah,
more than
there's more
one.
than one bank that you can get your paycheck at. Yes, I'm so sorry. But
Oh my
if that is
god.
your suggestion that you try to make it obvious where you get your paycheck from, there might be something that we could do, right? Because you're getting a notification that you're getting paid anyway.
Right.
But there might just be a way to, yeah, there might just be a way to make this a little bit more apparent.
Okay. Oh my god, I had
I
no
didn't tell
idea.
him where he could get it from. You guys, it's not metagaming. I just said that there's an ability. Chill out.
I don't know.
But yeah, it's just yeah, like not where
Okay.
it is, but you know, like I don't know, just something so it's like because I
Um,
spent so much time walking, I was like, oh my god. But
I mean,
anyway,
Honestly,
but that
that was
that
it.
does go into the new player experience, right? Like, and of
Yeah,
course,
that's
there are
true.
people in roleplay who will not tell you where to go get your paycheck from. So it could be a little bit of a hump to get you started, and it might be a little demotivating if you can't have access to your money, you know? So,
True. Yeah, you're right.
okay,
But
that
yeah,
makes
that
sense.
was it.
Okay, thank you, Robbie. Appreciate it.
Thank
make it easier to get paycheck. I'm gonna write down some notes on this. Okay. Next person is Dale. I sent you the invite. You just have to accept it. Welcome. You have to unmute still.
Hi, is this thing on?
Oh my
It is.
god.
It is.
Why is everyone so loud?
Hi. Truly not a meme. But I did in the interest of time I did write a synopsis. But here's the thing I wanted to bring up. If we're still on the topic of like low quality roleplay, is that correct?
We're talking about, I mean, yeah, it's fine. We're talking about roleplay
Generally
expectations, so that works.
expectations. This kind of goes in line with that, so that's perfectly fine. The problem is low quality roleplay in heists specifically by both police and crims. Every single job that I've been in, as part of
The crazy
or
part is my
as a
Discord is also
hostage,
set to like
etc., felt
40%
extremely
volume to begin
scripted.
with. So like
It's the same kind of question. It's the same questions, the same setup. We can't even get creative with the job specifically necessarily in general. But we also can't really get creative with our chases or our getaway plans. Just out of fear for, like bikes were a big topic a while back, for example. I've been taken hostage on multiple, bank trucks where it just feels, or I don't know if it was a bank truck, but multiple jobs that just felt the same as every other job. It was, the same thing every time.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's something, we can improve via like opening up the creativity that you can have in something like a getaway plan, or open up the creativity in how you can go about doing the actual job itself. I know there's, variations between the jobs that you can kind of play with, but just generally that's my point. I'm not going to
You're
take up
talking
any more
about
time on
like
that.
the big heists. You're talking about like Pack and Polito and those
Not
that you feel
necessarily
are the same
Fleekas.
stuff. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Fleekas. For sure.
yo, why do
Go into
Fleekas
that.
take longer than a pack?
Yeah.
Evanges when, before the changes. I haven't done Evanges, since after the changes, but
Okay.
things like that, just scripted heists just feel the same every single time. The only
Mm.
variable being, do we get away or not? Or, from the cops perspective, do, we catch the criminals or not? That's the only thing that really kind of varies between that.
Gotcha.
I don't know if other people feel this way, but that's just what I've noticed.
Yes, someone's question. So there have been Vanjis done since the change. I'm wondering what sort of changes we could implement. I'm trying to theorize because I get that feeling. I feel like it's that way for a lot of cops.
Maybe
To the point
perhaps
where,
clarifying. I'm
yeah,
sorry, I apologize.
I just think
Maybe perhaps
go ahead.
qualifying exactly what we can do, what the limits are of our creativity in like the getaway. I mean, I don't know what you can do about the heist itself or the culture of like PD running their SOPs the same way every time, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, because it is that way
I don't
with
really have a
certain jobs.
solution. I just wanted to bring it up.
Got you. I think we can
What were you gonna
probably.
say? I'm sorry.
They just kind of take those things. There are ways, like even from a PD side, where they're going to feel the same, and to the point where it even when there is a change, we're almost like, well, what just happened? Because we're so used
Sure.
to Leaka's going one way. And they do have specific requirements as far as like what we can negotiate
SOP.
for. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. It's just
Maybe we
I
could.
don't I yeah, I don't know what I don't know if it's like the requirements for like hostages or whatever.
Mhm.
I just feel like, if we had some sort of freedom in some part of it, it would improve the overall experience in roleplay.
Okay. Yeah. We'll have to look on
That's
that.
it.
Cool. I appreciate it. Thank you.
That's it. Hi, Mikey. Okay, I'm out. Bye.
Okay. All right. Lane. And we only have 3 more after Lane, so this will be fine.
Hello,
We're
my
almost
team.
done. Hello, Lane. Welcome.
Hey, real quick. So on RP stuff, I have noticed over many years of being on Echo, we have kind of developed like an anti-RP checking culture where if you RP check someone, they get like actually offended. And it leads to people who want to actually provide more solid RP feeling like they shouldn't do that because they get ostracized for actually trying to RP.
Okay, can you give me an example? Because I feel like you said RP checking, but then the RPing is what's suffering.
Um,
I'm missing it.
So like for an example would be like you would it's hard to give a like super specific example, but like let's say someone's sitting outside a taco hut and they're like, man, this Taco Bell crunch wrap is so good, and you're like, oh, do you mean Taco Hut? And then people are like, you're being so weird about this. It's like the idea of trying to keep stuff in city, trying to keep RP more like more to the character. Like if you try to play a more like if you try to actually play a very like character, right? Like not just a self-insert with some extra steps on top of it, people kind of treat you a little bit worse.
Yeah, like if you are staying within the scope of the realm of GTA.
Yes.
And you're trying to encourage the people around you to do that, they are like put off by it. Like they're making a scene about it.
Exactly. And it almost causes people who want to like people talk about how they want to see more like interesting characters, less self-inserts and stuff, but this culture causes people to not want to do that because they feel like they are the ones like being weird, quote unquote, in their RP, even though they're actually trying to provide far more RP.
Okay, I'm writing this down. Because I believe that happens. It's different.
As Berber said,
experience for me, you know?
normalize RP checking.
Yeah, I think RP checking is fine to an extent, and then there's a point where you're just RP checking, and then everybody's immersion is fucked. You know what I mean?
No, it's there's a balance
don't
to
go
it for
crazy
sure.
with it. I think it's okay to be confused of something like you're like questioning, like, don't you mean Taco Hut? Is different than, you know, pushing it further and further to making them feel stupid that they're not catching on to the fact that you're not immersed, you know, and then everybody becomes unimmersed.
The goal is for everyone to reach a level of immersion while also still playing a video game.
Yes.
All right, that's pretty much all.
Okay.
Actually short. Bye. You're tall, etc. Oh, that's the wrong button. Team, I left the thingy. That's the wrong button. Well done.
Okay.
All right, I'm back.
So real quick, it's about the
Well done.
Someone touched on it
there
earlier.
We go.
It's about gangs kind of like having low RP, basically doing that. I have like spoke to people and out of city, and they have basically said there's no natural
Normalize VDM.
It's very hard to get natural beef going. I think implementing something like instead of having more jobs that a cop reacts to, have more jobs that criminals can interact with. I do this through like link up. They can queue up, and then they all have to. It's kind of like airdrops. It's crim related. It's not more cops, but have more kind of crim jobs other than more on airdrops, but more jobs like that. It doesn't have to be shooting, but it can be like along those lines. It'll actually, I believe, stop low quality interactions between crims because there's you're not creating a reason, you're not trying to force a reason, but it's more natural.
Yeah. I can completely agree with that. I too am of the opinion that beef between gangs is not natural because it is very forced on interaction based things that never feel justified to both groups. It's always like, okay, now we have to war over this. It's stupid because there's not a lot of forced interaction between gangs unless like a gun plug is pushing it or something like that. So I think that that's an interesting idea to create a method of I guess not forcing, but allowing gangs to participate in crim, like gang type of interactions rather than crime, which is going to be like a criminal to a cop interaction. I think there's something interesting there.
Yeah, I've seen on different servers. I'm not saying steal it, but kind of like along the lines of you can bring in so much interactions that you can have through a system that people try and criminals will try and steal this or like anything along those lines, like turf systems or whatever it is. But just I think that'll create more natural. I'm gonna end it here because I don't want to take up too much more time because it's been going on for too long. But thank you.
I know. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Okay. Other person left, so we only have Ricky. left? Let me grab a pen.
Honestly, I
All right.
forgot that I raised my hand, but I guess I'll just say what I was gonna say anyway.
All right.
We're still on the topic of like
role play
new
expectations.
player RP sort
New
of.
players. Mm-hmm.
I spoke with Flaws about this a while ago. I'm not sure if you remember or not, but like a new weed system, I think would bring a lot of potential RP with new players, like with the like personal strains and like reputation based. So like, say for instance, you could bring a brick of your weed to a new player and be like, hey, sell this, make some money. It helps me by raising my reputation, but it also helps you make money. You know what I'm saying? And then from there on, you can further the RP by the next time they come to you and they pay a little bit of money this time to make profit, and you're still gaining reputation, but also money at the same time.
Yeah. Pause. Did you want to comment on the new weed system?
Like the
idea
of it?
I started coming up with concepts and ideas, like mixing stations and whatnot. So I'll definitely be working on that soon. I'll probably look over our DMs on these days as well, because there's actually a lot in there.
Yeah,
So yeah,
I
it's
tried
definitely
to
being worked
flush it
on.
out as best as I could to you. I'm like a D1 yapper when it comes to like stuff I'm passionate about. So,
Cross.
Yeah, I'll
So
reach out one
that
of
was
these
the thing I
days.
had on
I'll
my
message you
last
now, actually,
server
so
I
we can
played
start
on,
talking
where
about
you had
DMs.
the breed weed to make the best
but
kind
yeah,
of
pretty much
weed.
that's
But
that's
then
all I
what
wanted
ended
to
up
say,
happening
really,
is
like,
people would get the
I
best
feel like
weed.
something
They
like
would
that
make
would
mother
bring a lot of
plants
RP
so that
to
they
like
could
new players.
sell,
Yeah, I think
so
it's good
that they
even for
could make
civilians.
more
Just from the
seeds.
criminal side,
Then
you
they
know what I mean?
would sell the drone plants that couldn't produce more seeds to people,
But yeah,
thus
that's about it.
gatekeeping it. So people would be
Yeah,
like, "Oh, you can
appreciate
buy
it.
this seed for 10K. It'll produce 15K worth of
Jess,
weed,
did you really
And
raise
but
your
you
hand
but you
bigger
can
bushes,
never
bigger bushes.
get
for weed?
more plants yourself,
No,
Or
no,
right?
like big bushes around the
Unless
city.
you grew it
want
yourself and
bigger
you made your own
bushes?
mothers.
Yeah,
More foliage.
yeah, more foliage.
Oh,
Yeah,
I've
I'm a big fan
heard
of
of
that
your
stuff.
strats. Wait, I know this guy. We need more ghillie suits. I got you. I understand.
Yes, bring in a ghillie suit. All right,
Okay,
that's
thank
about it.
you. Jess, did you really? Are you serious? You actually want to? You're the last person I'm gonna let up, Jess.
Jess, are you
I've had this
actually
topic for
serious? Is
an
so
hour and 40
funny.
minutes.
Listen, I'll keep it short and sweet. All right. Number one, bring back bushes. All right. Bushes are the best thing that the city's ever brought onto. Number two, when it comes to gang stuff, I personally think, like I mentioned in chat, that contesting gang sprays, like having gangs where they have to have certain sprays up in the city to claim turf instead of it being designated. I think that would be a good way to maybe naturally initiate gang wars between different gangs. Pardon me, chat. But I think that would be like probably the best way, because I'm gonna be honest, like when we had GSF running for a little bit, like I'm gonna be honest, we had like 3 people on BF400s just like coming up, like hitting our hitting our bites and shit, and just trying to like pocket wipe us. This would probably be a good way. Number 4, I want to FaceTime people. Like, you know, if I'm in like in the middle of like the char chase, I want to FaceTime a cop. Bring that shit. That shit's funny as fuck. I think that's all I have.
You said there were 4 things, but
If that was 3, I'm just being dumb.
Okay. All right. I was like, what happened? Like, I lost it. Do you want to FaceTime while driving? Is this
Yeah.
the question you had?
Or like FaceTime you when I'm like robbing your house. That'd also be a fun thing to do.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Of course.
Of course. All right. Okay. All that we're gonna talk about on specifically my house. I got it, guys. She robbed my house. I get it. Okay, officially over with that topic. Thank you guys for all of the comments on that one. This is our last topic. Okay, so let me be clear on how this is gonna go. We're gonna talk about this last topic, okay? And then after we let people talk about that topic, then we'll have open floor, okay? So, all right, so our last topic is things that are new, things that are upcoming, things that we're excited about and planning for the future. So, Plus, can you look at should we start here?
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay. So
yeah.
do this
Yeah, that's
last
fine.
maybe? And start here.
Yeah.
Start here. Okay, let's talk about
Whatever you want to do.
All right. Because you're going to show here?
I think you're going to explain.
Explain. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
You want me to? Or you will?
You can.
Okay, great. All right. So a couple of things that are new that we kind of touched on earlier, for instance, is we did bring on some new developers recently. I think Floss is always looking for new developers. I think actually if you look at his message, like his bio says reach out if you're interested in developing. If you are interested in helping with development on Echo and you have experience, that would be great. Go ahead and let him know. But some of the new developers that we've brought on have been assisting us with stuff like fishing and hunting, which is huge and highly requested. Fishing has been down for quite a while. We're doing a hunting rework. So those things are in progress. So that is huge. We're very excited. Yes. Also with that, we are working towards a couple of new player-owned businesses. Some of those are going up in Polito specifically, which we did also touch on that earlier. And some of those have something to do with fishing and hunting.
It's a soap video.
So they're kind of
True.
tying in together. We can hopefully knock these things out around the same time. And then also coming
Yeah,
up
we just
soon,
keep adding
right,
the
next
brain
month,
rot.
in a couple days here actually is Pride Month. I know that my understanding is that Norma and Berber are spearheading Pride Month as usual. It's usually Norma. But Pride is coming up. And so I know there's going to be a lot of activities, a lot of decorations, a lot of concerts and events. Love that. We're happy to see that. Very excited to see
Pride.
what's to come. And then what else is coming up? Oh, so something that I guess we'll go here first. And then here. Okay, let's do this.
Thank you for the follow to all the people who
Berber.
have been following, by the way.
There's like 2 more topics on this. So flaws is what? What is that? Okay, we'll start here. So we're currently scoping out what we want to work on for the next update. And what I want to be clear about this because our last update, right, was the spring update. We've pushed some changes and stuff there. So we're looking to do another update. We're not looking to take forever on this. It did take us a while to release the spring update. It was initially going to be a winter update. That's beside the point. So we're looking to how do I want to explain this? What we're looking for specifically is to provide features in this next update that are going to be impactful and wanted by the community. We have people who suggest things all the time, and we try to look at things that people really want when we're implementing these features, which is fine. But sometimes they don't land the way that we're expecting them to. Flaws is a great dev, right? So anything that someone can come up with, he genuinely tends to be able to make come true. We are trying to push this as like a smaller, like a mini update. This is not something that we're going to pack a bunch of different features into. We have a couple of like specific things in mind, but really we want to gauge what you guys actually want. So I would expect to see from us a couple of polls to gauge what those things are that you want to see on the next in the next little mini update that comes, right? Ideas, suggestions, those kinds of things. Yeah, congratulations on fishing being back. I know it's coming. So there are other things in process. I'm trying to decide which thing to tell you guys about next. Hold on. There are 2 pretty significant
It's really pretty. It should be fun to see more
updates,
stuff.
I would say that people who do gang roleplay are going to be interested in. And they're coming. Okay, so in the last couple of days, we've had a lot of discussions about this topic that we've been circling in this meeting, right? Where it's like gangs have nothing substantial to fight over. So we had some people on our team who actually participate in gang roleplay who have pushed this like fact in front of us. We've had people in the community who've issued these kind of statements. And so for the past several days, we have been outlining a system for a gang app that will allow for gangs to actually have tasks, things to do that will matter and will impact their standing with other gangs. There's a leaderboard system that we're looking at. There's reputation, there's experience, there's
this is
a
good.
point to using the app. There's rewards for doing these tasks.
The gang app that was literally just you are in
And
this
there's the
gang. Do
ability
you want to leave?
lose what you've earned. So these things have been they're still being worked out. We're working with our UI people, but there's a lot of ideas that are coming out right now. We have a very basic idea, but the way that Flaws and I talk about it is a system that is better than what we have, right? Because now we're giving you guys something specifically to work towards, and the ability to impact each other's gangs' standings. What were you saying, Flaws? I don't. Yeah, we can. You want to do it? No, he's not talking, you guys. Sorry. Okay. He'll post a sneak peek so you guys can see one of the things that I've mentioned about this gang app, basically.
Where is he posting it?
All right. And so there, he's put it in the chat if you guys can see. These are just like literal examples for the UI. They mean nothing. They're just an idea. So you have daily, weekly, monthly type
Rick
tasks.
Grimes doing a lot.
Things that you can do. You can see which of your gang members are contributing the most.
He's probably DMing
how many tasks you've done, the experiences that you're earning, and then there's a different. You can obviously see there's like shops and management and all these other things. So the way we're talking about it now, there isn't any increase to max members. These are things that can be discussed as time goes on. But
win a street race.
these are just ideas that are in process.
I like that.
We've been.
I like that.
No, PD doesn't get a gang app. But yeah, so this is what we're working on. We just got this UI stuff like what, yesterday, today. So it's all. I mean, we've been working on this a couple of days. So
I messed up.
We're executing it pretty quickly. We're coming up with a lot of ideas.
There we go.
But we figure this is at least in the most basic level, something for gangs to do, something for them to care about, give them something to do actively, daily, weekly, and monthly. And it will tie into other gangs as well. So there's that. The other thing that we have planned for, I guess it's not really gangs, it's more like crims. I don't really want to talk about today because I think that we will have an update on that in a couple of days and then we can just announce it then. Do you think? Flaws?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay. So, and other things soon, TM, for the community. Those are, we hope, part of these like future updates. And sorry, I guess I should clarify because we did mention that we're looking for things for the summer update. This gang app is separate from the summer update. This is something we're working on currently. This is something that we're working towards pretty soon. It wouldn't be a part of this bigger summer update. Those are other things. So the things that we're gauging from you guys, the things that you would like to see is outside of this. But of course, sure, go ahead and make your suggestions. But yeah, so that's basically what we have for new and upcoming things. What did we go over? New devs, fishing, hunting updates coming soon, player-owned businesses coming soon, Pride Month events that we are aware of, the gang app, and then just looking for other things for summer. Anything else that you can think of, Flaws?
Nah, I think we're good. Is it? What's the next topic then?
This is it. People can comment on this topic or open floor. This is all. Yep, that's it. And then after we get through everybody's little raised hands, then we can open the server back up.
Yeah. All right then.
Okay. All right. We have one hand. Let me grab my pens again. Hold on. All right, Noah, I invited you again.
All right. Can you hear me?
We can.
Perfect.
He's already
So
turned down. Cool.
I'm gonna like say maybe a point or two about this current topic, and then you don't mind if I
Your
move to like
degen
the
things.
open topic.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
good.
All right.
Why the
So
preamble
when
every
you
time?
say so let's say this does like go into effect in terms of gang app, and I know like there's a lot of people who would like this gang app, but if I were to approach it from a more like a devil advocate's perspective, or like in a way that would make sense in character, uh I obviously in terms of all the communities I've been a part of, Echo has been like the most fundamentally innovative server when it comes to mechanics and features. But I was also thinking to myself, so to what extent are we implementing maybe too much mechanics to shape RP instead of, like I was thinking to myself, like, can't we maybe do these things without necessarily having to rely on an application, right? Or a mechanic to encourage this? Like, why like I feel like it'd be more natural having an arms deal, because then then what, like for example, like one of them was like, let's say as an example, a major weapons transaction, like why can't like this take place without an application necessarily, or an incentive for it to happen based on natural role play? Maybe shaping it, because at the end of the day, mechanics are very vital, right? But it's like there needs to be like a certain balance where you don't really need a mechanic for every single RP interaction, right? And it's something that you would actually want to do because you're passionate about. You wouldn't really necessarily wait for a mechanic to allow you to do these things.
Yeah, so as far as like this actual gang app, all of the things that are filled in on the task there are just like automatically generated. Like those are not what we've,
Oh, they're placeholder.
They're placeholder things. A lot of these things are meant to just, how do I explain this? The goal of this app is to give the gangs active things to do, and the way that they're completing these tasks is for these, like experience, their leaderboard, their points, their ego, but it's a lot of just giving them something to look forward to doing daily, weekly, and monthly. So a lot of that can be done in character. Like obviously they could do any of these things. They could recruit members on their own. That doesn't have to be a task. I don't think that's a task that makes sense in my opinion. But it's just on the list.
Right.
But obviously they can't just like add people to their roster and get points and money for it. But it's just it's more so to have them we're kind of steering them in a direction of being engaged more with their gang, to like help them out. I don't think it's a system that we need to do for everybody. Like I don't think we're gonna have something for PD like this. You know what I mean? Like respond to 5 bank trucks this week. Like it's just kind of like this is giving gangs something competitive to do with each other that'll be handled more in character. The gun plugs will have interaction with this, with them, and things like that. It's just we think that this is needed because where our gangs are at, based on the feedback we're getting from them, they need something like
Absolutely.
this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, as long, so like in your opinion, with the tasks, without
Holy shit, I
I
almost
guess
just
saying too
died.
much, would it actually
I'm
make
gonna lose.
sense in a way that could naturally be collaborated with an RP? It's not like something unnatural or not something that happens in an everyday day-to-day life, would you say?
Yeah, I would say the way that we are looking at these tasks, it's more like a daily task might be like a simple retrieval system. Turn in this receive experience. But I would say like a bigger monthly task would be more like what the gun plugs give to gangs to do, but they would be more to, I don't want to say bait, but I would say more to encourage interaction between groups. Like perhaps one gang's monthly task is to specifically go and get a gang member from another group and use them as a hostage or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Like it's because a lot of gangs are very comfortable not engaging with each other. They're very
Right.
comfortable just working for themselves, but there are means and methods
People
in which
who
they can
have this
steal
take but don't understand that cop
experience from
numbers need
other
to be
groups
around to
or
facilitate that, and not every
have
cop wants to go to
conflict
big
over things that
jobs.
matter, like um, objectives, right? Like if we give them objectives they can control, if they get experience for controlling an objective, they're going to want to hold an objective, or they want to war for the objective, or they want to steal the objective. These kinds of things. It's more
So
about
you're
encouraging them to interact with each other, really.
no, absolutely. I mean, yeah. So you're trying to stir up some fire, trying to
Yes.
encourage some gang beef.
we're trying to encourage gangs to interact with each other and do gang things.
Okay.
Because we have a lot of gangs, in our opinion, that just want easier access to the gun plug or the benefits that come from being a gang, but they don't really do a lot of interaction with the other groups or the MCs or whatever. And this is a means and a method of having a ranking system and having a way to create a little bit of discomfort and interaction with a purpose now, instead of
Absolutely.
interaction for no reason or a made up reason.
No,
So,
absolutely. And you believe within this system, it's something that the staff team can control very closely. I'd believe because like,
yeah.
uh, from maybe if you want to encourage it, maybe it's just worrying that it might be too toxic or too engaging from one another if things go out of
Yeah.
control or spiral out of control.
Imagine minus
Yeah.
oneing.
So like
Well,
Okay.
yeah.
Cool.
The intention with this is for us to control specifically what the tasks are. We wouldn't make anything too. The example I gave maybe is not like the best one, but we would control what the tasks are for like the bigger ones that are going to be encouraging conflict. If we're noticing that things are getting too toxic,
Look,
we'll be able
I've
to
never understood why people put their
control
gang
how
names in
that's
their
impacting the
username.
gang. If they're acting beyond the
I'll be
scope of their
honest.
gang, that could not go well for them as far as their experience or their reputations or whatever. Like this is more about giving them something to do that is
Imagine
engaging
minus
and makes sense for gangs to do and care about. But we will be monitoring the toxicity and the heat that comes along with it, because I know that they can
Yeah,
get a little excited. So
absolutely. All right. I
yeah.
mean, perfect. Thank you for
Yeah.
that. In terms of that topic, I'm gonna move, if you don't mind, to the open stage, at least from my
Go
part.
ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm from Lebanon. I'm from the Middle East. So you could say I'm with collaboration with the EU time zone because that's the closest
Ready?
time zone I am actually
Just gonna
part of
minus
in terms
one.
of the
There you go.
community.
There's my contribution.
So typically, I'm not an early bird, so I wake up around
Huh?
like 9
Thank you.
a.m. GM, like UK time, I guess. And from that time, really all the way up to first restart, which is like 5 p.m. my time, which I guess translates to 12 p.m. Eastern. I'm not too sure exactly what time it translates to in Eastern, but I guess it's first restart. And
I think
for
it's
me,
10
that
a.m. or
time
something. Yeah.
yeah, 10 a.m. Yeah, sorry, my
It's okay.
apologies. And
Oh, no, it's okay.
for me, during that time, there is some things that do go on, but at the same time, there is many things that I feel like is restricted or limited that allows, for example, me and others like me who are awake during these times to
Yeah.
actually do crime and prepare and actually meet people, because it's obviously during a due point where there's like 25, 22 players up to 36 if we're not talking weekends. So it gets a little bit hard. Now I do want to mention, I understand the majority here is Eastern Standard Time, and I
Yeah.
do understand it's mainly tailored towards the United States and the citizens of that country. But
Mhm.
I was wondering, do you guys maybe have any plans to
Yeah.
maybe tailor some content towards the degens like myself, who is 7 hours ahead of everyone? Like right now, it's like 2 in the morning, right? So,
Oh, wow.
I was, yeah.
I'm not gonna
So
engage with
I was
people who
wondering
just want to
if there
say
is
job should pop and I
something,
should get
or
them for free
maybe
because I waited long
during a
enough.
certain
It's an
time
RP server with
where, let's say, the
350
chemicals
people
of
on it.
meth,
You're not gonna get your
or
turn every time. I'm
anything
sorry.
really that allows um
If
people
you
during this
can't
time to actually do
share,
crime or actually progress a
then
little bit,
don't
instead of having
participate
to
at all.
wait till the first restart where there's a little bit more activity at 10 in the morning.
Mm.
um
Hey Matt,
yeah,
I
that's
get
pretty
that.
much.
Yeah.
real, the streamer does stink.
It's an interesting thought, because we recognize it's a problem. Like third shift to first shift is how we would
It
talk about it.
does look, it does
It's
suck, but
difficult because the player base. We have to have cops available. There's not always cops available during the shift, but we've definitely recognized that it is our lowest population that we have. We do have, yeah, like Peter said, there are a lot of European cops for sure. We definitely do have some, but those are quite early hours. It's an interesting thought to giving some kind of like a perk or a buff based on the time, though. Um, Reka, when do you start shift though? Like Is it after first shift or is it during third shift at the 10 a.m. restart? Yeah, so that's what I mean. So somewhere between like the 2 a.m. restart and the 10 a.m. restart, there's not a lot that goes on, right? We have to
Right.
come up with some kind of things there.
Yeah, especially it's like so after the first restart, so before the
Correct.
second restart, I believe. Um,
Correct.
oh no, sorry. After the third restart, my apologies. After third restart,
Yeah.
like before the first restart, it's a very tough period
It's exactly like
because then
the
like
problem about
from let's say I
degen
wake up
is that people
around
are
11:30 in the
asleep.
morning. I eat my breakfast, do all my stuff, get ready.
As someone who
And let's
plays
say
during
I'm off
degen,
work, no work. All
I
right,
just
I'm
accept
hopping
that.
in. It's like 2 p.m. my time. So from 2 p.m. or let's say 1 p.m. actually till 5 p.m. So that's about 4 hours, give or take, maybe more, maybe less.
Mm.
It's like, okay, what can I do right now? I can obviously like do all the roleplay stuff that I normally go through, engage, socialize, but it's even then it's quite hard because the population will be low. It's not really easy to find much people going around. Um, so then you think about maybe preparing for some things that you'd like to do later on during the day, or gathering some materials that you'd like to get later during the day. But then it's like, oh, I can't do that right now. Oh, I can't do that right now either. Oh no, I can't do that right now either. You know what I mean? So it's like,
Yeah.
mm, I understand if like my point entirely would be like, okay, we're mainly tailored towards EST and
Yeah.
sucks to suck, right? And I wouldn't get upset, right? I'd understand, but I was just wondering
Mm.
because it's more or less like, okay, how much more can I keep up waking up during this time? Is it even worth waking up during this time in the server, or do I just maybe be productive in some things else and then come back after, I guess, first restart?
Mm.
If
Yeah.
that makes sense.
No, I think it makes sense. What you're saying is basically the third shift is difficult to be engaged
Extremely,
in because
yeah.
there's not a lot of people that are on
Yes.
during that shift. So there's not a lot of cops who are going to be available, so you can't do crime and all these. Yeah, it's difficult. We're gonna have to think on how we can try to make third shift a little bit better for those people who were actually on that shift. Third shift EST is 2 a.m. So we're talking about the 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. shift. It's really hard to gauge. I don't know if I have an answer for that right now, but I think that's something that we could think about and try to make a little bit easier on people. I know that
Absolutely.
yeah, I know, Lane. Yeah, you're
Oh,
good.
sorry. No, go ahead. I cut you off.
I was just gonna say that I recognize what Lane is gonna say, and it's fine, Lane. You can raise your hand to talk about it. I know that cops on third shift struggle a lot with the quality of the scenes that happen right at the start of third. We can talk about it when Lane comes up, though.
She
Yeah,
knows exactly what I want to talk
it is
about.
difficult, but yeah, we'll look into some of those. Sure.
I did see a feedback. I believe I did see a sort of feedback from a developer. I forgot who the name was or what the name was. It was like, sorry, but we can't just tailor to that. But I wanted to make sure if that's true, at least from the very least. Because then it's like, okay, maybe I could maybe try to adapt on my part into doing some things else during that time. But like, um, yeah, that's pretty much it. I just wanted to I just wanted to get some affirmations that maybe there is some hope that there is some content tailored towards that time.
Yeah, I think that we can look at some of those things specifically. I like this
Okay, and
idea. I'm cooking on something.
thank you. I have one more point I'd like to bring up.
Mhm.
Um so what's the general outlook on when certain players, let's say, for example, I'm Arab. I'm Arabic, so
Yeah.
um if I do see a character trying to roleplay as an Arab, right, let's say, and
Mhm.
he does certain stereotypes, and I don't blame most people who maybe wanted to do an Arabic character who
Yeah.
stereotype the character.
Mhm.
To what extent is it really, what's it called? So like, is there a line that if I see someone role playing as an Arab as well, but stereotyping it to a certain extent, whereas I feel like it's kind of wrong, is that something that I could bring up to the staff team?
Yeah, yeah, it is. And I guess the best way to say this is if it's making you uncomfortable, then it's too far. Does that make sense? Like if it's something that you're witnessing and you're like, "Well, that doesn't seem right," it's definitely worth talking about a lot. Of people will do this. They will just open tick and be like, "Hey, I'm not sure if this is I'm not sure if this is okay. I'm not sure if this is offensive, but it feels offensive. I feel offended. And so we can look into it. It's a weird thing that happens in role play, this like cultural appropriation, but that can
Absolutely.
often be kind of like stereotypical, insulting kind of role play. And I think that we have to know about it. Like you have to tell us about it. So yeah, I would absolutely encourage you to do that. And like I said, even if we don't ban that person, we can at least educate them about why it's offensive so they can curb out those traits or stop doing that character altogether, you know? Yeah,
Perfect.
I think it's absolutely worth discussing with us.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. And I guess that is all my
Mhm.
points from me in terms of degen stuff.
Cool.
I do want to thank you, and because that's the last time I'll be speaking today, so I do want to
Okay.
thank you for your open and honest communication with everyone. It's my first ever community meeting, especially because I'm new to the community, and I've been loving it here, honestly. And no, again, thank you, and thank you everyone for playing along.
Yeah.
I'll definitely still be here to stick around to listen to everything. And yeah, thank you.
Cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Of course.
Cool. We got 7 more. Okay. Charlie, I've sent you an invitation. You just have to accept it and then okay, you're good. Welcome. Hello.
Hello. So I've got 2 separate points. They're kind of very different.
Oh, I'm so
So
hungry. I
I'll
can't
just
wait
go
for
through
pizza
them.
to get here.
All right,
So
go
with
ahead.
the first point, it's to do with like performers and performing in terms of the music scene and events and things like that.
Oh, you're Bakes. Guys, this is
Yeah.
Bakes.
So one thing that I've been noticing, because I attend most of the music events and see all the performances and things, is that the actual performances themselves and the sets tend to be like you can only be so like what's the word I'm looking for, like original and unique with like a vocal set. And like I feel like at times there's specific elements of the
Again,
performance
he just
that
wants
will
cops to not to
make
be
it
able
less
to do any
interactive for the
RP that
audience and
isn't
less
being a
fun to
mechanic
me at
for
an
them.
event. Like there's no real like, well, there's obviously some like emotes and things you can do, but I feel like there's for one example, there's not really many like singing emotes, and that's like such a
True.
bit of small point to focus on, but something like that. And even if it's just something like pyrotechnics or like fireworks or something that can happen during the set to make it more original and like
Mhm.
have a impactful part of the song or something like that. And obviously I know there's things like construction that you can have for events and things, but I
Yeah.
was just wondering, is there anything that would be in place, or like I understand it's kind of like a minor adjustment, but like is there anything that would be in place to make
Joining the
these
calls is
events more
fun, but
immersive?
so is checking in with businesses EMS.
Um,
Exactly.
I don't think we're against the idea at all. We just don't know what is needed. I think that there's nothing wrong with like I don't know if Bakes is a part of like a record label, but I know that record labels have made requests for like certain props that they can have or whatever. I'm very sure
Yeah,
that there
you're
have
right. I
been
should just be a
record
server
labels who have asked
mechanic.
for the ability to do pyrotechnics and kind of things like that on the fly. The sets are easier because it requires just a dev to make a set for you. And they do backdrops and things, but I think to your credit, yes, there aren't very many like interactive kind of like emotes for the actual performer to do like singing and things like that. So I
Split
think that's not a
50-50.
very big ask.
True.
Fireworks and pyrotechnics, I don't know how hard or easy that would be, but I think it's a worthy suggestion to make because it would add a lot to events. I mean, Echo has a huge music community, absolutely huge, and we have so many talented
I
people
think
in the
being
just
able to
doing
set up
music on
like
Echo. So I
fireworks
think
you could
that
activate remotely would be
anything
cool.
that they need, we would be willing to look into giving them to, bring more people to your events and to have more people get to be engaged with the concerts and everything. I don't know
Yeah,
about
even if
launchers,
it's
guys. That's different. I'm not a firework launcher. That's not the same thing.
even if it's something like, I know obviously at Trace, for example, they have those like lighting system that's like, I don't know, like nightclub kind of vibes. Even if it's something like just more dynamic lighting, because obviously you can buy like photography lights and things, but if there was like more
Hmm.
specific, like lighting settings or something, even if it was like obviously locked behind like the record label and those things. Oops, sorry.
Hmm.
That would be something interesting for a suggestion.
I think that's doable. I don't see why there'd be a reason why that couldn't be done, Flaws, unless you can think of something.
Why are people
Flaws?
just?
Yeah, no, it's definitely doable.
What is why what
I think we
why
maybe just
why
need
are
some
we
ideas
just
on what
minus
sort
oneing
of
anything I say,
things
team?
would be liked, they would like to have these record labels, or maybe if they're not. I know there's a lot of like independent artists, so
I get
maybe
it.
we
My
can
cop doesn't want to be a server
look
mechanic.
at that, like the things that are
Please
wanted,
stop
and maybe we
minus
can create
oneing
like
anything I say and then
an
removing it
option
because you're
for
too
that
much
to
of
be
a
used at
pussy
like
to
a
commit
general
to
space.
having
Like
it there.
everybody always uses the amphitheater and stuff like that. Like maybe having an option just for use of public spaces like that, where you can do something with that. Interesting
Definitely.
ideas. Yeah.
And then my second point is a completely different thing, but just to go back to something that Miles spoke about is something I would want to bring up, to do with like the issues on cop numbers and it what's it called, like holding back jobs and things. Like if it's like you said, it's a question, not really a statement, but would it be possible to like make things like boot camps and recruiting for the PD easier or more accessible? Because it feels like it's a long I'm not like manager or anything of PD, so I don't know everything that goes like in towards like the technical side of it, but it does feel like there's the boot camps aren't as regular, and
cops or
there's
server
obviously an issue
mechanics,
with
everything
getting
else
numbers in
exists in
general,
a cycle of
and not
events.
just within those
To some degree,
generalists,
yes,
like
but
it would be Mainstorm and the Fleeca queues are
but
obviously
like team, they're
like
actually
Luca
just
was
pussies that are
suggesting as
just
well.
minus oneing
Is
me and then
there
removing it so they can feel
possible
good
for,
about
like,
themselves. It's so
maybe like
interesting.
an actual boot camp system or something like that to be put in place? Because I'm not sure if this is true, but like I feel like it's all been created as a system by the people inside of the PD rather than like an actual mechanic, I guess.
It provides RP for the 5 in the link up as well as the
Yeah,
hostage.
I mean, yeah.
Wow,
So
that's such good
the way
RP,
the
team.
PD system works, I guess to try to like help for people who don't know, is that there's like an application they put in, then they come to interview season when they host one, and then they have to do DOC hours if they get accepted, and then they are trained in how to actually be an officer. So they have to go through like an FTO program where they're with officers, and then they get to move up from being a cadet to a solo cadet, and then they get to be an actual like
For
officer
real.
and deputy or whatever if they pass the final. So it is a bit of a
Like, I'm
path,
very empathetic to the idea of
for
not
them
wanting to
do
sit in
that,
queue for 5
but
hours.
a lot of that is controlled
But
by
the solution is having more cops.
like command of PD
and the
DOC,
solution
where
having
we
more
work out the
cops is
system
having
because we would
cops
like
actually
DOC
have
to
fun, which people aren't
over them.
willing to do.
That DOC system of 30 hours seems like a lot, but it weeds out a lot of people who are not really good at cop roleplay or maybe aren't going to put in the work that it takes. And PD roleplay is quite strict. There's a lot of SOPs. There's a lot of we issue strikes a lot. It's the problem is more like I think that there's probably some reasons that the active PD is not being active right now. Being a cop on Echo was really hard. Because there's a lot that can come with it. And my fear is that if we open it up and make it an easier, more linear path to become a cop, that the quality of the cop roleplay will go down when the system is so strict right now to encourage the best possible cop RP we can get from our cadets.
Food's here.
But
I'll
we
be right
do
back.
often talk about just different ways instead of DOC. Maybe
Exactly.
we, look at other ventures, and PD
You are
Command
very right, thanks,
I
Steve.
mean, even this past week have talked about alternative routes. So it's always something in discussion. It's always something that gets brought up. But it's hard to gauge what the reason is that there's not cops on duty. It could be that there's not enough cops, but there's 400 cops. You know what I mean? So I don't know if it's that necessarily. It's hard to see.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
I think
it's fair points though.
That's everything. Yeah, that I would want to bring up.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Bakes. Oh, I lost my list. Hold on, guys. All right, we only have a few more. Lexi, I invited you up to speak.
All right, I'm grabbing my pizza real quick.
Hey.
Oh God. Oh God.
I think I know. I think you guys know what I want to talk about is airdrops.
Oh, we don't want to talk about airdrops. I don't think.
Okay.
Are we open to airdrops, or because we're like in the process of?
Yeah, we can speak about it.
Okay, go ahead.
Speak your mind.
So, I'm not sure kind of criminal standpoint of airdrops.
All right,
but
I'll be right back.
At the moment, like from
I'm grabbing food.
seeing it from PD, is very hectic to the point of a lot of officers are now completely avoiding them because we've tried to respond to them, and when we're responding to them, other jobs are popping off, meaning that we've had to break off, or we've responded and every single criminal that we're trying to pick up, when we've decided, well, there's not enough people to respond and actually take action, we just pick up the downed. They're taking Nancy in front of us. I think it was a couple of days ago we respond to airdrop that happened down at the Sea Dogs block, and the actual fight for people fighting that weren't even fighting the people that were doing the airdrop went from Orchardville all the way into Southside at Mega Mall, and it's absolutely everybody, to even, I know, to the point of being seen of random civilians are still being shot within them. I think there was one up at Polido that happened, and then for some reason the fight was down in Southside. It doesn't make sense in regards to the massive area of span that the airdrop attacks are still happening against, that are not even people
Also gonna pee real quick
that are hitting the
because
airdrop.
I guarantee you that I have enough time with Lexi talk.
Evening
I
thoughts,
guarantee you. We'll honestly, regardless of it being Lex, anyone would probably take long enough.
I'm thinking there is a list of changes that people are requesting for airdrops, and I'm going to work on them soon. It's just obviously the other million things to work on at the same time, so I'll get there eventually. I think someone had a good idea of making it work with link up, so I think it's probably going to be the idea I go with.
Yeah, it is a
So
difficult
hopefully that'll
one.
stop people just randomly hopping in.
Obviously, people like being involved in the situation and taking the light is not appropriate. I think there's a lot of poor quality interactions that are coming up from airdrops, which is why we disabled them in the first place. There was just too much chaos going on with them, and we were hopeful that that would be improved when we put them back. Just not really working that way. But we do have a lot of people have, there's like a whole airdrops thread that people have been contributing to. So, it's,
We'll get there.
we'll get there. Yeah. And I appreciate you bringing it up, and especially from the cop POV, because I know that it's contributing a bit.
Oh, but that's everything, I think. I think I just wanted to touch on airdrops because they're very chaotic. To the
Yeah.
point where absolutely everybody.
I have peed. I have food.
From a cop side, nobody wants to go to it.
We're feeling good.
Yeah. I appreciate that, Lexi. All right, thank you.
I don't know how.
Oh, I got you. Don't worry. Okay, Harper. Welcome back.
Hi, how's it going? Long-time listener, second-time speaker. BCSO for the
Yeah.
win. On the
And you're
topic of
muted.
the gang gap.
Park Rangers.
On the topic of the gang gap and the previous topic, which is civilian integration, new player, is there any chance we can do like a looking for group app in the future, way in the future? I know you guys got a million things for new players
RuneScape GIF,
that
yeah.
want to meet people, and there's a application that they can somehow acquire that puts them with 2, 3, or 4 different, again, solo players to go and deliver a gun and go and do X, Y, and Z, building up experience and getting unique rewards within the system, instead of, and it can't be people who know each other like in current gangs, but solo people, just so they can meet new people and have those new interactions, like a main guy mastermind who's delivering out all of these jobs which solo players can do.
Yeah, we've actually recently been discussing this new player experience and like the civilian career system.
I would
and
hate
how
doing
we want to
jobs
make
with
those
randoms,
more
but
group based, and then allow for the ability to like team up with people that you don't know necessarily. Like you could queue up or go into a list of people who are doing this job, but they're doing it solo, and then you can get the rewards of doing it with someone you don't know.
hey, thanks.
So
Yeah.
we have talked about making it
Just trying to keep it
easier for people who
interesting.
don't know people to get to do like civilian jobs or civilian activities with other people, even if they're new, So something like this, yes. We've talked about.
Amazing. Thanks so much.
Welcome. Thank you. All right, we have a few more, and then we'll be done with this meeting. Amila, welcome.
Hello. Thank you. I had a small suggestion.
Okay.
It's specifically about potentially enlarging your
jingle.
testing group and getting some, regular people from the server involved. I know all of you guys also play on the server itself.
No problem.
But
I think it's a cool idea.
After like the last couple of updates, while they've been amazing and they've been very fun, I've noticed like small bugs every now and then, like driving and randomly crashing into an invisible wall that's not supposed to be there. So I was wondering if it'd be possible to get more testers, specifically from criminal side, civilian side, and like racers for, the vehicle update that was brought out not so long ago.
Sorry, I'm just writing this down. I don't think it's impossible.
Yeah, I
it's
agree.
Definitely a system that we've already like discussed and we used to have in like a smaller regard.
Events have been struggling a bit because
possible.
lately it's just people listening to MP3s for 3 hours,
something that we're definitely
and then a raffle
open
happens.
to for sure. Sorry, I was like reading. I can't read and think and talk at the same time. So
You're
I
all
think it's
good.
definitely possible. Yeah, I think the system is nice.
All right, hell yeah. That's all I wanted to suggest.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Lane. I get a different pen. Hold on. My pen is dying. Lane again.
Hold on. Do I need to?
I've invited you, Lane. You just have to accept.
It's because I have the pop out. It appeared on the other window. My bad, team.
Oh, I know. Literally happening to me too. Yeah.
All right, I'm a yap for a minute, team. I'm sorry. So I'm gonna talk about the DGen experience for both Crim and Cop because I've experienced both over the past like 2 years. Part of the whole reason I made a Cop was because I kept being frustrated with the fact that I couldn't do anything during DGen. But what ends up happening is this is basically the flow of how every third shift goes. All of the cops that were still on duty prior to server restart will get on. They'll go to the meeting. They'll chat. They'll hang out. A lot of them, this is their only opportunity to do anything besides go be a server mechanic and hang out at banks and let people actually have fun. And they take that time to enjoy it. And there's nothing wrong with that. Sorry, I just ate a fry and now my throat is filled with fry.
Okay.
Anyway.
Oh no.
So what ends up happening is they will, hang out for this small period of time. And what ends up happening is we'll have like 15, 16 officers. And then it'll hit 30 and crime will activate. After the crime activates, a lot of these officers will clock off. This causes there to be like 8, 9 officers available to handle sometimes 3 jobs popping all at once. So what ends up happening is you have to clear hostage on 2 of them and chase the other one. And then that other one will most likely take you for a chase for 20 minutes and then shoot you in the hills, where there will be no other officers to come get you, and there will be no EMS to come get you, and you are literally a free loot box for them. After this happens, majority of those officers clock off. They say, I don't want to be here, this sucks. And then what's left is 4 or 5 officers who actually want to hang out, enable B-boosts, store robberies, house robberies to exist. Then what ends up happening is we go to these store robberies or these house robberies. We go to the house robbery. There's never anyone there. They set off the alarm. They leave before we get there. Or they are there. They don't say a word and they just run away. The quality of interactions we get at this time are not the greatest. And it really sucks for people who are genuinely trying to be there so people can exist and do these things they want to do. Because we are consciously choosing to be here and constantly take these L's, deal with these low quality interactions, so other people get the chance to provide those high quality interactions during third shift. But it's just a constant cyclical problem where, people want to provide it, but then they're met with someone who doesn't want to provide it. And it just causes constant problems where people don't want to be around. On top of that, the constant third shift struggle is that's when people are asleep.
Yeah.
All right, that's about all.
I'm writing all this down. That's all you want to talk about was the DGen experience?
I mean, I could talk about more, but like, I think it's the most important part. I've said many things about vehicle damage in the past. There's like a Giga thread I've put like literally like 50 clips into. You know, it is what it is. Things happen, they take time, etc., so forth. But I think realistically, like the biggest thing with people wanting third shift to function is that they have to understand that like people, one, are just simply not around that time, and two, the people that want to be around then really want to be around then. So just give them quality interactions.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
All right, how do I actually leave this without leaving my entire Discord again?
Oh, I can move you. Hold on.
Huge.
There you go. Huge. Okay, we got about 3 more. All right, Jax, I've sent you the invite again.
Hello there.
Hello.
So I've heard a lot of stuff about, crim, the civilians, EMS, cops, but my question is for the animals.
Mm-hmm.
I understand animals are very limited to what they can and cannot carry. And I got the idea while just, spitballing and just.
I like the
what
people that said
about
he's reading. I can tell when I'm
something for
literally not
animals, a
reading.
dog,
I'm
a
literally
bag
just staring at my
specifically for
screen.
dogs. And I know what you're thinking. Well, dogs can carry guns in there, hide them, blah blah blah. Because generally dogs don't get searched. With your wallets, which I'm sure you guys made yourselves, you prevent the dogs and other people from putting stickers and stuff there, just like limited to IDs and wallets, which I'm pretty sure you can do with the bag as well. Is there any way we can get just like a backpack for the pets?
Wow, I'm so shocked by the people that plus
small,
one
nothing
this.
big, maybe 10 slots, limited weight, 5 pounds.
I think the reason that this is a suggestion is because we've limited the amount of space that pets can carry, but like they only have like 5 or 6 slots. But I think the reason for that is does it make sense for animals to carry anything? Like obviously they have to have food and water, you know?
This is true. But I've also seen in my neighborhood like 5 or 6 dogs with a backpack. And one just walked by my window during this meeting. I'm like, why not give it a shot?
Yeah, I guess I just don't know like what they need to carry that they need 10 slots because if it's like that, I feel like we could just give the dog peds more slots, you know?
I mean,
Does
that's
that
not
make
a
sense?
bad idea either. Just like maybe 4 more slots, make it even 10. If anything.
Okay, I think I can write a suggestion for that. I will see what we can
And my name
do.
was dropped.
There you go. All right. Anything else?
No, not really.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem.
Put you back. All right. And suddenly we have 2 more, but we only had 1 more. I sent you the invite. You just have to accept it. All right. You gotta unmute yourself.
Did he give a reason? I'll be honest, I was kind of spacing.
Wait, is this thing working? Hello? Hello?
Oh,
Hi?
drowsy loud AF.
Alright, cool. Yeah, the only thing I really wanted to talk about was really kind of already discussed like 2 people ago. It was like the testing thing. I do think that having like a control group of people for testing would be awesome. I think we kind of mentioned that like earlier and stuff. It'd be kind of cool to see. I mean, obviously there's things that come into it, right? You don't want everyone knowing what's going on and stuff like that. With like your updates, but having these people kind of help you with majority of the bug fixes before it reaches live would be a lot more like stress off your guys' shoulders. I think it'd be really cool to see. As far as something else, I think everything else I wanted to talk about already got covered, so that's pretty much it.
Oh, that's great news. Alrighty, thank you. Thanks. Just writing down what he said.
All right,
okay,
so we're
okay, and now this is a different person. What is happening? Okay.
I genuinely find it
I'm on
so
back at
funny that
DJ.
I have upset whoever I have upsetted
what's up there?
so
Haven't
much
really
that they're just literally minus oneing
So
anything I
I
say.
just wanted to touch a little, if it's cool with you guys.
Yeah.
Just the interaction that I had with the flares.
It's actually so funny.
Sure.
and also maybe provide a solution, but I don't know if it would be a little bit too tacky for what like Echo sort of like goes for. I think a red zone around the airdrop would like solve most of the issues because the problem is like the fight will start at the airdrop and then people will flee across town while they're shooting to like try to get the upper
Why
hand.
does
You know what I
EchoRP
mean?
have very few streamers?
So I think like a red zone around the area where you can only participate in that area would like
there's a lot of facets to that
because so yesterday, I think it was yesterday or day before yesterday, there was an airdrop in Polito, and me and a few of my friends were waiting at Great Ocean Records for our fifth to like finish getting his supplies, and we were gonna head up there. And while we're sitting there waiting, mind you, we're at Great Ocean Records, and the flares in Polito.
The bot has helped
we
a
get
lot of
shot
people.
in the back of our heads at Great Ocean Records because somehow the fighting ended up 3 miles down the highway, and we didn't know.
Oh.
In some regards, yes.
Like
the thing
issue,
is,
right? Like airdrops
the streamers that we have on Echo are here for Echo, right? They're not here to suck up viewership, right? People are going the Prodigy, people are going the Purple, Unscripted,
yeah, that's
those places, right? Because they have viewership. They want to suck up, essentially, right? They are migrating to the viewership. People streaming on Echo stream because they like Echo and they want to stream on Echo.
No, I get it. I mean, it's definitely important to kind of brainstorm ideas. I mean, the biggest issues right now are obviously people showing up with multiple fives and returning back, and the only way for us to figure that out is to like actively spectate, right? And all of us have things we want to do and roleplay as well. But we'll figure something out. I'll figure something out.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll keep looking.
And also,
Appreciate it though. Yeah.
I also was wondering if you guys could take a second look at like the G6 loot pool.
Yeah, I'm gonna fix it tomorrow.
I agree. I mean, to be fair, existing large streamers have tried coming to Echo, and they weren't treated the way they wanted to be treated, aka they weren't handed a red carpet and had everything handed to them, so they just left to go to places where they could suck up views instead.
Right now, no.
Gotcha. Okay. That's pretty much everything. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Alrighty. Later.
All right, Lucy. And then I think we're done, you guys. We might be getting close to the end. Hello, welcome.
Thank you. So there's like one little thing I kind of want to bring up. So my main character is an attorney. Most of our work consists of cell calls. That is basically something we do 90% of the times. What is kind of upsetting and what I've heard from other people as well is, officers and criminals see it more as a coupon. And it's a shame because, we like.
Yeah, it's very
law
hard to
RP. That's
stream
why we
anything
chose
besides
to
cop.
Take a bar
I'm
exam.
just going to be
go through the
very
whole
honest with
process
you.
of a paralegal, junior attorney, work our way up the ranks.
As someone who
But we
streamed
get, called down to the cells, and people are like, yeah, no, I just
non-cop
want to get my time and
prim RP for like a
just have
year,
some fun
I
with
can
the
tell
whole
you how
RP
much
being
infinitely
yourself. I
easier it
know
is to stream
it
cop
sucks.
than
You
it
get
is
arrested
crim.
after doing a Polito, a Fleek, an ATM, or whatever.
Also,
But, face the consequences of your crimes. We're there to help you out, but also give us some RP in return. And I think a lot of attorneys kind of get annoyed with the fact that, oh, hey,
exactly, yeah.
down.
Like
We're just there
a
for
lot of
reductions,
civ
then
interactions
we
are
go along
like
our days.
borderline like, hey,
Yeah.
you hear what happened? Yeah, I did. That was pretty cool.
It is an issue. Because I feel like people are more willing to just plead guilty and get their time over with than they are to go through the motions of going to like even a bench trial, even though we have pretty active amount of judges right now. It's a tricky one because I would like to encourage people to engage more in DOJ roleplay. But I feel like in a lot of ways, because I was a DOJ main for a long time and I love the DOJ. I feel like the people who love DOJ roleplay are in the DOJ. You know what I mean? Like
Real.
it's really for us. We're the ones that are extrapolating on points. We're the ones that are in the courtroom, like lighting people up and like talking and giving speeches and argument and really loving those things. But for bench trials, I feel like criminals are like, yeah, I'm like stuck sitting here watching
outside
you
of
guys,
doing
cook, but
like
I'm just sitting here,
jobs as a
you
crim,
know?
it's very hard to
So
have like
I think it
super
can be
entertaining
hard, and I try to
content
be understanding of
nonstop.
that. But all we can do, I think, is just keep pushing people to want to do these bench trials because we do have a lot of judges that are available for a good chunk of time. But maybe we need
I mean, you're
to
not meant to loot
navigate a
cop,
different
true.
way to discuss like plea deals. I don't know. I don't know. There's obviously a lot of things that DOJ gets to do. Like, it's not like they only do arbitration in the cells, but it is like the majority.
Oh, I'm gonna mute this for a second. I'm sorry. When I got the poppy on Bowzo at the event and it came full circle that's the reason you asked me for them, like actually like lit up my brain. My synapses fired off. Like I was like, this is cool.
All right. That's it. We have no more hands. So I guess we're gonna go ahead and wrap the meeting. It's only been like what, 4 hours? It's not bad, you guys. We anticipated being here for like a solid 6 or 8. So we'll like wrap really quickly, just kind of like quickly brush over the topics that we went through. And then let you guys go. Sorry, I'm just finishing this note. I can't talk and think at the same time. And write. I'll put this. Okay. Okay, so basically what we went over in this meeting is we had some really good discussions and feedback in regards to like the recent updates and releases that we had, things like the spring update, the Beyond the Sand MLOs, some bug fixes and tweaks to those things. We talked about changes to the allow list application, the recent vehicle update that we had go through, our TikTok creator being different. We talked about structural changes with the COC and the EMS. We had a lot of really great input about the rule updates and the roleplay expectations on our server. You guys have provided a lot of information here, and I really appreciate everybody who had something to say. We were on that topic for a very long time. I have a lot of notes on that. But then we also spent just a little bit of time talking about our new and upcoming things, like what we're planning on for our next update, Pride Month activities, player-owned businesses that are coming, new developers that are working on hunting, fishing, the gang app, and then of course that other thing that is coming soon. You guys will have an update here probably. I anticipate in a few days, maybe a week. We'll have a little update post for you guys. So there are quite a few things to look forward to. If you wanted to share something and you didn't have the opportunity because this meeting has gone on so long, I definitely would encourage you to use the feedback sections of our Discord. We have our staff team in there very often. Floz and I spend time. We literally take time out of our day to just go
You're
through
weird
them
for RPing as a
to keep
normal
ourselves
sane
up to date
individual.
on
For real.
like what things we need to shift our focus to. We're always readjusting our roadmap because we're trying to make sure that you guys are having all of the features that you need and you would like in your roleplay server, because a lot of people treat this as a second home to them. Okay, sure, Rivera. Is it important? You can say something.
No, it's not important. That's why I can wait for you to finish. Go ahead.
Okay. But basically, I just wanted to, let you guys know that there are some things to come, that we push these updates for you. We keep you in mind. And if you have anything that you are really looking for in the server, things that need to be, looked into, you need to make us aware of those things. Obviously, there's a lot of people in this community, and we may overlook
He's
things.
gonna
We may
excuse Bort's
not
propaganda.
always prioritize the thing that you're looking for, but keep putting it in front of us. Keep letting us know, and we will get to it eventually. It's just we have a lot of people in this community that also need to be serviced, But as usual, like as always, in the 5 years I've been here, this community has only gotten bigger and more loving and more engaged in the things that we're doing. The meetings have gone pretty well, I would say. And I appreciate everybody for taking the time to come here. I know the server's down. As soon as this meeting ends, Floz will kick it back up. And you guys will be able to get back in there.
Fries,
do
though.
your little roleplay like normal. I appreciate you guys coming. I genuinely do. Floz, is there anything that you'd like to say? Or the end?
I'm very tired. Can't wait to see my bed. But yeah, we're always working hard for you guys, and I'm excited to show you guys what we've been working on.
Yeah.
Huge.
So, keep you guys posted on things that are to come. I have nothing else. I'm sure Rivera's gonna give us something awesome about New York.
Yeah, let's go Knicks, baby. We gotta win tonight. Let's go. Everybody pull for the Knicks. If you're rooting against the Knicks, go fuck yourself. All right, everybody have a good day.
Okay, amazing. Thank you everybody for coming. I really appreciate it. Thanks for engaging in this meeting. We may try to have them a little bit more often than since the last time this one was had. This meeting was for you, so I hope you got something out of it. Okay, have a great rest of your evening, everyone. The server will be up shortly.
Number 15.
Burger King foot lettuce.
All right. Thank you. Goodbye, everybody.
Now Sticker shows up. What a guy. All right. Well, close that shit out. Let me, hold on, I need to handle a casino thing real quick. Shoop. Takes on the meeting. Hold on, let me get my like PR answer ready. People talked passionately about things they care about. Some things were important, some were less important. I think the core crux of what we were trying to achieve, the core premises, the core direction that is wanting to be moved in is positive. I think some people got a little focused on certain aspects without seeing the bigger picture. Yeah, I know my take on Third Shift Cop was valid, but also I got met with you saying that people treating cops as a server mechanic is the wrong mentality. Bitch, I'm in the troopers. I know I'm not a server mechanic. My take on Third Shift Cop was just essentially the problems that exist with it. I basically just walked through an average day of being a third shift cop. What happens, what you have to deal with, and why the problems exist. Something that I feel bad about is having to feed my dogs at 4:30 PST because it takes away RP from everyone else that interacts with me. I mean, couldn't you just like say, hey, I need to check my Tamagotchi on my phone and look at a corner for 5 minutes? Like I feed my dogs at 6 a lot. Sometimes I just do it during like the PD meeting. As cops, we are not enough cops equals crims can't hit IN jobs. Was waiting an entire storm near enough in Fleeka queue to not hit it. Yeah, that's rough. I wish people could hit jobs during degen. That being said, I think it's fair to be like, there's probably 1 or 2 big jobs that get hit in degen outside of the weekends, and that's probably about it, because people want to fall asleep, people want to go do other things, people don't want to exist. Like, when I get on third shift, you know what I want to do? I want to chase boosts. I want to chase ATMs. I want to go to maybe one Fleeka. Maybe. I want to, like, interact with people, especially third shifters. Third shift people who only can be around third shift are frick you, Flaws. How did you kick me out of your server? Oh, it's offline, question mark. Anyway, I'm already joining reverse PogChamp. Anyway, but yeah, third shift is like, it's about the small crimes. And one of the big things about third shift is that majority of the people who are there third shift can only be their third shift. Obviously, there's going to be some people who are grinding in the night. I'm not going to lie. When I run stacks on lane, I'm waiting till third shift. I'm getting high as hell, and I'm driving the speed limit in the van for 30 minutes. You know? I'm not going to... Many people do that, and that's fine. But at the other end of the spectrum, there's plenty of people that genuinely cannot be awake any other time than third shift, and they genuinely want good quality fun interactions. And those are the people I want to interface with. It's I'm not already joining. I am not. We'll do this. We'll do this just in case it helps. Yeah, I don't like third shift is literally like the vibe. It's the vibe shift. Like it is third shift is when we actually get to RP instead of being a server mechanic. Second shift, like literally, unless you are a trooper, second shift is literally you are a server mechanic. Hello, I would like to connect to the server. All right. All right. You keep hiding from me then. My interaction with Bowzo was fun. I believe it. My big thing with Bowzo is he's never meant to like be a winner necessarily. He's never the whole point of both of my characters, Bowzo and Lane, is to provide fun during the interactions. That's pretty much it. I just want people to have fun. I want people to be able to do the banks and have fun. But at the other end of the spectrum, people have to understand that if there's 10 cops on duty, they can do literally nothing except for handle those jobs. Right? And not all of them want to do that. We're going to swap over to this. Mute this. And then grab music. Hey, Core. Yeah, I don't know. Judging by the fact that no one else wanted to talk about third shift stuff, I'm gonna assume that I hit the nail on the head for most people. So I hope to my fellow third shifters that wanted to say something, I did you proud. Hey, it's Freya. Oh, team. Also, I've decided, I'm sure during that segment you saw my face. I got a big beard, but if I manage to get 200 subscribers at one point on Twitch, I will shave my beard off on stream. Well, it just had motivation to play, and that's the other part is like, yeah, if I get 200 subscribers, I will shave my beard off on stream.
T26.
Yeah. Hey, Badgie, please don't eat me.
The fuck? But you said that because he's fat.
No, I'm saying that because I was inside of him.
Hey, yo.
That's fucking wild.
Badgie, did you? Never mind.
What?
Here's your friendly reminder, team, that if you are connecting to the server, to please leave the stream. I wish you could hang out and stay and be in here with me while on the server, but you cannot. It is a rule break, and I do not want you getting in trouble.
Boot camp buddies.
But I made the goal intentionally kind of a bit far away, to be clear, because I don't want to shave my beard. It is a very lofty goal.
Yeah, I was gonna see, because I know that like Miller said that we were okay to push him back 2 days, like keep doing them for 2 days yesterday. So we should be good to do interviews today.
The global thing on my brain says the same. It's 27.
You may need to resync it.
Yeah, you need to sync it. 'Cause if you go to this thing that I'm going to send you.
Are you guys talking about the Axon time not being synced?
If you go to that on your phone there, it will show you the actual time, theoretically.
Yeah, that's a thing I've been noticing is some people's Axon timers are not correct.
Yeah.
We're definitely not having that issue right now. Fuck it, I'll fix it later. I'll be asked.
So just know, if someone calls a pit timer, you've got an extra minute to wait.
Police work or that's 24 hours.
A minute less to wait.
Yeah, what's been happening?
Come on, guys. Anything. Nothing.
We're not
really.
moving on. We're not moving on until we get some good police work.
Before the storm, 3 people on duty, and I was like, no.
Yeah.
And they end up shooting at the end, like in the last minute before the storm hit. But myself and Castile caught 2 of them. One that blew up in the swap car, and the other one, he got tackled and cuffed.
To say Jack Demeanor survived that shoot.
Hey, that's good work. I mean, that's good work right there.
Yeah, fuck that guy that jumped down and shot at me.
Yeah, let him know.
I don't understand the milk stash thing. I can't lie.
Moving on. Departments. BCSO.
I know there's like Stash Tuesday or something like that where they used to like wear the mustache, but like
the BCSO bingo, people have been winning some prizes. So you might see some people driving like slick tops or wearing casual uniforms during the week or carrying like an M4 as a regular deputy, right? All these people have been like approved to do that. So if you just see it, people, it might be prizes from the bingo.
I gotta know, any MK18s?
No MKs yet. Rocky won a M4 as a regular deputy.
See.
I've got a question regarding that.
Mm-hmm.
If they lose the M4, can they just go buy another one?
No, they get one M4.
Oh, shoot.
So it's better to get a slick top car.
No vending machining, guys. Don't be doing that.
For real.
You only get one.
All right, next, troopers. You guys got anything?
The ground shake.
We are chilling.
Sounds good. EMS. We got any DOC? I don't think we have any DOC.
A-Sexy.
Ooh. Alright, no DOC, no SAO. So last but not least, LSPD. We got anything? I don't think so.
Oh my god, hi Levi.
Hello.
Yeah, we have nothing. LSPD has nothing. Command supervisors. If there's any around.
Pretty sure we chilling.
Okay. Subdivision certs. Probably nothing. Everything with the time trial is pretty much suspended. So yeah.
Except for air. Get your air.
Except for air. Yep.
Helicopter still does 200 plus, guys. Come on. I know you want
130 plus.
The only thing that retained its speed. Is that a flare?
Don't worry about it.
Can I have that? I'm gonna have to.
Levi, don't call it an airdrop in here, man.
Yeah, wait, guys, all flared?
Don't worry about it.
Beeping sound of VPD. You'll see the tweets.
On VPD route.
Where's my emotional support for version 2?
Alright,
Oh, it's in my
I
locker.
think that's all, guys, but appreciate you coming out. Let's get out
My
there.
first one by
Get some
mistake.
time, you know the drill.
Hey,
don't worry about that flare.
Oh, shoot.
It's my emotional support flare.
Oh, hey, yeah.
Sorry, say that one more time.
Do you have?
Yeah, my fucking guns are all broken.
Yes.
Can't do shit about it.
I need you to save a couple.
Yeah,
We can
test something.
In the head. I've got a taser. It's got no cartridges in it.
Ian, I need
it has to do with the event.
His one does.
Ian, I need you to save one of those snowballs to throw at someone on a motorcycle. Dude, they go to import bike swap. Just hit them with a snowball.
Are they both? They're both. Oh damn!
195 straight to the cells.
Cobbin.
Those fucking hands.
Hold
Those
up.
fucking hands, buddy.
Nice, you did it again.
Okay, so while I was trying to put him down, it's crazy. By the way.
We hear those fucking hands.
Yeah, so Hunter, if you ever wanna progress, you're gonna uncuff me.
Do we have anyone that's on the interview team at all that can do like 2 or 3 interviews? We've got guys that are waiting, and the interview time's been pushed back, so we kind of just need to get these interviews done.
I'm on the interview team.
Can't help you there, bud.
Are you able to do? Are you able to do some?
I mean, we're supposed to do it with 2 people.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. This is.
But yeah, I could do it. I just, we need somebody else with me.
Yeah, I think Aspen's going 42, which.
I'm more than happy to do some interviews.
This is what happens when we push interview team to full FTO. By the way, people don't get interviews.
Bro, don't even look at me.
Don't
even
full FTO.
I'll say
Oh, then yeah, you're eligible.
Hell, some of the full FTOs still aren't able to either.
I'm not on it.
Sophie's not clocked in. Sophie, you will do air training today?
But you're right here, Sean.
I mean, there's literally nobody else that's
okay,
able to do interviews with me.
Let me know when you're free.
They're fucking cooked.
Can I take along?
It's a precautionary LOA.
Yeah, you can take along.
Badgie wants to see me crash out.
Can you dangle me from the cargo bob hook?
I just want to train people in there. That's all.
That's fair. That's fair.
3 weeks basically straight. Between 15 and
I don't want to do anything, Colin, because I've just gone and spoke
Nightmare.
to them, and they've been trying for fucking days, and I feel bad on them.
J-O-B.
Yeah, I spoke to that Dom guy.
I'll put something in the emails. 1 second. Let me see if I can put it in this one.
I'll go speak to them now, just to let them know that we are trying to reach out and trying to get them something, just so they're not fucking stood around waiting.
No motion diagram.
Don't know. Stand outside for an hour, I reckon. Oh, thank you, man.
You're not.
Did I just hear that?
I don't know what you.
I wish I did
hear.
You heard that right, Corbin?
I wish I didn't.
Yeah.
I wasn't paying attention.
He said, "You're not a female, so you've got nothing going for you." Referring to a
No.
cadet standing at the tent. I was like, "Bruh."
Who said that?
I really wish I didn't hear that, but I did.
I don't know if he was just referring to an issue or like, yeah.
Look, man, the last person that said it the Astrid, and they did not have a good time afterwards. So
Wasn't that Mike has a boo boo?
yeah.
I ran past that at -3. It wasn't. Astrid was laying down the law. Personally.
Yeah, and then Badgie laid down the law, and then Astrid laid down more law.
Extra law.
All the law.
For the side of justice.
Hello. Yeah. I'll know within the next probably 5 minutes. All right, cheers, brother. Wait, Willow's awake. Maybe she can. Oh nope, I think she just went to sleep. Son of a bitch.
She couldn't smell the bank truck.
Nah, she ain't like that. She ain't like that.
That's what you think. I've watched her literally pull off of a transport of a car we were taking the state impound to chase a bank truck.
No.
I have sent out the SOS.
Help.
I pray for you.
Help. I have fallen.
So, Colin, what did
I
you need
cannot
me
get
for?
up.
Oh, it might have to wait if I'm doing interviews, but I'll tell you in this corner.
All right, let's see if we can go to a crime.
Oh yeah, no, that's exactly why I don't like.
You know what? This is a peak example of a moment here. I'm one of the few people who actually just walks on the server. If I don't have to be somewhere, why am I running?
I think maybe
Use that brain of yours, man. What the hell?
that brain of mine.
Yeah, that freaking brain of yours, boy.
I have no memory. Memory. You know.
How are the numbers going down, man? What the hell?
You know why.
Yeah, but the cars like got a little bit.
It's
more
not.
fixed, like,
It's never been the cars, brother.
It has been.
It's
the cars.
never been the
Literally
cars.
every person that I know that doesn't wake up is the cars.
The issue is the people, not the cars.
It's definitely the cars. It's definitely the cars.
All right.
What's wrong with the people?
It's the children. They're out of touch.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, I don't know what you meant by that either, Bowzo. That kind of sounded weird. What is it? What do you mean
All
by
right.
that?
Look, there's parts of the cars.
Oh, wait.
There's things that can be done to like. I'm just being so real. Like, there's so much that the cars are not that big of an issue, and they're slowly getting better. People are just being crybabies. No, so do you want the real answer? You want the like real ass answer? All of the cops are getting on for shift meeting going, these cars are fucking ass. I hate these cars because they're doo-doo buns, providing zero actual feedback. And then they're swapping to their crim to use the busted cars to straight line the cars, the PD cars, in a way that would piss them off if they were on PD. That's the real truth. Is people want to complain about the cars being a problem, but there's only certain cars that are a problem, and the cops are 100% clocking over to their crims and then doing shit with those busted cars and then going back to cop and going, oh my god, I can't chase these cars, while they're the people who are literally in those cars. Sure, when you get dusted on the highway because your car is horrid is bad, but I don't know what car, when was that? What truck were you chasing? What car were you in? And how long ago was it? Super. Jacket time. Because I'm still keeping up to A boost in my Komodo and STX. I don't know what's going on with other people. The turtleneck goes hard, but I wear the turtleneck. I have like a turtleneck fit for the weekdays. Boop. No, but legitimately the problem is the same cops that are sitting here going, cop cars are too bad, I don't want to drive them, are then going over to the busted crim cars and intentionally using them knowing that the cop cars can't keep up. That is 100% a thing that is happening.
So why are you a doctor, Daytona?
What do you mean today?
Oh, you're always a doc.
Quacking me up.
Girl, you're on timeout. Great job,
Girl.
Yeah, does anybody want to buy me an M4?
Stop losing them and you'd have money.
No, I
loot boxed.
I haven't lost an M4 in a month and a half.
And what are you spending your money on?
Well, I mean, I just like don't want to buy another M4.
You know what? Valid.
Oh hey.
Okay, buddy.
You know what I mean? Like I've been on LOA. I've not been able. Oh shit.
Oh, you got money?
Yeah, I do have money. I got hella
Oh,
money.
you're
but I don't wanna
washed.
spend it.
Bro, I was looking at shit.
Well, now you're not.
I've only got 330k, bro. I have like fucking half a mil.
You say you only got that, Sean? Only?
300k. To be fair, I've nearly got a fucking 100 and I'm a cadet, so.
That's what I'm saying. I had a mil like the other week, bro. Like a month ago, I almost had 1 million.
Oh, hey.
All right. Interesting. Choop.
I might sell my Corsita. I don't think I need an off-duty car.
Yeah, you never go off duty, so.
I did a bit.
Give me 2 seconds. Is there anything else I need here? I have so many spikes on me. That's why I'm so heavy. Alrighty. Let's go out patrolling. Well, actually, I'm gonna grab my car. Look at this cutie.
Yeah, dude.
Hey. Oh, which car is my M4 in? That's the question. Probably my bike. Oh yeah, it's in my bike because it.
Flip and drive.
I'm just letting you know, the Stanier kinda hauls right now.
I don't have one. I've been meaning to buy one of those or a Buffalo S, but probably just wait after what I saw the other day.
I've still been enjoying the Komoda, but the Stanier's kinda hauling.
Maybe I'll try some Komoda to see how it does.
The biggest thing you have to be present about is if they brake check you, you just gotta like, just not brake as hard as you think, because if you do, they'll just dust you on acceleration. Yeah, I believe so. I think shotgun is Sergeant Plus.
Let's go, buddy.
Oh, you switched cars?
I was just trying them all. Yeah, I'm just driving them around, seeing some.
But M4 isn't.
We'll rock this one though for a little bit.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I can't lie. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. I think it's because there was a point where the shotgun was just like too powerful, but that's just not the case anymore. All right, we're gonna go -1 real quick. All right. Okay. I just need a moment real quick. Let me double check some things. What was this? Disable this for the time being. Perfect. Okay. Team, we will be right back in 1 minute. Probably like 2 actually. I need to take aspirin. I need to take like 2 aspirin real quick and grab another drink. I will be right back. See you shortly. There is a chance I may have to swap over to Lane. There is a chance I may have to swap over to Lane. Handle some casino stuff, which is perfectly valid if I have to. But it will probably be a little bit less entertaining than top stuff. We'll see. Anyway, I'm grabbing a drink. a minute. I grab the aspirin.
Radio check.
Tattoo.
All right, team. I'm back. Oy, 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 oy. All right, let's see how many officers are still on duty. I bet you it's like 15. Jesus Christ.
13376, latest 1060s.
My rack is in my rack, right? Cool. We can throw the ammo in there as well. Alright, well, I mean, if the night continues like this, I'll just swap over to lane anyway, and then we'll have an early night. We'll go to the casino event, and then probably call it. We'll see. Go to the gas station.
We've got a helicopter landed on top of Davis PD.
Like the actual PD or like the parking garage?
No, it's the actual PD. It's the building.
Huh.
Are you sure it's not a local? I know they like to land up there sometimes.
I don't know, because I can't fully see it. I just see the outline of it.
Then it's likely the local.
I don't wish to check the plate. I wish to fuel my vehicle.
In an active 1011 Havoc Avenue West, no 78 needed.
Still eating, by the way. That car is loud as hell. Bro, what is that car? Is that a local Schlagen? Is that a local? That is a local, okay. Why the local Schlagen so loud? What the hell? We're gonna bleed officers tonight. I can feel it. I don't think much is gonna happen tonight. $213 and an active 1011 West Vespucci Boulevard with a Patriot Mill spec, black in color, no additionals needed at the time.
What's that?
Hey there. Hello.
What's going on?
Can't help but notice you were going like mock Jesus through the city, ignoring all the stoplights. What's the hurry?
You want me to be honest with you?
Yeah, preferably.
I have no fucking reason.
That's not a very good reason, sir.
It's not, but I'm being honest with you.
All right, all right. Now, do you understand what the speed limit is?
Yes. It's 50 in the city roads and it's 80 on the highway.
Okay, okay.
There you go.
Huge. In the future, you gotta get your picture sorted out. Just as a heads up.
I did get my picture professionally taken. I don't know what's going on. I might need to have a new one.
Make sure you're getting like a forever link. So like when they're sending it to you, if it feels like it's from the emails, it probably won't last more than a few days. Like it's real cheap printing, you know?
I got you. Yeah, I'll have a look into that for sure.
All right. So I won't press you about it today, but please make sure you get your license sorted out.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate that, Asfa.
All right. Now.
Thank you so much.
Give me.
What's up?
I was gonna say, just give me one moment, and I'll be right back with you.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time.
There's no plate on this car. There's no plate. Oh. Matthew Black, MDT. Vehicle. People. 41932. All right. All right. So I got two things I want you to do for me today. And if you agree to do those things, you will be walking away from here with a warning, okay?
All right, lay it on me.
All right, step one, your car is missing a license plate. I was able to check that you own this car because I looked up your name and it is on your, it is attached to you, right? So I can confirm that. But not having a license plate makes this a non-roadworthy vehicle. Under the penal code, you need to have a license plate on either the back or the front. You don't need it on both sides, just one will suffice.
All right.
So I'm just gonna need you to make sure you put on a license plate, and I'm gonna need you to make sure you get your license all sorted. Can you do that for me today?
I could definitely do that for you, Asfa.
Perfect. All right. I will be marking on your profile that you've been warned to do those things, and if you don't do them, you will be facing tickets from the next person that catches you. Understood?
Understood. Yeah, type shit.
All right. Thank you very much. When the lights are off, you are free to go.
Appreciate you, Asfa.
That's like actually a perfect traffic stop. All right. Go back to profiles. Warrant for speeding. Eating a
6776 to ladies 81 Bravo.
Or missing
536 and traffic.
Bowzo,
Continue
13,
through the tunnel, Chase.
5, 25, 25. Wait, yeah. Save, stop editing. I would have shot the moment I saw lights. Damn. Does Terry need extras on whatever it is he's doing?
367, we have eyes on the 81 Bravo suspects. Currently north San Andreas. Going through the canal.
213 attached radio change. Sorry if I cut you off.
No problem. South Popular Street. Passing AE.
Perfect. I'll be honest, the fact that that guy heard the lights and sirens and just pulled over instantly, he was not getting a ticket for me. Just straight up.
Currently sending it on Olympic Freeway.
They're going north Palomino, yeah, 10-4.
Yeah, they're probably sending it to Toledo.
Vroom. Ventura Highway. Hold on, I need the music to be just slightly louder. Perfect. By the way, everyone that joined for the community meeting, thanks for hanging out during it. I hope I made it a little more entertaining than just sitting in Discord and watching it yourself.
Carrying Pluto, black in color, occupied ×2, heading north Palomino Freeway. Passing Ron's gas station.
I'm taking the racing line. My face when you gain speed going uphill.
If your distance is secondary, they might try to break ankles here on the freeway.
Down for.
I'm with you guys as well now.
10-4, thank you. North Sonora Freeway. Left.
I think they have a cadet doing comms.
Merging right on Sonora Freeway. Right south Sonora Way.
Are they following this bike in front of us? Oh, never mind.
Left off-roading east. Jumping.
And somebody off the bike in their turn.
Yeah, that's karma for hitting me, pal. That's freaking karma. Oh. Yeah, I'm good.
Hello, bike man. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm flipping the car. Please.
No, stop that.
What do you mean no?
Stop that.
Come on.
No, stop it. The moment. What the hell? Dude, he's taking a business call while you're doing all the work.
What is happening? Where is that
Get
guy
off the phone.
doing?
Get in the car.
Like, doesn't he have a job to be doing? Oh, there's like a caravan. There's an airdrop over here, guys. Be careful.
Oh, is that what's happening?
Yeah, that's why there's BF400s and ITZYs everywhere.
If there's someone doubled up, if they could get on Radio 1, you might want to warn them.
We don't really see anything or hear shots. I just saw a convoy, so.
Oh, okay.
The Volta right here.
Yeah, something's up.
Careful, oncoming fight. Oh.
That was, I don't know what you just did, but it was impressive.
My cadet code zeroed.
That makes a lot of sense on how whatever that is happened.
Yeah, that was like a burial kick flip, double flip. That shit was fire.
Oh, you're good. I'm on the radio.
Okay, is he okay? Did he eject?
No, he's
not
fine.
far behind you guys. I'm gonna leave him there for now.
I've been shattered.
Got him. Taking the off ramp.
I'm not gonna lie, the only reason I got shattered is because the other officer
making a
was so
U-turn.
close to me. Oh.
Taking a U-turn coming back to the highway.
Alright.
Spikes.
Deploying spikes. I'm glad we were on the same wavelength there.
Okay, there goes my ankle.
Don't worry, he ran into a local.
He's not
He
like that. Came out of nowhere. Like that, but he's
Dude,
not
I've broken
like that.
3 of your ankles. Come on, man.
Okay,
like
buddy. That guy just broke all of us ankle, by the way.
Yeah. You know, these ankles were meant for breaking. And that's just what they'll
I don't
do.
mind spread my legs. Yeah, I don't mind spread my legs.
Oh, I bet you someone's gonna rob this gas station because this is the one they always rob for some reason.
This is my gas station.
Yeah, dude, why do they hate your gas station so much?
It's in the middle of flipping nowhere.
Oh, yeah, that does track.
Someone always puts Titanic on the TV too. I have no clue who does it, but.
Dude, the other night I went to go get gas there. We pulled up, there's just a BF out front, and we got there right as they started trying to rob it.
Hey, it's always got gas. I pay some guy to do it, and he's on point. I don't know.
Huge.
I talked to him one time. He just fills it up, and that's the only thing that makes money.
You are the oil baron. Bike on your left, careful.
Terry, you there?
Yeah, where are you?
Where are you?
Hold on.
Okay, buddy.
I'm at Sonora Way.
I'm going to get him. You got your transponder on, buddy? I don't see it.
Yep, I do. I do have it on. I always have it on.
I see.
I don't think a big job has popped yet, which is kind of surprising.
Currently going north on Joshua Road towards Sandy.
I hate locals.
On Joshua Road.
Oh.
I didn't hit you, did I, Jason?
I tried to go around on your left, but then
Dude, that local was so paid.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
I'm sorry.
East Panorama Drive. Right, south.
Right.
Sonora Freeway. Passing the pen. Tracker is still on. Crossing right. Still South Sonora Freeway.
Oi, oi, oi. That's a hot air balloon.
What
is that?
A hot air balloon. Landing in the middle of the freeway.
You can't park there. That's not a parking area. You think someone's tried stealing an ATM in a hot air balloon yet?
I don't know what that is.
Crossing right, South LSF. Right, west Vinewood Park Drive, sending it towards the observatory.
Is there someone double that could check if they have numbers for that?
Tenfor, let me check that. You can take over comms for a little bit.
We're all here. We can just do prio comms.
Yeah, we're chilling.
I'm afraid they don't got the numbers for that.
How many?
See if anybody attaches.
How many are attached?
How many 10s 8 and how many are attached?
They only got 2 units. Both are doubled up.
How many 10-8 units do we have?
Let me check that.
I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, I think they'll be alright.
We got enough. We got enough.
You said they're good on numbers, correct?
I think so. Yeah.
And 4. I mean, if they need more...
We have 3 units available and 2 units have attached.
Yeah. Break if they really need us.
If they need all... I can break if needed so you guys can stay on this. We'll just wait till they ask, though. We're going to be South Mirror Park Boulevard. Brakes left. I'm feeling a little bit locked in right now.
Tracker is still on.
Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. About 4 seconds between tracker intervals. It should be getting close to getting off.
Yo, Jason.
It's kind of coming up a little bit in that car. Minivan moment. Nah.
One swapping down to Alta parking. Somebody can go down.
Blue Schlagen.
With the swap,
Yeah,
we're gonna
I'm
do
just
it
not
with
gonna be able to
an
make it.
FPS timer, so 14 on the axon.
Man, and we even let them flip.
Yeah, it is what it is. Maybe that guy had something on him. Tracker is awesome too. We're gonna be right north of Decker. Virgin North movie star.
Robo crime moment.
Okay,
Yep.
Oh, we got
Right north Del Perro, continuing straight, and
Watch
we're
him,
15.
People talk about RoboCop moments, but that's a Robo crime moment.
West went under. Right east Spanish Ave.
Guy likes his curbs.
Does like that. Going down left north Meteor Street.
I'm just not. I'm gonna be honest.
East of Winewood.
I'm just not pressed about giving comms on this chase when we're all
call
here.
for the PBS timer.
80 and below.
You got him.
What time?
14
how long?
on the axon. I'm gonna 30 seconds.
Left South Elgin. Right. Oh.
Damn, Jason.
Yeah.
We'll get you an ice pack in 5 minutes on the leather couch. Don't worry.
This.
South Elgin Avenue, passing Locked and Loaded. Right into Locked and Loaded. Left South Power, passing Betty's.
I don't know, like, tell me one point during this chase where you felt like our car wasn't good enough to chase this car.
Right east Vespucci.
This is kind of what I mean.
Passing Red Garage.
The problem is the people intentionally choosing to use busted cars against people knowing that the cop cars can't make it. There are plenty of cars that are balanced and fair and good to chase. This is a perfect example of it. Their car is managing to, like, do stuff.
Ow.
Ankle's broken.
He is a professional ankle snapper, I can't lie.
Yeah,
Pinning is on Vespucci. Right South Popular. Right Northwest Capitol.
Oh, no, no, no! I'm fine.
Continuing west on Capitol, making it left, southwest on Davies, going to Davies Hospital. On Innocent, west on Innocent.
Yeah, but they're also holding back on speed.
Yeah,
But also,
going
I'm gonna be
northbound,
real with
passing
you.
Benny's on
Cop
our
cars should be about 5 or so miles per hour faster than crim cars.
The Schlagen is back. The Schlagen is here. North
Just
on Alta
just slightly more.
is right behind me. North on Integrity Schlagen. Stop it.
I don't know. I've been having a good time chasing this car. He's very clearly doing stuff that can break our ankles. He's doing shit that's working.
I'm into an alley.
We got him east Las Lagunas Boulevard. Go through the alleyway, taking a right south.
Sorry.
South Alta.
Speed and acceleration aren't the only deciders in whether a car is good.
Comes back, obviously, send that thing to heaven. I mean, he hit you going pretty fast, Jason.
Right west, Vespucci Boulevard. With
No, I'm sorry.
Left, south, Calais. Right, west, Lindsay Circus. Right, north, whatever this road is. Palomino.
We're here with you. Yo, he tried me. He didn't get me, though. He didn't get me that time. Nah.
Yeah. Sending it east. Oh, he got you. Almost.
Like, this guy is giving us an enjoyable chase, and his car is clearly, like, boogieing to a degree. It's also a B car. Like, it's a B boost, right? Like, it's not an A-class car.
Right south, El Rancho.
The truth of the matter is, if we didn't have 3 units here, this guy would have been gone already. He's literally snapped each of our ankles one by one. This guy is outplaying us systematically. The only reason he hasn't been caught yet is because of the fact that there's 3 of us, which is the intended balance.
Left, south, Davis. Right, west, Innocence.
Exactly.
North, Olympic. Left, white.
And here's the other thing is you say, well, cops have more drivers. Technically speaking, they could have 5 drivers. Technically speaking, there could be 5 cars of theirs in this pursuit.
Hit that man.
Alta parking.
We got him. Exiting the parking east. Left, north, Alta. Right, east, Vespucci Boulevard.
He's also going fast enough that we're not able to really pit him.
Left into the alleyway.
Left again. Correct. Yep.
Going west on Vespucci.
Right. Upper power north. I don't know, like, this guy's schmoovin'. He's doing work. At the end of the day, genuinely, if we weren't using our pursuit order in the intended way, this guy would have been out already.
Going left, south on Alta.
You guys have such weird takes on cops, I can't lie. Okay. Now, real quick, Dash, just want to ask a question. Do you have a cop character?
I mean...
I am...
South on Alta, Schlagen is back.
Watch the person. Alright. And I'm not saying that to, like, invalidate your feedback. I just genuinely want to know. That being said, I could say you have some weird takes on Crim, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I have nothing really to back that up on. Or not. We're just saying words at this point. You could say I have weird takes, but without actually saying what the takes are that are weird, I mean, it doesn't really provide anything. It's like saying a car's dookie and not explaining why. Like, okay, cool.
this slogan just to... Oh, well, that's something.
Oh. I am very curious to what's going on with this hot air balloon. Surely people can't just be flying hot air balloons in the city like this, right? Like this low, like that's acceptable. I think that's probably fine. But like as low as they were doing it before, it'd be south lower or upper power transitioning lower.
I'm just trying to keep the slogan off you for as long as I
10-4.
can.
Let me know when you want comms.
Nobody 10-8.
Is there a decamp? What is a decamp? What is a decamp vehicle? I don't. Am I having a dumb moment? Am I being a silly guy? What is a decamp vehicle? Upper power. Left, San Andreas. Right, north, correction, into Arcadius. Left, North Alta.
Cons are coming to you. We just lost eyes with the flagging in Near Park.
I've just never heard decamp said before. I don't know. I've never heard that. We're south upper power. I don't know. I've never heard that used before, and I don't quite understand it.
Left, east, left.
But also, I'm in the middle of like chasing something and
Left, north, Elgin.
focusing on that. Probably more a UK thing. That might make sense.
Left, West San Andreas. Left, south power. Schlagen is with us, I think, no? Continuing south on power, making a right, Sinison, left, south is Carson.
Look, all I'm saying is that car 100% has more acceleration than my car has.
Continuing going south is on Carson, opposite lane. Making a correction on his lane, going up.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm okay.
We're east El Rancho. Left, North Popular. Their car definitely has better low speed acceleration than mine does, which I feel makes sense. It's like a tiny little car. Approaching AE, North Popular, left, West Vespucci. Oh, perfect. I tried committing for a pit and he knew it. I'm still right behind you.
Drogger is still going. West on Vespucci. The car smoking, car smoking, car smoking.
Alright, get ready to see the Schlagen.
Logan wasn't
right
that
east
bad
San
to
Andreas.
chase, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like he's made this chase enjoyable.
Yeah, no, for sure. Some.
He's moving in that car.
Oh, car's on fire, car on fire.
He's just getting toasty.
He's gonna, yeah, he's gonna have so many burns.
Here, get him, DJ.
Hey, I just want you guys to know that I broke your
Get that
ankles 10
guy.
times. That was 11
DJ,
times
back
with
in the
me.
car, back in the car, back in the car, DJ.
Logan going east on San Andreas, right south power.
Did the cadet even say he was going for a taser?
Continuing, still going south power, opposite lane. Right, West Adams Apple.
He might have been whispering or not yelling, maybe.
Right, North Calais.
Power washer's left side.
Going to the white garage. Going through toward the Del Perro freeway. Not taking the jump, making a left. Southwest on Del Perro, opposite lane.
It'd be really funny if they sent someone to go tow the boost car.
Taking the off-ramp onto Rainbow Garage, making a right. Going north on North Rocker Drive, making another right. Not bad.
I don't know what happened there. I'm sorry if it was my fault.
It was my own fault.
I'm still on them. We're gonna be eastbourne alleyways, north, right, left, North Portola.
Gotcha, comms.
Oh.
I do pitch 90 and above on this, so.
Making a right.
Oh.
Going east
okay.
West Eclipse, making another right.
This is
south on Rockford Drive, left.
Bowling Bowzo.
East Spanish.
This is why I'm not a huge fan of people getting real close to me when I'm in a chase like that, because that's why the locals are hitting me like that.
Who's sending out East Spanish?
They're reacting to the people who are right next to me and me at the same time, and then I'm getting like the bubble effect of it.
By the way, just going
Right, South Meteor. Right, West Occupation, Correction Havoc. Right, North Power. Oh, okay, I-50 is still going north on Power.
Sunday north into the hills.
Oh, 10-4.
Fucking 50. He went up north Baytree Canyon. I have fun. So our car is smoking. We're gonna go with this.
Probably gonna be VCB. I'm gonna check up by the observatory.
It was a very fun and interesting chase.
Guys, the 24/7 on Clinton.
10-4.
Wait, you have them?
Oh, so my car.
Oh. I think there was a shootout up by the observatory. There's a bunch of gang cars up here. Why are there... Right, I never got any confirmation. It's probably an airdrop. I never got confirmation from that one person, so we're gonna swap over to lane and make sure this event's working. Yeah, there's so many cars up here. Holy shit. Also turn into you when you spam C to look behind you. That's true. And I'm more prone to look behind me when I have to be worried about the person behind me. Like, my thing is, like, I don't like when a fellow officer is just riding my ass. It achieves nothing other than, like, stressing me out. Because if they're riding my ass, how are they supposed to, like, if my ankles get broken, they're just gonna get shattered with me. And I mean, like, granted, everyone makes mistakes every now and again. I just don't like when people try to, like, ride my ass.
To call the call code 4?
Yeah.
We're gonna call.
Code 4.
What time is it? Yeah. We'll go make sure this event's functioning. Hot-blooded. Check it and see. All right. I'll leave my rack in here. That's perfectly fine. All right. All right, let's go check on this thing real quick. All right. All right. Hopefully I don't have an assault rifle on my back on lane. Oh yeah, I'm wearing Jesus outfit. Lamau. I'm gonna change my title. All right. Evil woman. All right. We're gonna do a little casino stuff, and then I'm probably gonna call it an early stream as far as RP stuff goes, because I'm just tired. I'm just tired, team.
Vanilla Unicorn should hire me.
Agreed.
Hey, Stinkies.
Hey.
now. Let's see what's going on up here. Oh, it's raining. Pop up this way. All right, and then this way. Okay.
But let's definitely not do the
Oh my goodness, I like cows and domestic cows.
I mean, the mommy's milk is 100% locally sourced, so very glad you're supporting small business.
Okay.
Alrighty. So team, we're gonna be just vibing a little bit here. I know today's been, I don't know, a little bit of a sleeper. You know, we went to the community meeting, tried doing a little bit on COP, but not a lot going on COP right now. Here to make sure the event goes well at the casino, and then we're probably just gonna end the stream.
I know, right? You're usually straight to the point, unfortunately.
It's good to hear some of these artists for sure.
Probably up. Go up a level, Brad.
Alright, that works.
What the hell did this person just... Oi, oi, oi. In reminiscing.
Lane?
Hey, Kennedy. What's up?
What are you doing over here all alone?
I just wanted to sit down for a minute.
Oh, okay, okay.
And I was reminiscing, because one time we took like a big like casino photo at this spot, like on this little bed thingy.
Oh, for real?
Yep. I think there was probably like 15 of us, if not more, just all sitting on this bed for a photo.
We gotta replicate that then.
Yeah, I said I've been asking to do another casino photo shoot for a while. Every time I bring it up, people say that it's too soon, even though it's been months. And the last photo shoot I was trying to plan, and then literally I couldn't be around for a singular day, and Tony decided to have it on that day specifically. I don't know, for no reason or for a specific reason. Who will ever know?
I don't think that would have been up for maliciously. Sometimes it just happens with timing, unfortunately.
When it comes to that man, I do believe a lot of things he did to me were malicious.
Man, I'm really sorry, Lane. That doesn't sound too fun, but
It's not great, but he's gone, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we can get a new photo soon. We need
Yar.
tons of photos. Photographers, that is.
Yeah, I want to get I think they're trying to get another wave of like interns going. I think once we go through those would be a great time to get a big like casino picture done.
Yeah, do you know if we're hiring any more men? We need some more men.
Do we?
I think so.
I don't know. I don't particularly hire based upon man or woman, just whoever fits the job well. But I will say there's been an uptick in Little J trying to hire women he's infatuated with.
Oh, I wouldn't think that's the case. Because Kay wasn't someone he's infatuated with.
Okay, when I say infatuated, I just mean Little J likes to flirt with everyone.
Yeah, but you're talking about half the guys in the state.
Yeah. I don't think
Not
it's
just Lil
necessarily
J.
like an awful thing either.
No, never. Maybe. But yeah, no, we'll get a new photo soon.
I think it'd be fun. More people showed up to this than I thought they would.
Yeah, a lot of people did show up, more than I thought.
Yeah. We were just chilling, and we were like, oh shit, there's an event, so here we are.
It's a very long
I'll
day.
tell you what, that calendar's
Oh my
a
God,
godsend,
tell me
but
about it.
see if you don't
Not even like
check yellow
content-wise,
pages
just
or
like
something, like
lengthwise. It's been very long. I haven't done a whole lot today.
We gotta move. Need
No,
some
no,
more
no.
room around here.
Wow.
Hey, gangsters.
Oh, what's going on, Lane? How you, gang?
Chillin'.
That's what's up, bro.
I didn't get any confirmation from Eric, so I wanted to make sure everything was going on here. But I see
Yeah,
we
he might be
got
on
plenty of
vacation, I
people.
think. Yeah, we're chilling. Eric checked that he finna be here and shit.
Oh
But-
shit!
But I don't. Doesn't look
I
like
didn't
he's-
even check that.
Yeah. I checked it. Mine was like hit or miss. If I couldn't, I would say I wouldn't be able to. You know what I mean? But
Yep.
I'm good. I'm good though.
And I understand, especially if today there's a little bit of a, you know,
delay. Yeah. Yep. 100%.
Team, I got my medical marijuana card, and it's already like 70% of the way dead.
Wait, how do you get one? How'd you get one? They said they weren't doing that.
They started them back up again. I had one before, so I was able to get in pretty easily, though.
But
Hello, we're gonna start after this.
so I'm just gotta go to the hospital and talk to them one of them.
Yeah, go to EMS. Tell them you want to set up an appointment for medical marijuana.
Okay, bet.
Adopt me. Make Emmy mad.
Oh, stop. Commend you for continuing to try.
I don't.
Hey,
I
Mary.
mean, you know, I don't actually want to be adopted.
Oh.
Hello, everybody. Thank you all for coming. I'm so glad the clouds parted ways, kind of like my parents did very early on in my life.
Oh boy.
And the rain has stopped. Not for me though. It still feels like it's still raining inside. I appreciate you guys coming out. You know, at the casino, we don't get to use this spot very often, so we thought it'd be a little special sun. Look at the beautiful, you know, sunset, or I don't know what time of day it is. The sun's doing stuff. It looks real pretty.
Sunset.
This is another IMC event for focused on independent music. Folks, we you make it a point to. Oh, that's a good reminder. Please shut your phones, please, if you can.
Sorry.
Just put them on silent. No, all good. You just reminded me that I should do that as well. 1 second. Okay, now it's on silent mode. IMC Indie Music Collective, we love to go out there and just find talent.
He's
that
just
hasn't
doing his Phil off arc so incredibly well.
Maybe they just,
right?
You know, they don't want the complexity. Of
Ace has been doing some really funny stuff.
Music stuff. They want to get out here and do their thing. We give them a platform and the resources to do that. And they stick around and we help them with whatever they need. Graphics, album art, mixing, mastering, the whole nine. If you see somebody tonight that you're especially inspired about and you want to book them for your event, IMC Los Santos is the website that you would go to, imclossantos.com, and there's their picture and their SoundCloud and their booking immediately right there, so it's super easy. Also, oh yeah, also the ad on Weasel, the very top of the page, you can click on that, it'll take you directly to our website. I think thank you Casino for you know, allowing us to do this up here. Thank you JJ for DJing tonight, Taco Hut for the amazing food. We love tacos 100%. Thank you THC for the weed, you know, and Visionaries Max Headroom for the photography, and security for you know, for the casino as well. Let's hope they don't have to do a lot of stuff. You guys better.
Hell yeah,
good,
security
or
on
else they'll
top. Hell
throw you
yeah, hell yeah.
overboard. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes,
You
sir.
know, I think that's, and Christina, obviously we always have to thank Christina because her operation skills are incredible.
Yes, Christina.
We love you, Christina. You're the goat. Yeah, we got a great show. We got somebody who's you know, is one of my top 5 favorite people in the entire city, and she's fucking great. Callie, if you want to come up and do your thing, this is Callie Boo.
We love you, Callie.
We love you,
Everybody
Callie.
give it up for Callie.
Yes,
ma'am.
Callie Boo.
Thanks, guys. I'm just gonna hop into it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Hop right in. Let's
Yeah,
go.
as fuck.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hey. Let's get closer. We're out here. It's too far. It's too far.
Hi, Lane.
Yeller.
Javon.
Yo, what going? I mean, you alright? What's good, man?
Big chillin'.
Good shit, man.
Yeah.
Kalibu.
Oh dang.
Amen.
Nothing.
Hell yeah, Callie. We love you, Callie.
Yes,
Hell yeah.
ma'am. Come
Turn up,
on.
turn up for the one time.
She's an amazing choreographer as well.
This next, oh yes,
She
sometimes
got it
on the
all.
side, a little shmoney, okay?
No, I should be doing an entire show. So.
But this next one's a little throwback. If those of you remember it, cool. It's a little bit slower, something I don't really do. I prefer rap. But yeah.
Let's go.
Turn up, turn up.
Alright, sorry, I'm just handling some housekeeping things.
Yo.
Is someone else live? Honestly, I might just... Yeah, let's send you over to Dom Reed. I'm just like... I'm not gonna lie, team. I'm so tired. I'm so incredibly tired. Let's send you over to Dom Reed. He's sitting in the PD right now, so I feel like he's maybe waiting for an interview. I'm hella tired, team.
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
I fell asleep at like maybe like 7 or 8 in the morning last night and did not sleep well.
Like, so we
Yes,
do it.
ma'am.
Might take tomorrow off. Don't know. Might be back tomorrow, might not be.
Yeah.
That being said, we're gonna send you on a raid over to this man, Skeledome. I want to say thank you to everyone that's been hanging out. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for the follows. There was like a bajillion of them during the meeting. Thanks for hanging out and letting me thank you. Appreciate, you know, all of it. Have a good morning, afternoon, and night. Have a great breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And stay positive out there, your team. Go say hi to Skeledome, or don't. I can't make you do anything, but he's streaming on the server. And if you want to continue to support other people who are on the server, you should go say hi to them. That being said, I'm a vibe at this event for a minute, and then I'm gonna log off and go do other things. Thanks for chilling. I'll see you maybe tomorrow, but if not, probably Tuesday, right? Today's Sunday, yeah. If I don't see you Monday, I'll probably see you Tuesday. We'll see how it goes. I'll try and get some good sleep for once. Or maybe I'll end up streaming DGen, who knows. Goodbye. See you the next time I see you.
Get it.
Okay, okay.